the power to heal and destroy. The Full Arcana. It was a day like any other in the Leaf Village as Naruto made his way to Team 7's usual meeting place. So far, the blonde had followed his normal routine. He woke up, ate about a week's supply of ramen, gathered and checked his ninja gear, set off for the bridge, and ignored the several glares that the villagers sent his way. As he approached his destination, the next item in Naruto's list was to shout, "Sakura-chan," to greet his female teammate. Leaning against the bridge's rail, Sakura sighed in annoyance. Great. Not only is Sasuke-kun late today, but now I'm left all alone with Naruto. The pink-haired girl ranted in her mind. What do you want, Naruto? She asked, not bothering to keep her distaste away from her words. Catching the aversion in the kunoichi's words, the blonde genin stopped in his tracks. She's angry. Did I do something to make her mad? The nervous Jinchuriki wondered. Knowing it was too early to get on Sakura's bad side, Naruto looked for a topic that would appease her, or at least distract her. So, where's Sasuke? At the mention of her crush, the pink-haired girl's demeanor completely changed. I don't know, she solemnly informed. He usually gets here before I do. I just hope that everything is all right, Sakura commented before going silent. The two shinobi stayed in awkward silence for what seemed to be an eternity, though in reality, it was merely 2 hours. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke burst out in the middle of the bridge, revealing Kakashi and Sasuke as it dissipated. Yo! The copy ninja nonchalantly greeted. You're late. Naruto immediately screamed at his sensei, still following his routine. Meanwhile, Sakura made her way towards the Uchiha. Sasuke-kun, where were you? I was starting to get worried. The kunoichi asked with genuine concern. Unfortunately for the young girl, her crush simply grunted an incoherent answer and walked past her. Sorry for the delay, guys, but I was having some trouble trying to find Sasuke. Kakashi apologized as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Liar, came the immediate retort from the raven-haired boy. You told me to wait at the entrance of the Uchiha compound. I had to stand there for almost 3 hours. The young Sharingan user said, clearly angry and annoyed at the wait. The silver-haired jounin cleared his throat. Anyways, setting that aside, the copy ninja dismissed the issue. I called all of you out here to talk about a very important matter concerning the Chunin exam. I have already started discussing this with Sasuke. Kakashi explained. The Jinchuriki's eyes set on his teacher the moment the words Chunin exam were uttered. I wanted to talk to you about that too, Kakashi-sensei. The blonde genin exclaimed excitedly. You see, I don't think I have learned enough to try taking the exam. The spiky-haired boy admitted as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. So, I was wondering if, maybe, you could teach me some new jutsus? But only because my offensive arsenal is pretty limited with only Kage Bunshin. The young Leaf Nin explained his position, congratulating himself for the eloquent request. Now Kakashi felt ashamed. How could he continue with what he was about to say after hearing his student's earnest request? Nevertheless, this was something he had to do. He owed as much to his fallen teammate. At that moment, the silver-haired man could not have possibly imagined that his decision would ripple into a wave that will thunder throughout the shinobi world. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't, he answered, looking away from his orange-clad student. I'll be training Sasuke for the time until the exam starts. He just awakened his Sharingan, and I'm the only one that can instruct him on how to use it properly. The copy ninja explained. Naruto's eyes winded in disbelief at his teacher's words. Boo. But what about Sakura and me? We need training as much as Sasuke does. The blonde shouted, unable to comprehend his sensei's reasoning. Kakashi's guilt grew exponentially. How could he break the next piece of news to his young student when it would probably break him? But there was no way around it. Sakura, the jounin turned to face his female student as the sight of his trembling, blonde charge became unbearable. You don't have to worry about your training. He did not have to look at Naruto to know of the renewed shock that invaded him. I talked with Kurenai-san and she has agreed to teach you since her students are all training with their respective clans. The Sharingan user informed solemnly. All 4 Leaf Nins remained silent. Sasuke had already known how tense the situation was going to be, but it was already proving too much and the Uchiha had no option but to look away from his teammate and stare into the water below the bridge. Sakura, Though she was happy that she was going to receive training from one of the top kunoichi that Konohagakure had to offer, could not help but feel sorry for Naruto. The fact that their teacher had not said a word from quite a few minutes led the Haruno towards one conclusion. But he cannot leave Naruto without training. I mean, the choice is obvious between him and Sasuke, but still, Kakashi-sensei is supposed to look after the training for all three of us. Her mind raged. After what had felt like an eternity, Naruto mustered enough courage to break the silence. Kakashi-sensei, and what about me? The blonde asked, not sure if he wanted to hear the answer. The silver-haired man's eye fell on the spiky-haired boy. Truthfully, it pained the Jounin doing this to his energetic student, but the decision had been made for him years ago on that collapsing cave. I am sorry, but I owed it to Obito. The man reasoned. Naruto, you just need to practice your chakra control, work on your taijutsu, and I'm sure that you will do great in the Chunin exam. Kakashi said, failing miserably to sound reassuring. Knowing that there was no way that he could do any more damage to his young charge short of stabbing him in the heart with a kunai, the copy-nin dismissed himself and left his students to sort their minds. Staying in the bridge for a couple of minutes after his teacher's departures, Sasuke glanced at the broken blonde on his way out. The words, "I'm sorry," fought to come out of the Uchiha's mouth, but they failed, and the young Sharingan user simply walked away with his eyes set towards the ground. On the other hand, the concern Sakura was feeling towards the spiky-haired boy was becoming unbearable. It was not as though she liked the loud, annoying, clumsy, and fashionably challenged boy, but seeing him now so weak, quiet, and dim. How could Kakashi-sensei do this to Naruto? Yeah, he might be a little rough to work with, but he still needs proper training, she thought. Deciding it was best to head for the safety of his apartment before he broke down in front of Sakura, Naruto turned around and started to prepare himself to leave when he felt a soft hand on his shoulder. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura asked with genuine concern. On cue, a fake smile plastered itself in the blonde's face as he turned around to face the pink-haired girl. Of course I'm alright, Sakura-chan. The boy lied as he gave her his trademark grin. You heard Kakashi-sensei. I'm so good that I can train by myself and still amaze everyone at the exam with my incredible skills, he stated. Not buying the answer that she received, the kunoichi pressed on. Are you sure? The fake grin forcefully widened. Yeah, don't concern yourself with me, Sakura-chan. I'm fine, the genin responded. If you say so, the Haruno said defeated. Smiling gratefully at the small affection he had being shown, Naruto gave his teammate the closest thing to a true smile he could muster at the moment. Well, I have to go now. See you later, Sakura-chan. The spiky-haired shinobi exclaimed before he ran off. Sakura remained in the bridge for a couple of minutes until she could not see orange anymore. Sighing heavily and wishing both of her absent teammates the best of luck, the girl started heading home. Naruto continued to run past his apartment. The Jinchuriki ran and ran for several minutes until his energy finally gave out, and he was left walking slowly. The blonde was still trying to grasp the idea that his teacher had just simply abandoned him so that he could train his prodigy student. As the genin continued to wander throughout the village, his gaze was directed solely towards the ground. He could not see anything else. He did not want to see anything else, because if he so much as look at his sides, or even front and back, the only thing that he would see would be the angry and condemning gazes of the villagers glaring at him. They did not need to say anything to express their opinion of the young Jinchuriki. Their eyes revealed everything. The blonde could not take it anymore. Forcing his body, Naruto started running once again. The spiky-haired boy moved towards the village's gate as fast as his feet would take him. The young shinobi would not dare to actually walk away from the village, but he just needed to get away from the villagers' spiteful glares, even if it was just for a moment. The instant he breathed the fresh air outside the village's walls, the blonde already felt better. There was no hostility plaguing his surroundings, just tranquility. So the spiky-haired boy decided to take a walk around the forest surrounding Konoha. As long as the boy did not wander in too deep, he would be all right. After a couple of hours simply wandering, Naruto decided to sit and relax under the shade of a tree. It's still early. I can take a nap for a few minutes and go back to the village before the gates are closed off, the blonde reasoned. With his decision made, the young shinobi closed his eyes and wandered off into a deep slumber. The dream started like any other. The blonde had to brave his way through dungeons of libraries and classrooms, rescue Sakura from the evil vegetable army, and was rewarded by becoming king of the Ramen Kingdom. Suddenly, Naruto's dream changed dramatically. The joyous illusion that his mind had conjured was corrupted by memories of his childhood. The genin found himself in his 5-year-old body being insulted, chased, kicked, beaten, and even burned by the villagers. The young man's nightmare seemed to focus on a particular painful incident. It was his 5th birthday, and the spiky-haired boy had committed the grave error of leaving the security of his apartment to go to the store and buy some ramen. As the young boy stepped out of his apartment and headed towards the store, some of the villagers spotted, and, before the child could even realize, a mob gathered. It was only until he reached the store that the boy became aware of the angry mass of villagers coming towards him. Knowing too well what his fate would be if the crowd caught up to him, the blonde forgot all about his business in the store and started off in a mad dash back towards his home. Sadly, the villagers ran after him and caught up to him soon enough. Before he knew it, the spiky-haired boy was totally surrounded by a wall of hatred. The killer intent permeating the surrounding was as strong as any wars. The 5-year-old stood completely terrified in the middle of it all. Why do you hate me so much? The little blonde cried. Shut up, demon, someone shouted from the angry mob. It's time for you to pay for what you did to the village, a man exclaimed, and the crowd roared in agreement. And so, the beating began. They punched, kicked, and even threw rocks at the small blonde. In a matter of seconds, the little boy's body was reduced to a bloody mass. Looking up, to his horror, the beaten child could see that some of his aggressors were actually shinobi from the village, the people that were supposed to protect everyone. Naruto's vision became blurry, and soon all that he could see was crimson. Fortunately, before the red turned to black, the boy heard a voice shouting angrily over the mob. Stop! Forcing one of his eyes to focus, the boy was barely able to register the Hokage's silhouette standing before the dissipating crowd. The genin woke up with a start as tears ran down his cheeks. Shaking his nightmare off, the boy looked at his surroundings and realized that he had slept for longer than he had intended to. The forest around the young man was already dark. Deciding that it would be best to hurry toward the village before the gate closed, and he was left outside the wall, Naruto started off. The young shinobi had only taken a few steps before his body was left paralyzed by an incredibly strong presence nearby. The spiky-haired boy immediately got into a fighting stance. Whoever was nearby sure had a very menacing chakra. The noise coming from the trees let the Jinchuriki know that whoever was there, he was aware that his presence was no longer a secret and did not seem to care. Hearing steps behind him, Naruto turned around to meet the owner of the terrifying chakra. It is nice to finally get a chance to meet you, Naruto-kun. Breaking point. It is nice to finally get a chance to meet you, Naruto-kun. The young shinobi immediately turned around. Sasuke? The Jinchuriki questioned the figure standing before him. No, it can't be Sasuke. This guy? His presence is frightening, Naruto thought. Still, the appearance of the person in front of the genin was eerily similar to Sasuke's, with identical onyx color hair and a face that would make the girls go crazy. Taking a closer look, the blonde realized several different aspects that prove his first theory wrong. The newcomer was taller than Sasuke, had 2 long streaks between his eyes, and, perhaps the most apparent feature for the spiky-haired boy, a scratched leaf headband. There was no way that this person was Sasuke. Oh, the man's voice snapped Naruto out of his thoughts. I'm sorry, but I am not my dear little brother, the stranger added with an amused tone. The genin's eyes widened at the new revelation. Brother? Wait a minute. Naruto, Sasuke said weakly after being caught by his teammate. He's still out there. My brother. The wounds that Haku had inflicted on him seemed to be making it hard for the Uchiha to even breathe. I promised myself that I would stay alive. Until I kill him. Naruto, don't let your dream die. This was him. The person who Sasuke wanted to kill so much, he had ended up killing his own personality. My name is Uchiha Itachi. The missing nin casually presented himself. He was wearing a black cloak with a pattern of red clouds around it, while a fully matured Sharingan shined ominously in his eyes. "You have no idea how long I wanted to meet you, Naruto-kun," the young man added. At those words, the blonde took a step back. "How do you know who I am?" the young shinobi asked. The black-haired man simply regarded the boy before him for a couple of seconds. "Oh, I know more about you than you may think," Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Itachi revealed with a hint of amusement. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Even if the man in front of him had once been a leaf nin once, he was too young to have fought the Kyuubi during its original attack on the village, which meant that the knowledge of the fox's true fate should have been kept a secret from him. "For the expression in your face, I can infer that you already know of the existence of the bijou inside of you." The young man let out a sound that resembled a short laugh. "Figures that they would break their own law," the Uchiha commented. Narrowing his eyes at the older shinobi, Naruto's anger started to get the best of him. "So what if I know?" he asked. "What's it to you?" The black-haired man gave the faintest of shrugs. "I do not really care if they told you or not," Itachi confessed. "What I am more interested in is in how much of the bijou's power you can control." The missing nin added. "Control?" the Jinchuriki thought as his eyes widened once again. What the hell does he mean by that? His mind ranted in confusion. The spiky-haired boy could remember the power boost he had received from his contact with the fox's chakra during his battle with Haku, but he could not even begin to imagine that such thing could be controlled. The pair of Sharingan eyes continued to analyze the young shinobi. "It seems that you have already been able to tap into the Kyuubi's chakra," Itachi correctly commented, finding some amusement in the blonde's surprised face. Those who truly knew Itachi would know that he having more fun than he had in years. "That is good. You are already starting to develop your abilities and begun growing into your role as Jinchuriki. And with the Kyuubi as your bijou, you will truly become a powerful one," the Uchiha finished. Inside his head, Naruto brain was review the missing nin's words over and over again, but he just could not understand. "What the hell do you mean by my role as Jinchuriki?" the boy questioned when he could not formulate an answer by himself. A sigh escaped the black-haired man, but decided to ease the genin's confusion. "Jinchuriki means human sacrifice. It is a testament to how far the hidden villages are willing to go to secure power." The Sharingan user began explaining. "They are willing to doom one of their own into a life of isolation and hatred simply for a chance to harness the bijou's power and turn a human into a weapon." Naruto remained silent after the older shinobi's words. "So, that's what I am." His gaze dropped to the floor. "A human sacrifice, meant to become a weapon," he said with a low whisper. "Yes," Itachi curtly confirmed. "And now that that's clear, I am going to ask you to come with me," the former Leaf Nin said, knowing that from here on out things will get more complicated. Immediately, the blonde's disposition changed into a defensive one. What do you mean coming with you?" the spiky-haired boy questioned as he took several steps back. Another sigh escaped the missing nin. "You see, Naruto-kun, I am part of an organization called Akatsuki," he explained nonchalantly, "and it is in the organization's best interests to come to Konoha and collect you," the Uchiha added. "Normally we work in pairs, but my partner had a little detour and could not make it tonight." The young man spoke as if he were discussing his favorite onigiri recipe. "I was supposed to wait until he came back to secure you, but fortunately you decided to take a walk around the forest after hours just to make it easier for me. I thank you for that," he finished. As a defense mechanism, the genin shot back. "What? Are you so weak that you need a bodyguard just to enter the village?" Naruto exclaimed as fear and dread invaded his mind and clouded his judgment. Itachi decided to play along. "No, it is not that. I simply would like to carry out missions with the least trouble possible," he answered as his Sharingan bored into the younger shinobi. "And it is notably difficult to sneak into a village where you once slaughtered one of its most prominent clans," the missing nin said with a small smirk, "especially when it was you own." The revelation sent the Jinchuriki into a world of shock. The spiky-haired boy had heard that the Uchiha clan had been massacred in a single night, but he had never imagined that the culprit had been a single person. So you're the reason why the Uchiha clan is no more. That's why Sasuke wants to kill you," The terrified blonde stated. The small smirk became slightly more marked. Yes. The young man moved his upper body faintly forwards, as if giving spiky-haired boy a small bow. Uchiha Itachi, at your service. Suddenly, a frightening killer intent permeated the surroundings. Immediately, the younger shinobi turned around and started off towards the village. Naruto could not hear the missing nin's footsteps behind him, but he could feel the killer intent catching up with him, getting closer and closer for every step forward that the blood took. Unexpectedly, the presence behind the blonde vanished. At the moment of false security, Naruto committed a grave error. Stopping his mad dash towards the village's gates, the spiky-haired boy looked around trying to find where his pursuer had disappeared to. All of a sudden, the genin felt a hand grab him by the collar, and before the boy knew what had happened, his body was violently pinned against a tree. Okay, Naruto-kun, now it's time for you to come with me, Itachi said as his figure appeared right in front of the boy. Like hell I will. The Jinchuriki responded. Naruto flailed his legs trying to kick the Uchiha, but none of his kicks seemed to make contact. With an impressive display of physical strength, the black-haired man threw the blonde towards another tree. The blonde hit the trunk with a sickening impact and fell to the ground. When he finally looked up, azure eyes met the Sharingan. Right in front of the genin, the Uchiha's dojutsu started to transform. In each eye, the black comas seemed to change and come together until they formed what looked like a three-pointed shuriken. The only thing that Naruto was able to hear was the word Tsukuyomi being uttered with Itachi's voice before he was unexpectedly tied up to the tree's trunk and his surroundings completely changed. What the hell just happened? He thought. Where's that bastard? What is this place? The boy questioned as he looked around one more time. The large number for trees in Konoha's forest had been severely scaled down, and the few that remained were all black and dead, and the dark night sky had been completely covered by a blood-crimson color. Suddenly, several figures of Itachi appeared surrounding the Jinchuriki. The forms were completely black, except for the crimson color of their odd Sharingan eyes. Welcome to the Tsukuyomi world, Naruto-kun. The Itachi right in front of the spiky-haired boy said. This is a jutsu that can only be created with these. He took a moment to point at his strange dojutsu. The Manjikyu Sharingan, the ultimate form of the Uchiha bloodline. The former Leaf Nin informed. Naruto simply remained silent, paralyzed by fear and dread. Now, this jutsu might only last for a second. The black-haired man continued, ignoring the younger shinobi's terror. But take my word for it, it can feel like days. He added with a mocking tone, since the Tsukuyomi world give its caster complete control over reality. The Uchiha said as raised one of his hands, and a crow suddenly flew down and landed on it. The bounded blonde watched in shock as the raven in the missing nin's hand suddenly turned into a kunai and then into a katana. You are at my mercy for the next 3 days, Itachi said, his tone getting darker with every word. Naruto's eyes completely filled with terror. He was trapped inside a strange and frightening world controlled by a man who had killed his entire family in cold blood. Even his childhood beatings seemed like a fond memory compared to his current situation. Now, the Uchiha's voice snapped the genin back into attention. From what I have gathered, your teammates are my foolish littler brother and that pink-haired girl that was all over him, right? And Kakashi-senpai is your jounin instructor, am I wrong? The young man asked. I am really disappointed of him, only looking after 2 of his students and leaving one of them without any form of training whatsoever. He commented, letting his target know under how much surveillance he had been under. Gritting his teeth at his captor's words, Naruto's gaze fell on the floor. A faint smirk appeared in Itachi's face. Do you want to know why he did that, Naruto-kun? The black-haired man asked. Suddenly, another Itachi appeared right next to the restricted Jinchuriki, leaning closer to the boy's ear so that the genin could barely hear him whisper. Because he hates you. All of them hate you. In an instant, Itachi and all of his replicas disappeared, and 3 new figures started to emerge from the ground, taking the form of Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, and each holding a kunai in hand. The 3 clones stood in front of the captured Naruto and remained silent for a whole several minutes before Kakashi finally stepped forward. It is time for you to pay for what you did to the village, Demon. The blonde heard his sensei's voice exclaimed, echoing his nightmare. Kakashi-san. Before the blonde could finish, the fake Jounin stabbed him in the gut with his kunai. Grare. The Jinchuriki screamed as the very real pain permeated his entire body. Panting heavily as his blood started to flow down to the ground, the young boy forced his head up to gaze at the figures of his teammates. Sasuke. Sao. Sakura. He let out. The first to move was the black-haired boy. Everybody in the village hates you. We would all be better off if you just died. The Uchiha proclaimed before his kunai impaled the blonde. Naruto's eyes were blinded for a few seconds. The Genin didn't know if it was because of the horrifying pain that plagued his body, or from the terrible scream he let out due to said pain. Struggling with his blurry eyesight, the Jinchuriki could barely discern a red and pink figure approaching him. No, not you two, he said weakly. Sakura's clone simply glared at the blonde in response. You have no idea how sickening it is being having to deal with you every day, she stated. I despise you with all of my heart. Do us all a favor and die already. The pink-haired girl shouted before stabbing the boy in his chest, inches away from his crumbling heart. Gaara. The young Genin's cry resounded through the crimson sky. Panting through the echo of his own screams, Naruto could not even find enough strength to raise his head again. Why? Why do you hate me this much? The broken blonde questioned. Tears ran down his sorrowful face and mixed with his blood in the ground. Soon, the piercing pain of the kunais returned time and time again. Die. I thought you cared for me. Disappear. I never did anything. Why don't you just die? Please. We hate you. Please, stop. There will never be a place for you in the village. Stop. We can't wait for your death. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Don't you see? A dark and twisted version of Kakashi's voice said. We don't care about you. We never did. All that we want is for you to die and rot in hell. Through pained cries and sobs, Naruto shook his head. No, the whisper was barely audible. The stabs came in even faster, accompanied by the calls for the Jinchuriki's death by the three attackers. As the torture continued, time became irrelevant, truth became twisted, the assailants' shouts became enhanced and hypnotic, and pain became overwhelming and all-consuming, until... Stop! As if something had been ripped right from the fabric of the Tsukuyomi world, a powerful shockwave spread throughout the surroundings, and the captured blonde was covered by a light blue chakra. Out of sight, a faint smirk formed in Itachi's face as he watched the Genin's chakra gradually turning orange and growing stronger with each passing second. Finally, he's starting to draw out the fox's chakra. The former Leaf Nin reasoned as he continued to observe the situation develop. Guard. Naruto's thoughts were torrential. The Biju's chakra was running rampant throughout his body, and, with every passing moment, the blonde could feel an overpowering hatred building up inside of him. Kit. A new voice broke through the boy's turmoil. Calm down. You're absorbing too much chakra at an alarming rate, Kit. The voice sounded scared and desperate. Calm down. It repeated its plea, but it was left unheard as the Jinchuriki's chakra pulse suddenly became stronger. Already completely surrounded by the terrifying orange chakra, the Genin was hyperventilating, feeling that his body would be crushed by the pressure of the sudden power surge until... Gaara. With a sudden spike of power, Naruto's chakra burst, taking a dark blue color and blowing all of his teammates' figures away. I hate you. I hate you all. He screamed as his power continued to increase. Sharingan eyes widened in surprise. Incredible, he was able to subjugate Kyuubi's chakra, and his killer intent has become terrifyingly powerful. The Uchiha thought in amazement. I will destroy everything. Everything. The boy continued screaming. With each shout, the Tsukuyomi world's crimson sky flashed back to normal. Worry started to seep into the missing Nin. How is it possible? He is actually breaking through Tsukuyomi. The black-haired man's mind raged. The Jinchuriki could feel the power building up inside of him. This world can go to hell, Naruto proclaimed, and with one more chakra spike, he sent an even more powerful shockwave blowing the Tsukuyomi world and its caster away. The Sharingan user found himself back in the forest of Konoha with a cloud of dust hovering in front of him where his target had previously stood. Scanning the chaos of small debris as the dust begun to settle, Itachi could see the Genin's figure started to become visible. Naruto stood in the middle of a small crater gazing up at the sky, his eyes looking through the clouds and setting on a bright and imposing moon. Ever so slowly, the Jinchuriki's eyes lowered and focused on the former leaf Nin in front of him. The Uchiha's Sharingan eyes widened in shock at the sight before them. Impossible. There is no way, he muttered. How can he? Bloodlines combined. Naruto stood in the middle of a small crater gazing up at the sky, his eyes looking through the clouds and setting on a bright and imposing moon. Ever so slowly, the Jinchuriki's eyes lowered and focused on the former leaf Nin in front of him. The Uchiha's Sharingan eyes widened in shock at the sight before them. Impossible. There is no way, he muttered. How can he? Itachi's eyes gazed directly into the Genin's. The blonde's eyes no longer held their shining sapphire hue. Instead, just like the boy's chakra, they had taken a dramatically darker tone into navy blue. Still, the most surprising and prominent features presented in Naruto's gaze were the 3 white commas accompanied by a white that appeared in both eyes. How can he have the Sharingan? The Akatsuki member questioned in astonishment. Snapping out of his trance at the older shinobi's voice, Naruto's mind tried to process what the missing nin's words had meant. Sharingan. What is he talking about? The Jinchuriki looked at this surroundings, and he immediately sensed something was odd. To the young blonde's eyes, it was as if everything around him was in slow motion. Not a single detail escaped the boy's gaze. From the fluttering leaves to the swaying branches, his eyes were capturing anything and everything. A couple of feet away, Itachi was finally starting to recover from the shock brought about by the new development. This certainly complicates things, his Manjikyu narrowing as he reanalyzed the situation. No matter what, I must act quickly now, otherwise, the black-haired man murmured to himself. Naruto had already completely forgotten about the missing Nin that had been torturing him a few moments ago. Instead, the blonde's eyes gazed around in a new trance. When his eyes finally caught sight of the strangely shaped Sharingan once again, the Jinchuriki heard the word that had ignited his hell. Tsukuyomi. Immediately, the sky above the Genin started to change. Dread started to seep into the young boy at the idea of spending any more time in that dark and cruel world, but no matter how much he searched his mind, he could not think of a way to stop the Jinjutsu. Kit, your eyes. Send chakra to your eyes now. A voice thundered inside Naruto's head. The Jinchuriki was taken back by the sudden intrusion of his thoughts. Who are you? The boy asked. Why are you in my head? Despite not getting any answer, the blonde decided to worry about it later and follow the voice's advice nevertheless, and channeled chakra towards his eyes. Suddenly, some sort of flash of light went off in the clearing and Itachi found himself being thrown backwards, his back soon hitting a tree. What? The Uchiha's mind raged. Did the fox do this? He wondered as he looked at the leaf Nin standing in front of him. No, only another Manjikyu could throw off the Tsukuyomi so easily. The shocked missing Nin reasoned. The new turn of events filled the blonde with confidence. Deciding to go into the offensive, Naruto took out a kunai and charged towards the black-haired man. Letting his trained reflexes take control, Itachi immediately took out a kunai of his own and brought it forward to block the incoming attack. Both blades clashed with each other and sent a small shockwave through their surroundings. Because of his smaller size, Naruto was thrown back by the backlash of the impact, but landed safely on his feet, while Itachi simply lost his balance and fell back against the tree again. Damn it, my chakra is already running low after using Tsukuyomi, the former Konoha shinobi thought. Damn you, Kisame. You were supposed to be here. You know how important this is. The Uchiha thought of his partner somewhere in the land of waves paying his respects to the grave of an old comrade. Fighting back the growing fatigue, Itachi stood up once more and straightened his cloak. Well, Naruto-kun, this truly is an unexpected turn of events. You having the Sharingan, I mean. The Uchiha said casually. To say it has complicated my plans would be an understatement. A small, ominous smirk appeared on the young man's face. Despite the nonchalant tone of the missing nin's words, the Jinchuriki could not help but still be unnerved by the cloaked nin's mere presence. A dark snicker escaped the black-haired shinobi at the sight of the blonde, taking a wary step back. "How about we leave your capture for another day?" The smirk grew as the genin's strange Sharingan widened. "I will see you soon, Naruto-kun." With those words, Itachi's body turned completely black and dissipated as a group of ravens, leaving a confused and astonished boy behind. Once he was unable to feel the Uchiha's presence, Naruto let go of a heavy breath and fell into the ground. Looking up at the top of the trees, once again contemplating how the leaves still seemed to be moving at slow motion. Several minutes passed until the Jinchuriki jumped back onto his feet and made his way towards the village. In his first stroke of luck in the whole day, the genin made it back to the gates just as they were about to close them off. The guards pay him no mind, and he was careful not to do anything that might attract attention towards himself as he passed by them. Once officially inside the village, the boy jumped on top of a building and started to leap from roof to roof as he tried to organize his chaotic thoughts. After a couple of minutes of hopping around, Naruto finally stopped. The blonde knew that it had not been his teammates who tortured and attacked him inside the world created by the weird Jinjutsu. But even though most of what the illusions had seen had been false, at least some of it was true. The village saw him as nothing more than a demon, a social pariah, a target for all of their hatred. Who knows, after what he had seen earlier in the day, perhaps his teammates would truly react like that if they ever found out what he was, if they found out what dwelled inside of him. With his current instability, there were only two persons that Naruto still felt he could really trust. Taking a deep breath, the Jinchuriki turned around and started off towards the Hokage's building to find one of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage, sat on his desk glaring at a mountain of paperwork courtesy of the upcoming Chunin exams. Suddenly, the aged shinobi felt an exceptionally large chakra reading coming straight towards his office at an alarming speed. Before the third could leave his seat, the window in one side of the room snapped upon and an orange blur stepped into the room. The village leader would have attacked the intruder immediately were not for the familiar voice whispering, "Old man." The Hokage's eyes widened in surprise. "Naruto-kun, is that you? What brings you to my office at this hour?" He questioned, managing to compose himself right away. Upon further observation of the young shinobi, Sarutobi was left speechless at the even bigger surprise that greeted him. "Naruto, your eyes," the third whispered. A pair of blue and white Sharingan eyes looked from the older leaf Nin onto the floor. "So it is true," Naruto commented. The Jinchuriki started to look around the room until he found a small mirror and walked towards it. The sight that greeted the genin was that of a blond young man with a pair of blue and white Sharingan eyes. The fully developed dojutsu shined with an ominous luster in pools of night blue color. "Naruto-kun." The Sandaime's words snapped the spiky-haired boy out of his thoughts. "Please, tell me what happened," the older shinobi requested. The Jinchuriki spent the next hour telling the Hokage everything that had happened to him on that day, from Team 7's meeting by the bridge, to his trip out of the village, the encounter with the missing Nin Uchiha Itachi, and culminating with him rejecting the Tsukuyomi Jinjutsu. Everything was laid bare in front of the leader of Konohagakure. By the end of his tale, Sarutobi looked the oldest that Naruto had ever seen him. The old man's breath was labored, and the tears that threatened to spill only complemented his pained expression. Naruto had to look away. He really did not like to see his Hokage looking so weak and feeble. "But what I don't understand," the spiky-haired boy started again, "is how do I have the Sharingan?" He brought into question. The third sighed and took a minute to compose himself. "I am truly sorry, Naruto-kun, for I have kept much from you," the seasoned shinobi informed before standing up from his chair and walking towards a drawer. "I never imagined that something like this would happen," he commented as he searched the drawer until he pulled out a blue folder from it. Sarutobi walked back to his desk and sat down. The genin quietly waited as the aged man regarded the blue folder for several minutes before the Hokage opened it, took out a photograph, and gave it to him. Looking down at the picture, a pair of Sharingan eyes widened. It was a picture of a young woman wearing a red variant of the Konoha Jounin's uniform. and she was the most beautiful being that the Leaf Neen had ever seen. She had alabaster skin that contrasted with her long and dark onyx hair, and a vibrant smile that would light up the darkest and stormiest of days. Naruto didn't know why, but for some reason he could not stop the tears that ran down his face as he gazed at the photo. Her name is Uchiha Kagome. Sarutobi's voice cut through the blonde's trance. She was one of the Leaf's most promising kunoichi, he said with a mix of pride and nostalgia. Her exploits during the last war earned her the name of the Uchiha's Crimson Raven due to her mastery over the Sharingan and her tendency of using crows as a theme for her jutsus, especially Jinjutsus. The Sandaime seemed lost in a memory. Yes, she was especially skilled in Jinjutsu. She could easily fool an entire room filled with members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clan, and no one would ever realize it. Naruto's eyes narrowed. She was? The aged shinobi closed his eyes for a second. Yes, he sorrowfully answered. She died the day the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked after giving birth to her son. Sarutobi's eyes set on the young genin as the boys widened. She is your mother, Naruto-kun, he revealed. Out of sheer surprise, the younger shinobi had to take a step back. What do you mean, my mother? I'm not an Uchiha. I don't even look like one. The boy protested as his eyes glared at the Hokages. The Sandaime gaze dropped to the floor momentarily before moving up towards the portraits of the previous Hokages. Yes, you do not look like a member of the Uchiha clan. But that is because you inherited your physical traits from your father, Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, Sarutobi stated. Naruto's eyes almost doubled in size as they widened. The fourth? Is my father? He exclaimed, unable to believe what he was hearing. The third nodded. Yes. Few people knew of the relationship between Minato and Kagome, and even less people knew that they were expecting a child. The village leader informed. After you were born and became an orphan, we thought it would be safer to give you another name. Your parents already had their share of enemies, and the child of an elite Uchiha and a Hokage would not go unnoticed by the shinobi world. So, in order to protect you, you became Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi said as guilt hung strongly onto his voice. A dull and mirthless laugh escaped the blonde. I always wondered about my parents. The boy confessed. I came to think that perhaps I never had any, and instead I just sprout right out of the ground. The tears that ran down his cheeks framed his frail and fake smile. But I guess that I did have parents, even if it was for only an hour or so. Sarutobi would not have been surprised if his eyes were crying too. Yes, you did, Naruto-kun. He started, and both of them loved you with all of their hearts. The aged man assured the young boy. Kagome put her life on the line to bring you into this world, and Minato gave up his to create a seal that would allow the Kyuubi's chakra to flow into you so that it would protect you. The thread gave the spiky-haired genin a couple of minutes to let his words sink in. Their last wish was for you to grow up into a strong and healthy man that would be able to accomplish any and all of his dreams. I was planning to tell you all of this once you were ready, and I am sorry I did not realize that you have been for a long time now. The Hokage stressed his apology by giving the blonde a small bow. Another smile formed on the Jinchuriki's face, and, though small, this one stronger and brighter. Even if he didn't fully show it, the young man was the happiest he had been ever since he became a shinobi. The knowledge of who his parents had been and the fact that he was truly loved by them filled the genin with warmth. Still, somewhere in his joy, something captured Boy's attention. Hold on a second, old man. The blonde said. You mentioned that you never expected that I would awaken the Sharingan. Why is that? He questioned. The Hokage sighed. He knew that this question was fast approaching. Well, you see, the Namikaze and Uchiha bloodlines are too dominant. They tend to overpower any other genetic traits that they come in contact with. The idea that the two bloodlines would found a middle ground and compromise with each other was unthinkable. The third watched as the spiky-haired boy brought a hand to his eyes. So, when I looked at you for the first time and saw that you were the spitting image of your father, I thought that the Namikaze bloodline had won out. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement at the explanation. So, this Sharingan is. It was the Sandaime's turn to nod. Prove that I was wrong and that the Uchiha and Namikaze traits somehow found a way to fuse together. Sarutobi stated. From what you told me, I think that it is safe to infer that, when you started to forcibly drain the Kyuubi of his chakra, it worked as a catalyst that combined the two bloodlines. He explained and waited for the young shinobi to show his understanding. And I even venture the guess that, after what you said happened when Itachi tried to use his Jinjutsu a second time, your Sharingan is showing traits of the Mijinkyu Sharingan, the next step in the Uchiha Dojutsu. A pensive look took over the Jinchuriki's features. Yes, Itachi had it. A weirdly shaped Sharingan. Naruto pointed out. The Hokage considered his words for a couple of minutes. Do you eyes feel tired, Naruto-kun? He asked, realizing that the young Genin must have had his dojutsu activated since it was first awakened. The Jinchuriki looked at the older shinobi with a confused face. No, not really. The boy responded as he shook his head. Do me a favor, and please concentrate in cutting off the chakra flow to you eyes, Naruto-kun. The Sandaime requested. The village leader watched as the white comas disappeared from the blonde's eyes, and the dark blue color reverted to their original sapphire hue. Naruto blinked several times as the strange slow-motion sensation he had been feeling disappeared. Effortlessly shaking off the weird feeling, everything went back to normal for the genin. Sarutobi waited for the young man to give him a sign that he was okay before starting again. The Manjikyu Sharingan is a very corrosive Kekkai Genkai. Even after its first use, the casters are left exhausted, drained of most of their chakra, and actually experiencing physical pain. The fact that you can stand there before me shows that your Sharingan should be able to access the Manjikyu's abilities while bypassing its terrible toll. The young Jinchuriki was genuinely surprised by the revelation, remembering how the fluttering leaves looked through his Sharingan and his escape from Itachi's second try at the strange Jinjutsu. Suddenly, the Hokage stood up from his chair. I have something for you, Naruto-kun. Please wait a moment, he announced as he stepped out of the room, leaving the genin alone in the office. Naruto collapsed onto one of the chairs in the room. A lot had happened during the last couple of hours, and the blonde was still letting it sink in. Some day we're having, don't you think so, Kit? At the sound of those words, the leaf nin jumped out of his chair. Who are you? He called out. The laughter sounded very close to the spiky-haired boy. Are you so stupid that you already forgotten what that Mizuki bastard told you, Kit? The voice questioned. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened. The fox, he exclaimed. Since when can you talk to me? The genin asked astonished. Another laugh escaped the bijou, but it soon turned sour. Since you severely weakened the seal as you stole most of my chakra, the fox bitterly commented. Talk about hollowed victories, right, Kit? Sapphire eyes narrowed. What do you mean most of your chakra? He asked with caution. I mean just that, idiot. Kyuubi exclaimed inside his head, making the young shinobi cringe. You took almost all of my chakra, and now I'm as dangerous as the monster you thought lived by the vegetable products aisle at the market. The fox exclaimed. Naruto had to scratch his head at the new revelation. So, I'm as powerful as you. Were. Huh. The sealed bijou laughed. Now, listen here, Kit, and listen well. You may have possession of my chakra, but there is no way in hell that you can control it as you are now. The fox explained. You are just as strong as you were this morning, sans despicable dojutsus of course. The only difference right now is that your colossal chakra supply just got larger. The blonde nodded at the Kyuubi's words as he sat down again. Then where do we stand now, regarding your chakra? The once feared entity took a couple of moments to think the question over. You would still need to learn how to properly tap into it and control it, he informed his host. And believe me when I said this, it is going to be a hard and painful process. The bijou added, taking joy at the wince from his jailer. But don't worry, those damn eyes of yours should help you with it, he added, opting to appease the boy a bit. Okay, Naruto muttered. But then what's going to happen to you, now that your chakra is gone? The dark laugh that the fox let out did not set too well with the blonde. Worry about me, are you? He teased. It seems that this is it for me. I will be doomed to spend the rest of my life wandering around in this poor excuse of a mind, watching everything that you do and pointing out all of your flaws. Kyuubi announced a dumbstruck blonde. Think of me as your brand new conscience. The Jinchuriki sighed in frustration through the Bija's laughter. Oh good. I get a new conscious whose idea of a good time is leveling an entire village to the ground. The boy thought, renewing the laughter for his tenant. After several minutes passed, Sarutobi re-entered the room, carrying a couple of scrolls with him. Well, Naruto-kun, since Kakashi seems to have neglected your training, I will be taking over. The Hokage announced, allowing himself a small smile at the look of surprise in the Genin's face. Sadly, I have to deal with some official matters regarding the Chunin exam, meaning that we will not be able to start your training until at least next week, so I am leaving you some homework until then. The Sandaime added as he placed the scrolls on the table. Naruto could not help himself, and, at the mention of the word homework, his mind flashed back to his academy days, causing the Jinchuriki to groan in frustration. Nevertheless, the blonde picked up the scroll closest to him and started looking over it. A small chuckle escaped the Hokage as he separated a group of scrolls from the rest. The scroll that you are reading, along with these, contain information about a couple of jutsus that I thought it would be good for you to learn. He informed before setting aside 3 other parchments. While these 3 regard the Uchiha clan, a bit of its history, fighting style, special jutsus related to the clan, as well as information about the Sharingan. The spiky-haired boy nodded his understanding of the older shinobi's words. Watching over the scrolls presented in front of him, the blonde's eyes set on the small black scroll that the village leader had kept isolated from the others. And this last one, the third continued as he picked the black scroll, contains information on the Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as instruction on how to use its 2 special jutsus, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. I am particularly inclined for you to learn those 2 techniques. Sarutobi said as he handed the small scroll to his new student. I want you to read all of this material during the last couple of days. You do not have to put it to practical use just yet, but I expect for you to know all this information before we start training. Am I clear? He asked. The Jinchuriki nodded to accept his task before he started to gather the scrolls, and the Hokage moved back to his chair. Sitting behind his desk once more, the Sandaime regarded the Genin. Now, I want you to consider for a moment before you answer me this question. The experienced shinobi waited until the sapphire orbs fell on him. You are old enough to decide this for yourself. Do you want me to make your heritage public, Naruto-kun? He asked. The boy's eyes fell to the floor as he pondered. After several minutes in silence, Naruto lifted his gaze back to the Hokage. No, he said in a determined but solemn voice. Accepting the Genin's answer, the third continued. And what about Kakashi? The blonde remained pensive for a while before nodding. How much should I tell him? The blonde sighed as he considered. You can tell him about my parents. He finally answered. But not about my Sharingan. I don't want him to know about it. The spiky-haired boy said as his fist tightened. Very well, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi said before giving the younger Leaf Nin a smile. That only leaves us with the matter of your Sharingan, he announced. A confused look was directed towards the village leader. My Sharingan? The Genin asked. Nodding, the third smile grew slightly. Yes, from what you told me, your Sharingan differs from any other of its variants, making it a new dojutsu. The aged man explained. So, as a new dojutsu, it needs a name. Naruto was taken back by the announcement for a couple of seconds before he started thinking over it. Gradually, the young man's eyes drifted towards the open window in the office as he contemplated his dojutsu. Sky, the Jinchuriki said before returning his gaze to the Hokage. Sora Sharingan. Its name is Sora Sharingan, the shinobi declared. The Hokage nodded and smiled warmly once more. The blonde gave his leader a small bow before starting to walk toward the door. Suddenly, the Genin stopped on his tracks. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked with concern. Sapphire eyes shined brightly as the blonde looked back. No, he said. I just wanted to thank you. For everything, old geezer. The spiky-haired boy said before giving the older shinobi a true, real smile, before turning around and walking out of the office. A sigh escaped the Sandaime. It is good to see that this terrible ordeal was not able to fully break your vibrant spirit, Naruto-kun. The Hokage whispered to himself as he smiled. Please forgive me. The third sat in his office early in the morning. He had sent somebody to look for Kakashi and, knowing him, Hiruzen had at least 2 hours before he showed up. Sighing, the Hokage tried to find something to distract himself. Briefly, he considered one of those colorful books that Jiraiya had sent him. Suddenly, with a cloud of smoke, the copy ninja appeared in the Hokage's office, just as the seasoned shinobi had built up enough courage to start reading his previous student's novel. "You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama?" The silver-haired man asked. "Yes, Kakashi. I wanted to talk to you about Naruto." Sarutobi replied. "Did you know that he was attacked last night?" He questioned. "What happened? Is he all right?" Shocked at the piece of news, the Jounin immediately asked in concern. Then, after a second, anger at his student being attacked started to set in. "Who did it?" he asked, expecting it to be one of those brainless villagers that still viewed Naruto as a demon. The answer he received surprised him even more than the news that one of his Jinin students was attacked within the past 24 hours. Sarutobi looked directly into Kakashi's eye and responded, "Uchiha Itachi." Needless to say, it took the High-Eight's brain a couple of seconds to process the fact that an S-rank criminal had attacked one of his students. "You can't be serious, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi attacking Naruto? How could that happen?" The Hokage looked at the copy ninja with a bit of disappointment. It seems that after your team meeting, Naruto was feeling a bit distraught. So he decided to take a break from the ignorance of the villages and fell asleep outside the village. He informed. It was when he was making his way back that he was attacked by the missing Nin, Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi explained. Kakashi kept silent for a few moments. He knew too well what the Sandaime had meant by distraught. "Hokage-sama, you have to understand. I feel it is my obligation with Obito. Sasuke is from the same clan, and he needs somebody to train him on his bloodline." The silver-haired man tried to get his point across. "And I believe that I am the best choice, since I'm the only one who still have a Sharingan and is still affiliated to the village," he said in his defense. The third simply shook his head in response. "So you owed to your fallen teammate?" He reiterated the point that the younger shinobi had tried to make. "What about your sensei? You do know that Naruto is his son, do you not?" The Hokage asked. The copy ninja looked down at the floral. He was one of the few people that actually knew that Naruto was the Yandaime's son, though he never knew who the mother was. But still he could not help but feel that his debt with Obito was far larger. "I know, Hokage-sama, but still, Sasuke is that last of Obito's clan. He would have wanted me to train him." The Jounin desperately wanted to explain himself. By now, the Hokage was beginning to get angry. "You think that Obito would have wanted you to focus only on training Sasuke?" Sarutobi's eyes were a combination of anger and disappointment. "Please, do not insult his memory." The comment hurt Kakashi. How could the Hokage even think that he would do anything to insult his teammate's memory? But Kakashi did not have time to voice his opinion as the Sandaime started again. First, Obito would not even think of giving one student preference over another. "That is something that your sensei tried to teach you," he began. "Second, your tea is the exact image as your old one. You have a famous teacher, except that in this new team the instructor seems to like playing favorites. You have a prodigy, a girl who tries to keep everyone together, and a boy that some consider thrash but actually has incredible potential." The thread stated. "Now tell me, who has Obito's position in this team?" Sarutobi questioned. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds. Slowly, the shame that he felt started to turn into anger. "So you want me to leave Sasuke and go train Naruto, since he's your favorite?" The copy ninja did not ask. "No, I just want you to stop saying that it is because of Obito," the Hokage stated firmly. "The truth is that you want to train Sasuke simply because of his natural talent and because he reminds you of how you used to be," the Sandaime said, raising his voice. "It's not that." Kakashi tried to defend himself. "Yes, it is," the third insisted. "Because if you would have had the slightest bit of interest in Naruto, you would have found out that you owed to Obito to take care of him," the Hokage said. Deep in his heart, the seasoned shinobi was going to enjoy seeing Kakashi's face after the Jounin heard what he was about to reveal. "What do you mean?" the silver-haired man asked with caution. Sarutobi continued to stare down the younger man. "You never bothered to find out who Naruto's mother was, did you, Kakashi?" the Hokage questioned. Now Kakashi was confused. What does Naruto's mother have to do in all of this? The copy ninja asked. If you have bothered to investigate, you would have found out that Naruto's mother was Uchiha Kage. The Sandaime finished. The silver-haired man was surprised once again. That piece of information had shocked him beyond anything that they had talked about until then. You don't mean? The man said weakly. Yes, Naruto's mother was Uchiha Obito's sister. The Hokage responded. Naruto is your fallen teammate's nephew. He's more connected to that eye of Yoru than Sasuke could ever be. Sarutobi revealed. Kakashi sat down as his shock had not subsided completely. The silver-haired shinobi brought his hand up to his covered eye. How could he have done this? How could he have done this to Naruto? To Obito? To his own sensei? Does he have a Sharingan? Kakashi finally asked. Even thought the Hokage would have very much enjoyed telling the Jounin the truth. He had already promised Naruto that he would not. No, he answered. You know that the Namikaze and the Uchiha clan were very different. I do not think that Naruto would be able to activate it since it seems that his Namikaze heritage have overpowered the Uchiha. Kakashi nodded numbly. And you do not have to worry about Naruto's training anymore. The third continued. From now until the Chunin exam starts, I will be supervising his training. The Sandaime finished. The copy ninja nodded once again and asked to be dismissed. The Hokage knew that Kakashi had a lot to think about and decided to let him go. The silver-haired Jounin walked aimlessly through the village for hours. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, around the time when rain started to fall, that Kakashi found himself in front of the memorial stone. The man fell on his knees and stared at the name Uchiha Obito. I'm sorry, he muttered. The Hokage is right. The reason why I wanted to train Sasuke was because he's a prodigy and I've been using your name as a way to justify myself. The Jounin admitted. And to top it all, I ignored and neglected Naruto. My student. Your Nephao. Sensei's son. He chocked for a second. I failed you and Minato-sensei. Please, forgive me. Kakashi begged and finally started his way home. On the way, tears fell from both his eyes and beneath his headband. It was the morning of the Chunin exam and Naruto was currently at the Hokage's office. The Sandaime had called him to the tower earlier that morning, telling him that he needed to meet him right away. 5 minutes later, the bloodline was knocking on the Hokage's window, and now he was waiting around as the seasoned shinobi searched the room for something. Ah, here it is, Sarutobi exclaimed as he held a scroll. Naruto noticed that the Namikaze clan's symbol was imprinted on the scroll's seal. What is that, old man? The Genin asked, looking at the parchment with curiosity. Well, since you have done so well in your training and learned very single jutsu in the scrolls I gave you, I have decided to use this. He signaled to the scroll. Think of it as a present for all of your hard work. The Sandaime gave the young man the parchment. It is a summoning scroll for an ancient weapon. The third explained. Only a member of the Namikaze clan are able to summon it and use it. The Hokage said, smiling. The hand seals necessary for the summoning are inside as well. Naruto opened his present. Inside were the series of hand seals needed, a bunch of stuff he ignored, and some sort of symbol similar to the Namikaze insignia as its center. Normally, you would need to carry the scroll everywhere and use it to perform the summoning jutsus by placing a bit of your blood into the seal. The third commented, but since this is a specific clan jutsu, you can replace the scroll with a summoning tattoo. In fact, if you hurry, you could get the tattoo done before the Chunin exam starts, Naruto-kun. The Hokage said, smiling at the young shinobi. The spiky-haired blonde closed the scroll and looked at the Hokage. Thanks, old man. The Jinchuriki said with a half a smile as he turned around and jumped out of the window. Several hours later, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi were standing outside room 301, waiting for the last member of their team. Kakashi-sensei, where is Naruto? Sakura asked. The exam begins in a few minutes, and he still hasn't shown up. The Uchiha was pacing in the hall anxiously. Is he coming? The young man asked. I'm sure he is. The silver-haired Jounin responded. He'll be here, don't worry, he said, his eyes shifting back and forth, almost nervously. But before he does, there is something really important that I need to talk to you two about. He suddenly started again. It's about Naruto. You see, during this past month he has sort of changed, the man informed. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked in confusing. How did he change? Kakashi did not really how to answer the girl's question. The Hokage had only said that Naruto was not the same anymore, but he had not given any specifics, and the silver-haired shinobi had been unable to muster enough courage to face the spiky-haired boy during the previous month. In fact, the famed Nin was not sure if he would be able to face him now. Before the Jounin had time to make up an answer for the pink-haired Kunoichi's question, all three Leaf Nins heard footsteps come from down the hall. All three turned around to see who was coming. They tried to figure out who was walking towards them, but it was not until they saw the whisker marks on his face that they recognized him. Naruto, Sakura said in a low voice. The two Genin were left dumbfounded. Their teacher saying that the blonde had changed was a massive understatement, since, from their perspective, it seemed that the boy had undergone a complete transformation. His orange jumpsuit and blue sandals were gone. Now the spiky-haired teen wore a pair of black sandals, dark blue pants, a navy color undershirt, and a black, long-sleeved jacket over it. A spiral symbol was present on the backside of his jacket and on the shoulder, and his hair had grown a lot longer during the masked month since it almost covered his leaf headband now. Naruto passed them without saying a single word. The only proof of acknowledgement between the members of Team 7 was the small second in which the blonde Genin looked directly at his teammate's eyes. When the Jinchuriki was in front of the door, he stopped and looked back. "It's time for us to enter," Naruto said with a monotonous voice as he pushed the door open. All three Genin entered the testing room. Immediately, they were welcomed with the glares from all other participants. Sasuke-kun. Suddenly, a blue and yellow appeared on Team 7's field of view and lashed itself onto the Uchiha. Anger started to seep into Sakura right away. "Stop bothering Sasuke-kun, Ino pig," Sakura shouted at the girl that was hugging the raven-haired boy. "This is so troublesome," a black-haired boy said lazily as he approached the group, while a boy eating potato chips followed fight behind him. Naruto, who was not paying much attention to the two girls bickering, turned his gaze towards his former classmates Shikamaru and Chuji as they stood before the group for a second before looking back up to the roof. "Whoa, I that Naruto? I can't be." He never looked so serious or stood so quiet before, the Nara though as he regarded the blonde leaning against the wall. "Well, it seems that the rookie 9 are all together again." An arrogant voice was heard as Kiba made his way towards the others, his dog, Akamaru, barking from inside of the boy's jacket. Behind the Inuzuka were a blue-haired girl with pale eyes and a boy wearing sunglasses. Hinata and Shino followed the hooded teen as he reached the group. Kiba took a second to look at everyone. "Hold on a second," he suddenly said. "Where is the dope? I don't see him anywhere." The brown-haired boy wondered out loud. It was at that moment that the member of the Rookie 9 felt a strong, aggressive presence spike up in the room. All of their eyes turned to the source, and, for the first time, that the rest of Teams 8 and 10 noticed the blonde leaning against the wall. "Naruto, is that you?" Kiba called out. "Do you've changed?" the Inuzuka said as he walked towards the spiky-haired boy. The hooded teen stopped on his track the moment his eyes met Naruto's. A cold chill went down the brown-haired boy's back. "Hey, Billboard Brow, what happened to Naruto?" Ino asked in a whisper as she moved closer to her former best friend. The pink-haired girl bit her lips. "I don't know Ino pig," she answered. "It's the first time that I've seen him in a month. Something must have happened during that period of time," the Haruno said. "You guys are really causing a bad first impression," a gray-haired leaf Nin wearing glasses said as he walked towards them. "Especially the blonde one with the attitude." Sasuke immediately stepped forward. "And who are you supposed to be?" the raven-haired boy asked the older shinobi. "My name is Yakushi Kabuto," the young man responded. "And you guys should try to keep a low profile. You are the Rookie 9 after all, already infamous around here, and this year's bunch is pretty tense as it is," he commented as he glanced around the room. "In all my year of taking these exams, I've never seen such a touch group of Genins brought together." The younger Nins looked around as well. All they found were glares. For example, Kabuto started again. "You have the team from Hidden Rain, they're extremely irritable. Not to mention the Genins from Suna, especially the one with the gourd on his back. He gives me the creeps," the gray-haired teen admitted. "You seem to know a lot about this exam," Sakura commented with curiosity. "Well, that comes with the territory when this is your 7th time taking the exam," Kabuto said, blushing slightly in embarrassment and scratching the back of his head. But each try bring new things, he said as he composed himself. Like the team from Otogakure, it's the first time in this exam, and they just get to send one team since there's such a small village. The gray-haired Jinin informed. Suddenly, someone from the crow threw a pair of kunai at Kabuto. The leaf Jinin was able to dodge them with ease, but then a boy covered in bandaged appeared right in front of the gray-haired Jinin and swung his fist forward at the Konoha nin's face. Just barely, Kabuto was able to move his head back and evade that attack as well. When everything seemed fine, the leaf Jinin's glass suddenly broke and he started spewing blood from the mouth and the ears. Don't think lightly of the sound, the bandaged boy said as a girl with long hair and boy with blue hair walked forward and stood by him. Yeah, by the end of the exam, all three of us Oto Nin will be. The boy started to say but suddenly stopped when he felt something on the back of his neck. Between him and the bandaged Jinin stood Naruto with a kunai held up to both of their necks. I think that the two of you should calm down, the blonde said in a monotonous tone. Unless you want to start something. Naruto finished, pushing the blades even closer to their necks. Do not underestimate me. Don't think lightly of the sound, the bandaged boy said as a girl with long hair and boy with blue hair walked forward and stood by him. Yeah, by the end of the exam, all three of us Oto Nin will be. The boy started to say but suddenly stopped when he felt something on the back of his neck. Between him and the bandaged Jinin stood Naruto with a kunai held up to both of their necks. I think that the two of you should calm down, the blonde said in a monotonous tone. Unless you want to start something. Naruto finished, pushing the blades even closer to their necks. The sound shinobi were astonished. They had seen the blonde Jinin leaning against the wall and away from the rest of the group before they attacked. None of them sensed him move until he appeared between them. Before things could escalate, the doors to the room were pushed wide open and the instructors appeared. Quiet down, a leaf Nin with scars on his face exclaimed, causing many of the Jinin present to jolt in surprise before he walked into the room followed by several Chunin. I do not want any trouble between Leaf and Sound, the tall man firmly stated as he glared down at Naruto and the Oto ninjas. The blonde looked straight back at the older shinobi's eyes, but nevertheless he pulled his blades back and moved away from the Sound Jinin. Now, my name is Marino Ibiki, the man announced to the rest of the room, and I will be your instructor for the first part of the Chunin exam, he declared before slamming the large stack of papers he had been carrying in the desk at the front of the room. Take your seats, so we may begin. The Jounin finished. Quietly, Naruto moved to his seat without saying anything to his teammates or to his former classmates. As he sat there, the spiky-haired boy looked to his side just as a very nervous Hinata took the seat next to her. Every so often, the Hyuga would steal a glance at the blonde as she fidgeted with her fingers. The Uzumaki could see that the Kunoichi was a nervous wreck. Whether it was because of the exam or because of his display with the Sound Nin, the Sharingan user did not know, but still felt guilty about it. So then, for the first time in the last month, Naruto gave a small smile when he knew she was looking, hopping at someone reassure the young girl. Her face got several shades redder, but nevertheless the Hyuga seemed calmer afterwards. A couple of hours later, the members of Team 7 were waiting for the second part of the exam to start. At least that tedious first part is done with. Naruto thought. That test's intentions could not have been clearer. He reasoned as his hand checked that all his gear was ready for the next phase. With all the Chunin in the room and so much emphasis on cheating, it was obvious what they wanted. The Jinchuriki reasoned. Even though the Uzumaki had deduced the objective of the written test, he had decided to tempt his fate and prove his theory. A light chuckle escaped the blonde. I kind of wish I could see that Jounin's face when he finds my test, he thought as his mind drifted to the piece of paper back in the room in which he had only written his name and left everything else blank. Hearing his teammate's quiet laugh, Sakura glanced at Naruto nervously. She had been beyond shock at how much he had changed in such a short time, and the fact that he had barely said anything to her or to Sasuke made her even more worried. Feeling eyes on him, the Sharingan user glanced at his side once again, this time finding his pink-haired teammate observing him. The Haruno waited a couple of seconds as she gazed at the blonde sapphire eyes. The twinkle in those eyes that the spiky-haired boy had always directed at her was completely missing. Instead, they seemed passive, perhaps even dull, as if he could not care any less about what she had to say. Gathering her courage, Sakura finally spoke up. Naruto, she started, but her words were cut off when the gates to the forest suddenly opened. Immediately, all the genin rushed in to start the second phase of the exam. The killer intent emanating from the forest was enough to wipe everything else away from the genin's minds. I had expected to run into more challenges by now. Naruto pondered as he and the rest of Team 7 sat on a small clearing, taking a break 5 hours into the second part of the exam. So far, all that we have seen was a weak group of Rainin, and they ended up running away soon after. The blonde thought with a bit of disappointment. During these last couple of hours, the members of Team 7 had come to silently agree to continue to make their way deeper into the forest while keeping an eye out for any team that might be carrying the Earth Scroll they needed to pass. In all honesty, Naruto had expected to find several teams within the time period that had passed, but he had been severely wrong. "I'm going to go ahead and scout the area," the blonde suddenly announced, surprising the other two genin with the longest sentence he had said to them since that fateful day on the bridge. Before either of the two was able to recompose an object, the spiky-haired boy had already disappeared among the trees. A sight escaped Sakura. What do you think happened to him?" she asked the raven-haired boy near here, her worries about their teammates' sudden and drastic change having become too much to bear in silence. "I don't know," Sasuke responded simply with a frown. "He definitely feels odd," he added as he recalled how the blonde acted the last time the Uchiha had seen him and how different it was from his current attitude. "It's like The boy stopped in mid-sentence when he suddenly felt a terrifying amount of chakra being gathered somewhere close by. Too close for the Sharingan user's comfort. "Sakura, move out of the way," he shouted. The two leaf nin jumped from where they were sitting just before a powerful blast of wind burst right through with enough force to tear a tree off its place. Immediately activating his Sharingan, Sasuke started to look around the forest for the source of the attack. "So there you are," a menacing voice echoed through the surroundings. "Sasuke-kun," it added before a grass nin appeared in front of the two genin. "Amaterasu," Naruto exclaimed seconds after activating his Sora Sharingan. Immediately, the giant snake that was about to swallow him whole was completely covered in black flames. To its credit, the giant reptile continued its attack as its entire body burned, forcing the spiky-haired boy to jump back a couple of branches. Eventually, the snake stopped advancing and, after some squirming, finally dropped dead in the middle of the forest, the black flames still eating its body away. The Uzumaki observed the dead animal for a couple of seconds. "That was weird," the Jinchuriki said to himself as he remembered how the snake had ignored its wounds to continue attacking him. "It almost looked as if the snake had been sent after me specifically," he commented before the Sharingan disappeared from his eyes. Suddenly, Naruto felt two chakra signatures spike in the direction in which he had left his teammates. One of them was familiar and around the level of a Chunin. The blonde could easily recognize it as Sasuke's, but the other one he could not readily identify. It felt like a Jounin, and a very powerful one, not as strong as Itachi's, but just as menacing. Not liking the feeling of that chakra, the Jinchuriki dashed off back towards his teammates. It took him a short while to get back to the clearing, but what he found there shocked the young boy to the core. A disfigured grass nin was biting Sasuke on the neck as the raven-haired genin agonized in pain. Rage started to fill the blonde's body. The grass nin finally let the Uchiha fall limply to the ground. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura screamed, rushing to catch the raven-haired boy's unconscious body. Taking advantage that his presence had not been noticed, the blonde quickly formed a series of hand seals. "Gakakyu no Jutsu," he said before blowing a large fireball out of his mouth towards the grass nin. Unfortunately, the strange shinobi saw the large fire jutsu approaching and had more than enough time to move clear out of the way of the blast. The long-haired man took a few seconds to regard the blonde in amusement. "I thought that my snake would have been enough to take care of you," the disfigured nin said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" he asked. "There is no way you are a genin," the Jinchuriki stated firmly. A chuckle escaped the grass Nin. Well, aren't you more perceptive than I gave you credit for, Naruto-kun? He commented before bringing one of his hands up to his face and actually ripping the skin off. What was left was an incredibly pale face with yellow eyes that resembled a serpent's. Despite himself, the spiky-haired body took a step back on the branch he was standing on. He recognized the face, not just from the Konoha history books, but also from a picture in the Sandame's office. You, the snake Sannin. The old geezer's former student, Orochimaru. The genin exclaimed. A delighted laugh escaped the pale man. Right again, Naruto-kun. The legendary shinobi said with amusement. So now, if you know who I am and what I am capable of, why don't you just take your teammates and walk away? He smiled wickedly. I would really like Team 7 to continue to the third phase of the Chunin exam. The Sannin added. Naruto narrowed his eyes and let out a growl. Do you think I'm scared of you? The snake summoner's smile widened. Well, there are several villages that are still recovering from missions I carried out in there that would think so. The Jinchuriki's at being made light of. I'm not stupid, he stated. I know that you were chased out of the village by the Sandame and are still considered a high priority, missing Nin. The spiky-haired boy pointed out. If you were to use your full power, it would be the same as to lighting up a huge neon sign over your head saying, please, third, come and get me. As she held Sasuke's body, Sakura was being quickly overwhelmed by fear. In front of her was a man that people said was as powerful as a Hokage and as vicious as a bijou. And to top it all off, Naruto was challenging him. The blonde had changed yet again. Gone was the cold and aloof boy that she had seen walking toward them at the beginning of the exam, and in his stead there was menacing warrior giving off wave after wave of killer intent. Suddenly, Orochimaru started to laugh out loud. Haha, I knew you were unpredictable, Naruto-kun, but I never thought you were this much fun. He exclaimed as he continued to laugh. Very well then. I will fight you at the same level I fought Sasuke-kun. Let's see how long you can last. The Sannin finally agreed before staking a fighting stance. In a flash, both Naruto and Orochimaru lunged towards each other. Fist met fist, sending a small shockwave that shook the leaves on the trees. The pale man tried to kick the spiky-haired boy, but the blonde was able to block the incoming strike with ease using his forearm. The Jinchuriki then tried to deliver a punch of his own to the Sannin's jaw. However, before his attack could connect, he saw another fist flying straight towards his face. Naruto switched from offensive to defensive in less than a second as he moved his arms to block Orochimaru's punch. Unfortunately, the attack still carried more than enough strength to send the young boy a couple of feet back. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The genin immediately called out, making two clones appear next to him. The three boys immediately charged forward at the Sannin. The clones moved in from the sides while Naruto went for a frontal assault. However, older Shinobi was able to block all of the attacks simultaneously and push Naruto and his clones back. All three blondes took out a couple of shuriken each and hurled at Orochimaru. As the spinning blades flew through the air towards their target, Naruto and his clones cried out in unison. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately, the 6 blades in mid-flight multiply to over 100. Orochimaru jumped off the branch he had been standing on to avoid the massive amount of weapons flying towards him. The moment he landed back on a branch, he was instantly surrounded by the 3 blondes, each already driving their attacks towards the black-haired man as they started to pump more chakra into their movements. At his current, heavily restricted power level, it was starting to prove difficult for the Sannin to keep up with the genin and his 3 clones. Despite what his intel had gathered, the original Naruto was actually faster and stronger than Sasuke, while his clones were at least on par with the Uchiha. After being put on the defensive for far longer than his pride would allow it, Orochimaru finally found an opening and managed to deliver powerful blows to both of the clones. When the Bunshin disappeared in a cloud of smoke, the real Naruto used it as cover to land a powerful punch at the pale man's face, sending the Sannin flying straight into a tree. However, before the blonde was able to continue his attack, the older shinobi rose on of his hands, and a pair of snakes immediately came out of his sleeve, lunging themselves at the boy. Naruto quickly took out a kunai and beheaded both snakes with one swift movement. The Jinchuriki wasted no time, and charged towards the Sannin as he readied his blade. Orochimaru easily blocked his opponent's kunai strike, but the Genin immediately dropped the weapon and used his now free hand to grab onto the pale man's forearm. The spiky-haired boy spun his body in the air and delivered a powerful kick onto the Sannin's head, sending him flying off the tree branch. Even his body landed. Naruto was already making hand seals. "Entenkawa no jutsu," the blonde exclaimed. Immediately, a powerful blast of hot air shot out of the Genin's mouth, hitting Orochimaru with full force and slamming his body on the ground far away with a thunderous impact. Instead of relaxing, the Jinchuriki started to frantically search his surroundings. The next second, Orochimaru suddenly burst out of the groan below the Genin's branch and jumped straight towards the boy with a kunai in hand. Acting out of instinct, the blonde jumped to a higher tree branch to avoid the attack. "Kakuku, I must say, you are leaving me quite surprised, Naruto-kun," the Sannin commented as if he was having the time of his life. Naruto glared down at his opponent. "You shouldn't have underestimated me," he said. "I'm strong, stronger than you could ever imagine," the Uzumaki exclaimed as he activated the Sora Sharingan and looked straight into Orochimaru's eyes. "Gakakyu no Jutsu, Great Fireball Jutsu. Entenkawa no Jutsu, Blazing River Jutsu, made up. A secret. Kakuku, I must say, you are leaving me quite surprised, Naruto-kun," the Sannin commented as if he was having the time of his life. Naruto glared down at his opponent. "You shouldn't have underestimated me," he said. "I'm strong, stronger than you could ever imagine," the Uzumaki exclaimed as he activated the Sora Sharingan and looked straight into Orochimaru's eyes. It was as if time had suddenly stopped for the Sannin as all of the thoughts in his head were wiped out, leaving space only for the pair of navy blue eyes with white comas that were firmly starting into his serpent-like eyes. Too lost in his own pondering, the pale man almost missed when the young blonde opened his mouth and muttered the word Amaterasu. Acting out of instinct more than anything else, the snake summoner immediately jumped onto another tree. The next second, the branch where he had been standing on burst into black flames that consumed it in a matter of seconds. Orochimaru's eyes quickly shifted back and forth between Naruto's eyes and the black flames he had conjured. "Impossible," he whispered, holding his gaze on the flames before starting at the Genin again. "How can you have a Sharingan?" the Sannin asked in a low voice. The mirth he had when he was mocking the young man was completely gone. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked down at his hand for a couple of seconds before answering. "You ask how I can have it," the spiky-haired boy repeated before suddenly closing his hand in a tight fist. "I would have thought it would be obvious. This is the Sora Sharingan. This is my bloodline," the Uzumaki firmly stated. The Genin's answer failed to satisfy the older shinobi as his face changed from shock to anger. Taking a few seconds, Orochimaru composed himself. "I always did find it odd how my spies could not get any information about your heritages," the black man commented. "I could guess who your father was due to your physical characteristics and the circumstances regarding your birth, but your mother?" the Sannin wondered out loud. The blonde's Sharingan eyes narrowed at the man's words. "Kakuku," a low chuckle escaped Orochimaru. "I see now. So this is the result of combining the Uchiha and Namake's bloodlines," he said. "But to be able to use techniques unique to the Manjikyu Sharingan. Now that is impressive," the snake summoner commented with a smirk. Having heard enough, the blonde jumped forward and immediately appeared in front of Orochimaru. The Jinchuriki drove his fist into the Sannin's stomach, sending the older man flying into a tree. "Having the Sharingan helps me regulate the chakra throughout my body, giving me almost perfect chakra control," he revealed. "Plus it allows me to see when my opponents are gathering chakra to attack or flexing their muscles when they are about to defend themselves." Orochimaru glared at the Genin. "Yes, I know how the Sharingan works," the Sannin commented as the young man started advancing towards him, forcing the man to continue putting distance between them. The older shinobi was in a bit of a conundrum. One part of him was dying to know what the spiky-haired boy and his strange Sharingan could do, but the other was aware that in his restricted state he might not be able to beat the Jinchuriki, and going all out was out of the question because if the third became aware of his presence, his whole plan would be ruined. Taking advantage that his opponent's mind seemed to be distracted, Naruto quickly performed a series of hand seals. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Immediately, another enormous fireball came out of the Leaf Nin's mouth and shot towards the black-haired man. Orochimaru had foreseen the incoming attack and easily jumped out of the way. Unfortunately, the spiky-haired boy had jumped even higher than him and proceeded to drive his hell right to the top of the missing Nin's head, sending him crashing down to the ground. The Sannin was able to land on his feet, but before he could straighten himself up, he felt another punch dig into his stomach. As the snake summoner's body was pushed back by the punch, Naruto quickly delivered a powerful kick into his ribcage, sending his body flying sideways onto a tree. Immediately, the Sharingan user chased after his opponent. Orochimaru was able to stop two of the Jinchuriki's fists, but the third one connected with his chin. The black-haired man's body was actually raised a couple of inches into the air by the Genin's uppercut. The Uzumaki proceeded to drive a powerful kick into the Sannin's airborne body, brutally slamming it back into the tree behind them. "I told you, I'm strong," Naruto muttered. Orochimaru growled under his breath. "Cheeky brat, but if I use any more power, I would risk the chance of being discovered here," he thought. "And any jutsu I could be copied by him, and adding to his firepower would be counterproductive to my plans," the snake summoner reasoned. The older shinobi suddenly took out a pair of kunai and hurled them at the blonde. Naruto was able to dodge the incoming blades with ease and dashed towards the missing Nin. The Sannin blocked the Jinchuriki's punch and tried to connect one of his own, but instead his fist was stopped by the blonde. Having a clear opening, the Uzumaki delivered a powerful punch on Orochimaru's stomach, leaving the pale man gasping for air as the Sharingan user continued his attack by driving another fist to the side of the missing Nin's face. Orochimaru was sent flying to the side, his body bouncing off the ground as his momentum died out. "I guess I had my fun for the day," the older shinobi thought as he immediately stood back up and jumped onto a tree with the intention of making his escape. Seeing his opponent trying to get away, Naruto immediately took out a kunai and threw it at the Sannin's direction. The snake summoner saw the weapon flying towards him and moved his body safely out of the way. It was not until the kunai flew past him that the pale man realized that there was an explosive tag tied to it. "Amaterasu," the young Jinchuriki said. Immediately, the small blade and the piece of paper were engulfed in black flames. The explosion that ensued sent the Sannin crashing back down onto the ground once again. By the time that the black-haired man's body hit the ground, Naruto had already finished the hand seals he needed for his next move. "Kakugen Kengoku no Jutsu," Naruto called out. Immediately, for stone walls bust out of the ground around the Sannin, encasing him. Orochimaru looked up at the only exit in his prison to find the blonde already standing on its edge. Naruto looked down at the former Leaf Nin with his Sora Sharingan. "Amaterasu," the Uzumaki repeated, conjuring more black flames that immediately filled the inside of the prison. A second later, the whole stone construct exploded as the body of a giant snake fell lifelessly into the ground. Moments later, Orochimaru burst out of the serpent's body completely unharmed by the flames. "Kakuku, that was a very clever strategy, Naruto-kun. I applaud you," the older shinobi commented in an amused tone. "It is a true shame that I cannot have your body instead. Between you and Sasuke-kun, it is clear that you are the better vessel, but I guess he would have to do," he said with a thoughtful look. Naruto narrowed his eyes at those words. "So that's your plan?" he questioned in disgust. "Why do you want his body?" the Jinchuriki demanded. A chuckle escaped the pale man. "For the Sharingan, of course. With it, I will be one step closer to my ultimate goal," he announced. "Make sure to nurture your Naruto-kun. I really want to find out what those eyes of yours are capable of seeing," Orochimaru added before leaves suddenly started swirling around him. Before the genin could react, the Sannin had disappeared. The blonde continued looking around for a couple of seconds and tried to sense the missing Nin's chakra. Not finding anything, the spiky-haired boy finally lowered his guard and deactivated his Sharingan. Still holding on to Sasuke's body, Sakura was hyperventilating as she watched her blonde teammate finally turn towards them and drop down to the ground. The Kunoichi's mind raged as the Uzumaki approached. Naruto, Sharingan, Orochimaru, Sasuke-kun. Just what the hell is going on? The Haruno's thoughts were a complete mess as she had to concentrate not to start shaking. It was not long before Naruto was already standing over the two other members of Team 7. Without saying anything to the pink-haired girl, the Uzumaki crouched down, picked the Uchiha's body, and proceeded to prop him over his shoulder and start walking away. We have to find some place safe for him to recuperate, the spiky-haired boy finally said. Her teammate's sudden words finally snapped Sakura out of her stupor. Naruto, what? What was that all about? She tripped over her words as she tried to get the question out. A Sharingan. You have a blue Sharingan? She finally asked. The Uzumaki stopped in his tracks and remained silent for a few seconds. You cannot tell anyone. Got it, Sakura? Naruto declared without even looking back before starting to walk again. In the back of her mind, the young woman noted the lack of the chan suffix after her name. But, how? The girl stammered. Sakura. The blonde barked out her name, causing the pink-haired girl to flinch. I am not playing here. You have to keep what you saw a secret, do you understand? Naruto asked as he finally looked back at his teammate. The Haruno was barely able to suppress a gasp. The blonde's eyes, that had been dull and lifeless when she saw them just an hour before, were stormy and chaotic. There were so many emotions reflected in those sapphire eyes that the Kunoichi could not even begin to discern one from the other. Nah, Naruto, she called out softly after him. If the spiky-haired boy heard her, he chose to ignore her. Instead, he continued walking with Sasuke's unconscious body still on his shoulder. I understand, Sakura answered, letting a few tears fall silently to the ground before following her teammates. Kakugen Kingoku no Jutsu, Granite Prison Jutsu. Lingering bitterness. Naruto sat on a clearing with his back pressed against a tree. Just a short distance away, Sakura sat right next to the still unconscious Sasuke, her eyes shifting nervously back and forth between her sleeping teammate and her blonde one. They were already on the second day of the Chunin exam, yet after the bizarre incident with the notorious missing Nin, Orochimaru, there had barely been any words spoken between the members of Team 7. Instead, everything that she had witnessed in the past 24 hours had been left to simmer inside the pink-haired girl's mind, where it had been progressively eating her up from inside since. The situation has proven too much for the Haruno to handle. In the back of her mind, she briefly wondered if she was perhaps still on her bed sleeping through the actual exam and caught in a dream that started with a completely changed and cold Naruto and ended with an unconscious and wounded Sasuke. A short, mirthless laugh escaped the pink-haired Kunoichi when she realized how much she wished she was currently dreaming. For his part, Naruto rather liked the silence. After a close encounter with an S-ranked missing Nin, it was the perfect thing to calm him down. For the past 24 hours, the conversation between the Genins were limited to timid and hushed questions from Sakura, short and dry answer from the blonde, and the occasional pained grunt from the unconscious Uchiha. The sudden sound of a chuckle from his teammate finally snapped the Jinchuriki out of his thoughts. I'm going to go look for the Earth Scroll, Naruto declared as he stood up. Sakura was caught off guard by the mere fact that the blonde had spoken with a complete sentence. What? Wait, she struggled to say, tripping over her own words. We can't wait any longer for Sasuke to wake up. The more time we waste, the more difficult it will be to find one, the spiky-haired boy firmly stated before starting to walk toward the edge of the clearing. Having regained some of her composure, the young Kunoichi stood up as well. But Sakura tried to protest, wanting to say that it would be dangerous for the blonde to go off on his own. But then she caught herself when memories of the fight she had witnessed the day before flooded back into her mind, showing the girl how wrong her assessment of her teammate was. Naruto stopped walking for a couple of seconds and carefully looked back over his shoulder at the rest of Team 7 before returning his gaze forward and continuing on his way. With each step that the blonde took away from them and into the depths of the forest, Sakura could feel her strength being zapped away until her legs finally gave out, and she fell down sitting on back on the floor. The Kunoichi's gaze fell on her unresponsive crush. In the short time since the second part of the Chunin exam started, she had witnessed more unbelievable events that she ever had in her whole life. And this is coming from a genin that accidentally stumbled upon an A-rank mission. The Haruno reasoned as she sat there almost by herself. Unlike when she first entered, the forest of death now felt eerily quiet to her. In the silence, Sakura thought that if she concentrated hard enough, she could still hear the echo of Naruto's fight with Orochimaru. But when she closed her eyes, all she could see was Naruto's blue and white Sharingan glaring back at her. The mere thought made the pink-haired girl shiver in a mixture of fear, confusion, and curiosity. She could not said that blonde had gotten stronger. That word did not even begin to cover it. Instead, the former class clown, dead last goofball, had simply become powerful. More powerful than any genin Sakura had ever seen, and that list included Sasuke. About 25 minutes had passed since Naruto left in search for an Earth Scroll, and Sakura had been left behind to ponder on her thoughts. Unexpectedly, the kunoichi was snapped out of her deep train of thought by a sudden presence nearby. Looking around, the Haruno hoped to see her spiky-haired teammate walking into the clearing with the scroll in hand because, if he wasn't him, the girl was unsure that she could protect Sasuke for whatever new horror the forest of death was about to throw at them. A faint thud sound caused Sakura to look up at one of the trees at the edge of the clearing, and immediately her hopes were crushed. "What do you want?" the kunoichi asked, trying to muster as much menace and confidence as she could while taking out a kunai and placing her body in front of the unconscious Uchiha. The three members of the sound team looked down at the leaf genin before sharing a chuckle between all three of them. "It does not concern you," the bandaged shinobi informed. "We're here after the Uchiha, and if you try to get in our way, we will not hesitate to kill you," the black-haired boy said, unable to hide the glee in his words. To her credit, Sakura did not back down. She was prepared to defend Sasuke no matter what happened next. Another laugh was shared between the Oto Nin as they saw the pink-haired girl tighten her grip on her kunai. The bandaged boy rolled up his sleeve to reveal some sort of large device strapped to his forearm. However, Sakura was only able to look at it for a single second because, on the next one, all three of them charged towards her at incredible speed. "I give up. I give up. You can have our scroll." An IWA shinobi screamed and flailed his one free arm before using it to take out an earth scroll from his pocket and throwing it to the side. As a response to his words, Naruto released the arm he held behind the stone ninja's back and unceremoniously let him fall face first into the ground. "Quick, let's go. This leaf means are crazy," one of the genin's teammates shouted as he helped his friend back to his, and, along with the third member of their team, quickly ran away. From his position up on the tree branches, the spiky-haired boy could see the severely beaten IW genin fleeing from him without looking back or caring about their scroll anymore. Finally, the blonde whispered as he let out a sigh. "This is the third group I found. I was starting to think I was never going to get the damn Earth Scroll," he thought to himself before dropping down and picking up his reward for all his efforts. In the back of his mind, the Sharingan users wondered if the Waterfall and Cloud teams he had beaten up had regained consciousness yet. Placing the Earth Scroll in his pouch, the Jinchuriki took a moment to ponder over his situation and reflect. For the first time in his life, Naruto actually felt strong. All his life, he had always been running away, trying his best not to get carried over and drowned by the waves of hatred in the village. Then the incident with Itachi occurred, and after that the blonde had spent almost all of his time training with the third. His first actual battle since his change had pitted the Sharingan users against Orochimaru of all people, and even though he managed to hold his own, the boy would not kid himself and think that if the Sannin would not have crushed him in less than a second had he really wanted to. Now though, fighting against other genin teams, Naruto felt vastly superior. He could now see the fruit of his training and all he had gained since his meeting with Itachi. It was a lot better than thinking about all he had lost on that night. Suddenly, Naruto's basking was cut short when he sensed a very strange chakra signature coming from the direction of his teammates' clearing. The chakra was not as foul as the Kyuubi's, but it still felt extremely hostile and strong. Without another thought, the blonde dashed back towards his teammates. "Damn it! Are they going to get in trouble every single freaking time I leave them alone for more than a few minutes? Naruto raged in his mind as he increased his speed. Back in the clearing, the faces of Sakura, Lee, Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji were a mixture of surprise and terror. Soon after the initial attack, Lee and the members of Team 8 had come to Sakura's aid, but despite their best efforts, they were all eventually overpowered and beaten by the Sound Ninjas. It was at that moment that Sasuke had suddenly woken up and things turned really terrifying. After he regained consciousness, strange, dark flame-like marks appeared on the Uchiha's body as he started to emanate a menacing chakra. The raven-haired boy's face was an eerie mixture of madness and malice as he launched himself at the three Oto Nins. Within a couple of moments, Sasuke had utterly crushed all three of his opponents, much to the shock of the other Leaf Shinobi, which only increased with what happened next. Sasuke took a hold of the black-haired Sound Nin's arms, both of which he had already broken just a few minutes prior, and now seemed intent in tearing the Genin's arms off his body. Meanwhile, the Oto Shinobi screamed and pleaded to be spared. Sasuke-kun, stop! Sakura could have sworn that her heart was beating louder than she screamed. Unfortunately, the pink-haired girl's words, or anyone else's in the clearing, seemed to fail to reach the hell-bent Uchiha. Suddenly, everyone present saw a dark blur swiftly pass by, and, the next thing they knew, the raven-haired boy was pinned down to the ground. That's more than enough, Sasuke. Naruto firmly stated as he looked down at his teammate straight in the eyes. Ino blinked in surprise, and a quick look at her surroundings showed that all the other Leaf Nins shared the same expression. No one had even sensed, let alone heard, the blonde approach. Get off me, loser. Sasuke growled as he tried to kick Naruto off of him. The spiky-haired boy jumped away before the foot could make contact with him. Instantly, Sasuke was back on his feet. Without saying anything, and to Sakura's horror, the Uchiha quickly took out a kunai and charged towards his blonde teammate at full force. On reflex, Naruto pulled out a kunai of his own and blocked the raven-haired boy's attack. The clash between the two Leaf Genin sent a small shockwave throughout their surroundings. What the hell are you doing? The blonde asked, his voice getting colder with every word. A wicked smile appeared in Sasuke's face. I simply want to know, he started in a gleeful voice, the extent of my newfound power, he exclaimed. Both teenagers jumped backwards and, in almost synchronized precision, sent their blades flying at each other. The two kunai collided in midair and fell to the ground. I don't want to fight you, Sasuke, Naruto firmly stated, glaring at his teammate. Like you have a choice. The raven-haired boy responded before charging forwards at the blonde once again. Gritting his teeth, the Jinchuriki had no other choice but to block the incoming attack from his seemingly deranged teammate. With each punch that the Uzumaki stopped, his patience with Sasuke waned. Some distance away from the clearing, Neji watched the two genin fight each other. At one point he had considered intervening himself, if nothing else to get Lee out of the dilemma he had foolishly gotten himself caught in, lest it became detrimental to their team advancing to the next round, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, the young man watched from his position on top of a tree branch, and he could see that the blonde one was holding back his strength. However, the Uchiha seemed to be getting stronger and stronger with each passing second. Intrigued by the events unfolding before him, the Hyuga activated his Byakugan to have a better view of the fight. Meanwhile, back in the clearing, Naruto continued to block Sasuke's strikes. Slowly but surely, annoyance started to turn into anger. For his part, the raven-haired kept on attacking. With every single punch, the Uchiha could feel himself getting stronger. With every kick he felt faster, and with every step he pushed his opponent back, he felt more powerful. The blonde blocked a punch with one hand and a kick with the others, but before he could recover, he saw one more of Sasuke's punches flying swiftly towards him. With no other option, the Uzumaki had to jump away and put some distance between himself and the Uchiha. Feeling elated at seeing his opponent forced to back away, Sasuke started to make hand seals, finishing just as Naruto's feet touched the ground. Housenka no Jutsu, the young man called out before releasing a barrage of fireball out of his mouth, flying straight towards Naruto. The spiky-haired genin was not expecting something like this. Even if his relationship with Sasuke had been antagonistic at best, or even if the raven-haired boy did not seem in the right state of mind at the moment, he had never expected that his teammate would use lethal force on him. Suddenly, images from his time trap inside the Tsukuyomi world flooded into Naruto's mind, completely freezing the Jinchuriki in his place and preventing him from evading the incoming attack. Every single fireball fell on its target. The people witnessing the fight from the edge of the clearing let out a gasp of horror. They had just seen the blonde genin get hit full force by Sasuke's lethal attack. The fireball's impact had created a large cloud of dust and smoke that prevented the spectators from seeing what damage they had done to the spiky-haired boy. A low, uncharacteristic chuckle escaped Sasuke, which soon evolved into an all-out laugh. In the raven-haired teen's tainted mind, Naruto had long since been replaced by the memory of Itachi on the night of the Uchiha massacre. "I'm strong. I'm stronger now," the lost genin proclaimed in his thoughts. Away from the commotion, Neji also displayed a look of surprise, but for very different reasons. With his Byakugan, the black-haired teen was able to see how, right before the fireballs hit, a strange, dark blue chakra had seemingly exploded from the blonde and protected him from harm. Afterwards, the Hyuga could literally see the power surging out from the spiky-haired genin. Once more, a gasp escaped the spectators as the dust started to settle and the image of an unharmed Naruto became clear. In the back of their mind, they all shared the same thought, that suddenly, the blonde felt far more dangerous than the Uchiha. Immediately, Sasuke stopped laughing. Naruto's eyes were completely clouded by fury as he glared at his teammate. The raven-haired boy smirked and started dashing towards the blonde. The Uchiha directed his fist towards the Uzumaki's face, but Naruto easily caught the incoming punch in his hand, and no matter how hard Sasuke tried to pull, he could not get his first freed from his opponent's surprisingly strong grip. The Jinchuriki took the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch on Sasuke's stomach. The Uchiha gasped for air as the attack was strong enough to lift his body off the ground and sent him flying towards a tree. Sasuke recovered immediately and stood up. In one swift move, the genin took out a couple of shuriken and sent them flying towards Naruto. Easily evading the incoming projectiles, the blonde started to make a series of hand seals, and, immediately, Sasuke started mimicking him. Gakkaku no Jutsu. Both boys called out in unison. A pair of gigantic fireballs collided with each other in a massive explosion. Dust and smoke covered the entire clearing. Even with his Sharingan active, Sasuke could not see anything behind the thick black curtain that had risen in front of him as he started to look around for any sign of an incoming attack. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the smoke and grabbed the raven-haired genin's neck and violently pinned his body against a tree before he even had time to react. The Uchiha's back hit the trunk of the tree with such tremendous force that the impact immediately scattered most of the lingering dust. Once things became visible again, Sakura and the others were greeted by the sight of Sasuke backed up against a tree as he struggled against the iron grip Naruto had on his neck. The purple chakra returned to the Uchiha's body as if it were trying to push the blonde genin away, or at least scare him off. Nonetheless, it failed at both as the spiky-haired teen's hold did not waver. Sasuke continued to struggle to free himself. Panic started seeping in as the raven-haired boy could feel his newfound strength start to dissipate, while his opponents seemed to be increasing. The Uchiha searched for what he thought were his brother's eyes, but instead of the coldness from that night, what he found was unrelenting fury in them. Nevertheless, Sasuke still felt as weak and helpless as he did back then. Naruto could feel that his teammate was starting to lose consciousness as he saw that the flame-like pattern in his body and the dark chakra both started to retreat. In the back of his mind, the blonde wanted to let go before he seriously injured Sasuke. Unfortunately, the rage that had overwhelmed him preventing him from loosening the grip of his hand. If anything, it strengthened. Sakura watched in horror as Sasuke finally lose consciousness and Naruto still did not let go. "Naruto, stop!" the pink-haired girl screamed, but her pleas were either unheard or ignored by her teammate. Inside his mind, the part of Naruto that wanted to stop was becoming desperate. He was about to kill one of his teammates, one of the people who, despite everything, he still considered a friend and there was some strange force that had taken over his body and was not planning to stop until the person in front of him was no more. In some level of his subconscious, just like the Uchiha had replaced him with Itachi, Naruto had replaced Sasuke with all the pain and suffering that the village had given him all his life. Suddenly, Naruto felt a tug on his jacket and something pressed against his back. The next second, he felt drops of water fall on his back and ran down. It was then that the Jinchuriki realized that Sakura had moved behind him. Her hands were desperately clenching the lower part of his jacket while her forehead was pressed against the blonde's back, right below his neck. "Naruto, please stop," she whispered. "I can't bear to watch the two of you kill each other. So please stop," the kunoichi said, choking up with her tears. The rage started to dissipate off the Uzumaki, and his grip on Sasuke's neck finally loosened. Realization of what he was about to do washed over him as he let the Uchiha's body fall onto the ground. Sakura immediately let go of the blonde and went to check on the raven-haired boy. Naruto took a few steps back. "I got the earth scroll," he informed without even looking at his teammates. Then, without saying anything else or acknowledging any of the others present or their questions, the Jinchuriki simply walked away from the clearing. "Not a test for my power." Sasuke rubbed his neck as he waited for the first match of the third test was decided. The Uchiha's body was still sore from all that had happened in the Forest of Death. He had waken up in the last day with barely any memory of what had happened before. He remembered having waken up after the strange Nin bit him. He remembered attacking the sound Nin and Sakura pleading him to stop, and the last thing he remembered was Naruto pinning him down to the ground. After that, everything was just a blank. He had asked what had happened, but both of his teammates were reluctant of talking about it. One thing Sasuke did notice was that Naruto seemed even more distant than before, and Sakura kept on glancing nervously between the blonde and the Uchiha. Sasuke snapped out of his thought when he saw what the first match was: Inuzuka Kiba versus Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke saw how Sakura, Lee, and the members of Team 10 tensed when they read it. The only thing was that the raven-haired boy didn't know why. The Uchiha watched his teammate leave the group without a single word to their sensei, Sakura, or to him. Sasuke's gaze was then redirected towards Team 8, where Kiba was ranting about how short the match will be. The raven-haired boy watched as the two genin face each other in the area. The only thing that was heard were Akamaru's barks. Sasuke looked at Kiba first. The dog lover had a triumphant smirk on his face, as though he had already won. Sasuke's gaze shifted to look at his teammate. If the Uchiha didn't know any better, he would say that Naruto looked bored. The match didn't seem to excite him in any way. The Chunin called Hate gave the order to start the match. "Why don't we skip the trash talk and go straight to the beating?" Kiba said, getting into fighting stance. "I'm feeling generous today, so I'm going to make this as quickly as possible." The brown-haired boy finished, while Naruto stood unmoving. Kiba started towards the blonde. "Suga!" Kiba screamed before he started spinning, creating a destructive tornado. Naruto watched the attack as it got closer and closer. At the last moment, the blonde lazily sidestepped and dodged the attack. Kiba turned around and tried one more time. Unfortunately for the dog lover, Naruto sidestepped again and evaded the attack. The blonde's lazy movements made dodging the attacks look easy. The brown-haired boy tried his luck a couple of times more without succeeding. After being unable to get a single scratch on the blonde, Kiba stopped. It was evident that he was ticked off. "Bastard," Kiba murmured as he clenched his taking 2 pills and putting one in his mouth. "Akamaru," the brown-haired shinobi said as he threw the second pill towards the dog. Suddenly, Akamaru's fur turned red as the dog jumped on his owner's back. "Jujin Bunshin," Kiba cried out as Akamaru barked. Immediately, the brown-haired boy's body turned beast-like, and the Akamaru turned into an exact copy of Kiba. "Getsuga," Kiba cried out as he and Akamaru started spinning towards Naruto. The blonde kept on dodging all of the attacks, moving on the last possible second and still without getting his cloths ragged. Kiba growled in frustration. "What's the deal?" Naruto would have never been able to dodge all of the attacks, the brown-haired boy thought. Both Kiba and Akamaru started circling Naruto. They were still using Getsuga. Naruto extended his arms and grabbed both Kiba's and Akamaru's forearms. Using their momentum, Naruto rotated on his heel and released Kiba and Akamaru. sending both of them crashing towards opposite walls. Akamaru reverted back to his dog form, while Kiba struggled to stand up. "Bastard," Kiba murmured again as he started towards the blonde with his clawed hands. Naruto dodged Kiba's swipe with ease. Immediately, the blonde drove his fist into the brown-haired boy's stomach, sending him back to the wall. Kiba stood up and dashed towards Naruto once more. The blonde started to make hand seals and gathering chakra on his index finger. "Akuma Zenshin no Jutsu," Naruto said as he started towards the incoming genin. There was some sort of flash that blinded everyone in the audience. As Sasuke started to regain his eyesight, he immediately looked down at the arena. There stood Naruto behind. The blonde's right arm and index finger was extended. The Uchiha looked towards the other genin. Kiba stood frozen in mid-attack for a few seconds before the boy started screaming and clenching his head. Inside his mind, Kiba was watching how hundreds of people were slaughtered. He could hear screams as they pleaded, but it was useless. Whatever was causing this was completely merciless. Kiba then looked down to find his hands covered in blood, and then it hit him. He was the killer. He was the one who was savagely slaughtering this people. With one final scream, Kiba fell unconscious. The medic started to check Kiba's condition as hate declared Naruto the winner. The blonde didn't give any acknowledgement of being victorious. He just walked back in the direction of his team. Sasuke's hand was trembling. Whatever Naruto had done to Kiba had possessed an evil chakra, but somehow he had the sensation that he had felt it before. The Uchiha was snapped out of his thoughts once again. Akita Yoroi versus Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke nodded towards Kakashi and started his way towards the arena where his opponent was already waiting for him. Naruto watched his teammate face off against the older Nin. The blonde felt the same evil chakra that Sasuke had used at the Forest of Death. Only this time the Uchiha was able to hold it back and still achieve a win. After the match, Sasuke was taken to the back by Kakashi. Naruto just shrugged and continued watching the third part of the Chunin exam. Naruto watched how Shikamaru defeated the Sound Kunoichi. The colored face Sannin defeated Yoroi's teammate using a puppet, and Sakura ended up in a tie with her rival Ino. The Sound Kunoichi defeated Lee's teammate, and Shino was able to beat the black-haired Sound Nin. The blonde couldn't help but smirk when Lee used the Yura Renge against the red-haired Sannin. He had heard that spandex-clad Nin just to be the Academy's death last before him. Sadly, Gaara was able to emerge victorious. Naruto felt something coming from Kyuubi as he watched Gaara appeared between his teammates. Naruto watched as Chuji and the last Sound Nin eliminated each other from the exam. Every one of the adults tensed up before the last match. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Both genin descended to the arena. Hinata was shaking while Neji was glaring at her. "You should quit while you can, Hinata-san. You're not cut out to be a shinobi," the black-haired boy said evilly. Hinata started to back away. People shouldn't judge others. Anyone who put their hearts into everything they do and never give up can achieve anything, Naruto said loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone in the audience looked from Neji to Naruto and back again while the two genin glared at each other. Neji looked towards his cousin. The fear in Hinata's face was replaced by sheer determination. "I will never give up, Naruto-kun," the blue-haired girl thought as she activated her Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan too and got into fighting stance just as hate started the match. Hinata and Neji exchanged blows using Juken. Naruto was familiar with the style. The old geezer had made him study and practice it. The match continued, and it seemed that Hinata stood a chance of emerging victorious until Neji completely turned the tables. The black-haired boy delivered blow after blow, and it wasn't long before Hinata fell to the ground. Naruto wasn't disappointed. Hinata had proved that she isn't worthless like some people think, but he was mildly surprised that she was able to stand up again because Neji had gone unnecessarily brutal on her. It was obvious that she couldn't win anymore, but at least she demonstrated that she wasn't, by any means, weak. Neji completely lost all his self-control, and the hatred inside of him overwhelmed him. Neji dashed towards Hinata with every intention of killing his cousin. Before any of the jounin present could react, Neji was pinned to the wall away from Hinata. Naruto had the Hyuga prodigy by the neck. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" the blonde growled. "Can't you see that she's in no condition of continuing the match?" Naruto asked. "This is none of your concern." Neji growled back, glaring at the blonde, as he tried to break free from his hold. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered before she felt a pain in her chest and felt unconscious. The sound of the kunoichi hitting the floor distracted Naruto. Hinata, Naruto said as he looked back without releasing Neji. The black-haired boy took the opportunity and tried to connect an attack on the blonde. Unfortunately for the Hyuga, Naruto moved his body to dodge the attack, immediately released Neji, and drove his fist straight to the Hyuga's chest, leaving the black-haired boy gasping for air. "I promise, I'm going to make you pay for what you did to Hinata," Naruto said low enough for only Neji to hear. After glaring at the black-haired boy one last time, Naruto started towards Hinata, who was already surrounded by medic Nin. After a couple of minutes, all of the injured were sent to receive medical treatment, and the genin that were still in the exam, minus Sasuke, were listening to the Hokage's explanation of the next phase. "Now each one will take a piece of paper," Sarutobi said as Anko, the Tokubetsu jounin that was in charge of the second exam, passed carrying a box. "Once you take your paper, please read the number on it," the Hokage added. 4 Shino, 5 Naruto, 7 Gaara, 2 Temari, 6 Neji, 1 Shikamaru, 3 Kankuro. "That means he's 8. Ibiki said, while the Hokage just nodded as Ibiki started to write something. Once he finished, the Sandaime spoke once again. "The matches for the next round will be Nara Shikamaru versus Temari, Kankuro versus Aburame Shino, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji, and Gaara versus Uchiha Sasuke," Sarutobi said. Immediately, a strong killing intent was felt among the present, most of it coming from the Hyuga prodigy and the blonde genin. "You have 1 month until the next round begins. I suggest that you take some time to rest and regain your strength before you start training," the Hokage said before he stood up and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto started to make his way out of the arena. He knew it was just a matter of time before Sakura catches up to him. Suddenly, an immense pain went through his body. The blonde clenched his heart. It hurt every time it beat. "Not again. This has been going for a month now. What is it?" Naruto thought. Inside his mind, he could hear the fox laughing. "Don't worry, kid. You'll find out soon enough," Kyubi managed to say between his fits of laughter. Naruto thought that only with his luck did he ended up with a demon inside his head. It had been a month now, and Naruto found a way to block Kyubi from annoying him 24/7, but the fox still found ways to get through. "Asshole," murmured Naruto before as the pain subsided and he was able to continue on his way. Mirrored image. "Sakura, do you know where Naruto went?" Kakashi asked his pink-haired student when he found her at the arena's exit. "He already left? He said that he wanted to get some rest before beginning his training," the girl responded. "Oh," Kakashi replied. "He was planning to train Sasuke, but he didn't want to make the same mistake as a month ago. Only this time it seemed that the blonde had already made plans about his training without his help." Sakura stood observing her sensei. She couldn't take her mind off Naruto's Sharingan eyes. She had promised him not to tell, but it was proving very hard. "Kakashi-sensei, what's happening to Sasuke-kun?" the kunoichi asked, partly of worry for her teammate and crush, but mostly for keeping herself from divulging the blonde's secret. "Don't worry, Sakura," the silver-haired jounin responded. "Everything will be all right," Kakashi added before starting his way back to the hospital. Next day, Naruto woke up after a long rest. "I should go see the old geezer to see if he has any ideas for my training," the blonde thought as he opened a can of instant ramen. He might have decided to lock up most his emotions, but his love of ramen was in a whole different level. After half an hour and at least a month's supply of instant ramen, Naruto walked out of his apartment. It was a nice tranquil day in Konoha. The temperature was just right for spending the day outside. Naruto walked through the city. For a month now, the glares from the villagers had been decreasing, most likely because of the killer intent. His chakra seemed to leak out. The only ones that seemed to be 100% oblivious to this were Konohamaru and his friends, who had tried countless times to convince the blonde genin to skip training for one day and go play with them. Naruto had been walking for over half an hour before abruptly stopping. "Why have you been following me for the last 20 minutes? the blonde asked, his eyes looking ahead of him. There was some movement in the bushes behind Naruto, and after a while a man with long white hair stepped out. "So you've been aware since the beginning?" The man said with a tone of amusement on his voice. My name is Jiraiya, the man announced. Naruto finally looked back at the white-haired man. And I should care because, the blonde said with a monotonous tone. Jiraiya merely chuckled at the boy's remark. Sarutobi-sensei told me how detached you could be. The man said. Naruto was slightly taken back. Few people called the Hokage something beside his title, but to call him sensei. Jiraiya, where have I heard that name before? The genin thought for a second before realization hit him. You're one of the Sannin, the blonde said in a low voice. Jiraiya smiled when he saw that he had caught some of the blonde's attention. Sarutobi-sensei asked me to help you with your training during this month. He's too busy with all the preparations for the Chunin exam. The Sannin said. Naruto looked at the white-haired man for a couple of seconds before turning around. I don't need your help, the blonde said as he started to walk away. The Sannin merely smirked as he watched the boy walk away. You're as disrespectful as your father during his training, Jiraiya said. The Sannin's word made Naruto stop on his track. I want to teach you one of your father's favorite technique, the Kuchiyos no Jutsu. The white-haired man said, taking the opportunity of having most of the genin's attention. I heard that sensei gave you the weapon, and from the bandages in your arms, I'll say you already have your summoning tattoo. Jiraiya said smiling when Naruto completely turned around. Learning the Kuchiyos no Jutsu will help you deal with the weapon, because trust me, that thing is really hard to control, and even your father had trouble with it. The Sannin added. But first, tell me about your Sharingan. The man said. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Did the old geezer tell him? The genin thought. Jiraiya figured out what was going through the blonde's mind and decided to clarify. The old geezer didn't tell me about your Sharingan. The Sannin started. I knew that this was going to happen. Since the day you were born, I've wanted to see the results of combining the Uzumaki and Uchiha bloodlines. The white-haired man explained. Naruto sighed. He was slightly more relaxed now that he knew that the Hokage had not betrayed his trust. Naruto looked at the Sannin straight in the eyes. Jiraiya watched in amazement as the blonde's eyes turned a couple of shades darker and a white and 3 comas appeared on each of his eye. Amazing, the white-haired man said before Naruto's eyes reverted back to normal. So, what were you saying about my training? The genin asked. Well, Jiraiya begun as his eyes drifted to the direction of the hot springs. I'm a little busy today. We will start training tomorrow. Meet me in this exact same spot. The Sannin said as he started towards the bathhouse. See you tomorrow, the man said waving back at the blonde. Naruto stood watching as the white-haired man disappear from his view. He didn't need to read minds to know where he was headed. Are all the adults in charge of my training perverts? The boy thought. Do you really want an answer to this question? Kyuubi suddenly said. Shut up, Naruto murmured before continuing on his way, sighing as he felt the fox smirking. -3 days later. Naruto and Jiraiya were standing in the middle of a field. For the past 2 days, Jiraiya had been teaching the young genin the basics for the Kuchiyos no Jutsu, and now it was finally time to try it out. So can I try the jutsu now? Or do you want me to write an essay first? Naruto asked, clearly annoyed of the fact of only getting theory-based lessons on how to summon toads. Show some respect, brat. And yes, give the technique a try. The Sannin responded. Naruto bit his lips and started on the hand seals for the summoning. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, the blonde said slamming his palm on the floor. Jiraiya watched in pride as a cloud of smoke appeared. He was sure that the summoning had been successful. Suddenly the Sannin's face changed to one of horror and fear. No, there's no way my luck can be this bad. The white-haired man thought as the cloud started to disperse, revealing the strongest of all toad summons, Gamabunta. So, I'm guessing that the jutsu went all right, Naruto said looking at the leader of the toads. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? Gamabunta asked with an angry tone as he looked at the white-haired man. I didn't summon you, Jiraiya tried to explain. This is Naruto, the Sannin said, shoving the genin forward with his elbow. He's the one you have to flatten. He's the one who summoned you, the man said before looking away whistling. Gamabunta looked at the blonde standing next to the pervert. You expect to believe that this brat was able to summon me, the toad boss? Gamabunta snorted. Naruto looked up at the giant toad with narrowed eyes. Gamabunta caught the blonde's eyes. For some reason they seemed familiar. Wait a minute, the toad said when he realized where he had seen those eyes before. Erasure, You have the same eyes as him. Gamabunta said, examining the boy. Well, of course, he's his and Kagome's son. Jiraiya started. How else do you think he was able to summon you? The Sannin explained. Gamabunta's eyes warmed up slightly at hearing Jiraiya's explanation. Who would have thought that I was going to be your first summon? A kid, the Toad boss said. If Arashikuin were here, he'd be on the floor laughing his ass off. Jiraiya said fondly. The three of them stood silent for a couple of minutes. Jiraiya wearing a smile while Naruto and Gamabunta just half of one. It's nice to meet you, Gamabunta-sama. Naruto said with a smirk. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Minus 2 weeks later. The Kuchiyose no Jutsu had gone pretty well. Gamabunta had willingly agreed to grant the Toad summoning to Naruto. The only problem was that Jiraiya was slightly jealous that the Toad boss seemed to like the boy better than he liked him. But for the past 2 weeks, Naruto and Jiraiya had used all their available time to work on the weapon. Just like Jiraiya had predicted, it had taken some time for Naruto to successfully summon it, and an even harder to control. Fortunately, after 2 whole weeks, the blonde was starting to get the hand of it. Jiraiya watched in pride as the cloud of dust started to disperse. Incredible! It took Arashikuin 2 whole months to get to this level with it, and he already reached it in 2 weeks. The Sannin thought. The dust cleared. Naruto stood in the middle panting. The boy's surroundings were completely destroyed. He's the vivid image of his father, the white-haired man thought as he started towards the boy. Very good kid, Jiraiya said, approaching his student. You're starting to master it. It took your father much more time to cause this much destruction. Jiraiya said with a smirk as he looked at the surroundings. Trees were completely destroyed, torn in two or burned, and the ground around the blonde was leveled. Naruto's face was adorned with a smirk of his own. Didn't I tell you that it wasn't going to take me long to control? The Genin said as he tried to catch his breath. Don't get too cocky, brat. You still have a long way to go. Crossing his arms and looking at the blonde. Anyways, I think that's enough for today. We will pick up training tomorrow. The Sannin said and walked away after receiving a nod of agreement from the boy. Naruto walked back to his apartment. The last few weeks had been great to him, just like his time with the Sandaime. He dedicated all the time he could to training, and it was during those times that he felt slightly happy. The blonde kept on walking until his whole body shook in pain. It wasn't only his heart this time that was on pain, but also his hands felt as though they were burning. The boy brought his right hand to his chest and used the other one to support himself on a tree nearby. It's getting worse and more frequent, the Genin thought. Naruto waited a couple of seconds until the pain subsided. He could hear the fox laughing his head off inside of him. One of these days, fox, the boy thought. One of these days I'll figure out a way to use Tsukuyomi on you. And when that day comes, it'll be my turn to laugh. Once the pain had diminished, Naruto started on his way once again. Only a couple of minutes had passed when he heard someone call out, Hey, Naruto, wait up. The blonde turned around to watch a black-haired boy with a picnic basket full of fruit on his hand. I knew it was you, Shikamaru said when he got closer. Shikamaru, what are you doing here? The blonde asked. I'm just heading to the hospital. The black-haired boy started. I'm going there to see Chuji. He's there with a severe indigestion. Wanna come? The lazy boy asked. Naruto meditated on the idea for a couple of seconds. What's with the basket? The blonde asked. Oh, since Chuji is not allowed to eat because of his indigestion, I thought that I'll go down there and eat in front of him. Shikamaru responded with a smirk. I thought that it'd be good for a few laughs. The boy added started on his way to the hospital. Naruto stood in silence for a few seconds before following Shikamaru. Naruto and Shikamaru made it to the hospital in a couple of minutes. The blonde had 2 different views of Konoha's hospital. One was that he didn't like it because of the whiteness in every single room, not even in his current emotional state was he able to stand the mundane room. On the other hand, most of the hospital personnel treat him like a human being, and that made him slightly content. The boys headed towards Chuji's room. Shikamaru had already visited him before, so he knew the way. Suddenly Naruto felt an evil presence nearby. The blonde looked around trying to find the source. His gaze stopped at a door that was slightly open. Naruto recognized Rock Lee sleeping on the bed. He probably was still recuperating, but what really shocked the Genin was the sand he could see swirling around inside. Naruto dashed to the door and threw a kunai. The weapon cut through the sand that was about to choke the unconscious taijutsu expert on the bed. The blonde looked at the other person in the room. Dark blue met aquamarine. A powerful killing intent emerged from the two boys. You were the one that defeated the dog boy, Gaara said in a monotonous tone, not unlike Naruto's. I'm intrigued by your existence. The red-haired said as the sand started to once again to swirl violently around him. Gaara tried to bring his hand up front, but found out he couldn't. I think that you should reconsider attacking a defenseless shinobi, especially if he's surrounded by his comrades. Shikamaru said. The boy had caught the Sannin's shadow, preventing Gaara from moving. The redhead returned most of the sand back to his gourd. At the Chunin exam, Gaara began. I'm going to kill you both, the Sannin said before disappearing in a swirl of sand. As Naruto checked to see if Lee was all right, the blonde could hear the fox inside him chuckle. It's going to get really interesting in 2 weeks, the blonde said looking at the boy behind him. Shikamaru was trying to retrieve some of the fruit that had rolled away when the lazy Nin let the basket fall to stop Gaara, but most of the fruits had rolled away who knows where. We should get something with meat, the blonde said with a smirk. It'll be funnier that way. Naruto finished as he walked out of the room. Shikamaru stood up and smirked before following the blonde. Proud eyes. This day came way too fast, Naruto said as he sat up on his bed and looked out the window. The sun completely blinded the blonde. The Jinchuriki was forced to close his eyes and open them little by little so that they would adjust to the brightness on the outside. I really hate days that are this bright, the Jinin remarked bitterly. Naruto moved to the edge of his bed and tried to push himself up. Suddenly, the world completely froze for the blonde as he found himself falling towards the floor. Naruto managed to regain control of his body and prevent his face from meeting the floor of his apartment. What's going on? The blonde asked himself. Nothing like that has ever happened. There was no pain or anything, just numbness, and the fox has stayed quiet. Normally, he makes some sort of remark about the jolt of pain. This must be for a completely different reason, the boy thought as he went back up on his feet. What is going to happen today? Naruto asked as he looked out of the window. Surely, the morning was just too bright. The girl walked quietly through the halls of her house in search of her father. She finally found him looking at something in the garden. She walked up to him trying to stay quiet. She knew that it was of no use and that her father had probably sensed her from the beginning. Ota-sama, the girl asked and was taken aback when her father jolted in surprise and turned around. Hanabi, Hayashi said to acknowledge his daughter's presences and trying to hide the fact that he had been startled. The girl looked in the direction her father was staring so fiercely that he had left himself open to any possible attack. There, sitting in the branch family garden, sat her cousin. Neji was sitting in the ground with his legs crossed and was gathering enormous amount of chakra throughout his body. Hanabi saw as a leaf was about to fall on Neji's shoulder. The black-haired boy whispered something before his whole body was covered by chakra, which started to spin around him. The force of the chakra had cut the leaf into many pieces and was blowing everything else away. How is it possible? Hayashi asked. For him to create such a powerful Kaiten without moving his body at all, what type of training has he undergo in this past month? The main families had asked. Hanabi wished she could answer her father, but she was completely hypnotized by the boy from the branch family to even try to formulate an answer. Did his hatred for the main family drive him to this point? Hayashi whispered to himself. Do you really think he'll make his move today? Jiraiya asked as he leaned against the window's frame in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi removed the pipe from his mouth before responding. I wouldn't doubt it. It would be the best time to try something like that. The Sandaime took a scroll from the cabinet and let it roll for the white-haired Sannin to catch it. Please give this to Naruto when you deem the time is right, the older man requested. Jiraiya examined the scroll on his hand with confusion until he finally figured out what it was. You can give it to him yourself. It's not like you're going anywhere, right? The white-haired man said as he looked at his former sensei. The look on his eyes was one of pleading for reassurance. Please, Sarutobi began. For Minato-kun's and my sake, just in case, the Sandaime said. Jiraiya couldn't remember seeing his sensei this old before. The Sannin sighed before securing the scroll in his vest's pocket. Very well, I'll guard the scroll for now. Thank you, Jiraiya-kun, the Sandaime said as he smiled at his former student. The white-haired Sannin glared at the Hokage. Although I told you to cut that, Koen thing years ago, Jiraiya said as he crossed his arms and stood indignantly, all in an attempt to lighten the mood in the room. Jiraiya behavior caused Sarutobi to chuckle. I guess old habits die hard. The Hokage said. Just like you, Jiraiya said as he smiled at the man that was once, and he will always be, his sensei. Where are they? Shikamaru thought as he looked at his surroundings. He could see the Sand siblings, Shino, Neji, and a shinobi who had introduced himself as Gunma, their referee for the conclusion of the Chunin exam. But there was not trace from the two members of Team 7. Gunma looked up to where the Hokage and the other judges were sitting. The Sandaime nodded in acknowledge of the proctor. If they don't appear soon, then we will have to start without them. They have until their matches come up to arrive, Gunma started as he looked at the Genins in front of him. If they fail to show up by then, they will be disqualified. The Jounin finished. Shikamaru's teeth gritted against each other. It wasn't like those guys to miss out of something like this. Especially Naruto, after what they had talked. Flashback. Naruto and Shikamaru were sitting at the park playing shogi. They had left the hospital after almost causing Chuji, according to the doctors, a mental breakdown. During their time at the park, the two Genins had talked about the academy, their missions, and the previous part of Chunin exam. It wasn't the most energetic conversation, but at least it was something. Now they have finally gotten to the topic which Shikamaru was most interested, or at least slightly concerned, on. So, what are your thoughts on the final exam? The Nara asked as he moved one of his pieces in the board. The blonde's gaze was fixed on the board as he responded. Can't really say. There are too many variables to try to predict a possible outcome. I'm sure you have come to the same conclusion. Naruto said as he moved one of his pieces and finally looked up. That's true, Shikamaru confirmed as he took his time to analyze the game. But at least tell me what your thoughts on Neji are. After all, he's your first opponent. The black-haired boy requested as he made his move in the game board. Naruto stayed quiet for more than a minute, during which his eyes never left his shogi pieces. What do you know about the Juinjutsu? The blonde asked, moving a piece on the board. Shikamaru frowned slightly as he tried to recall the information he had learned. Not much, the Nara responded. Just that it has something to do with the Hyuga branch family. The black-haired Genin moved one of his pieces before looking at the blonde in front of him. Why do you ask? Shikamaru questioned. The blonde Genin continued studying the game board as he answered the question. As you may know, the Hyuga main family uses the branch family as servants. Naruto waited for Shikamaru to nod before continuing. Well, have you ever wondered why the branch family has done nothing to stop them? The Genin asked as he moved a shogi piece. The Nara frowned again. He never had given it too much thought, but now that Naruto had brought it out, he wondered. What's stopping the branch house? The black-haired boy thought. After seeing that Shikamaru had no way of responding, Naruto continued with his explanation. Juinjutsu, the blonde began. It's a seal that is placed on every member of the branch family. With this seal, if a member of the main family deems one of them as rebellious, he or she will be able to destroy him just by activating the seal with a simple hand sign. Naruto finished as he looked up at Shikamaru. The black-haired boy's eyes were wide in shock. He couldn't believe that the nobles of Konoha were doing something like this. Soiteji-san told me that at one point, the seal was used to protect the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands, but now it's merely used as a method of slavery, becoming the caged bird seal. Naruto paused long enough to move one of his pieces. Imagine it. All your life being forced to do the bidding of someone that you are supposed to call a relative, having no say over your life, living in fear of your superiors killing you just because they see it fit. Wouldn't you hate them? Wouldn't you take any chance you get to make one of them feel the pain they have imposed on you for years? Naruto looked at Shikamaru straight in the eye. If you get the chance, wouldn't you kill one of them just to make them feel what it's like to lose one of their own? Shikamaru was taken aback by what the blonde had said and took a minute to recompose himself. Are you making excuses for Neji's behavior towards Hinata? The Nara asked as he examined the blonde. I'm not making excuses for anybody, Naruto responded. But if anything happens during my match in the finals, I wanted you to at least know that motive for one of us. The blonde said as he got up. See you around, Shikamaru. Naruto said as he turned to leave. The Nara watched the blonde leave before his gaze fell down to the board once more. Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly in surprise before he smirked and said in a low voice, "You forgot to say Tsumi, Naruto." Shikamaru said, not sure if his friend had heard him. End of flashback. Shikamaru was able to decipher the blonde's cryptic message. Neither Neji nor him will stop at anything in this fight. They both have their motives for which to win. But then, why isn't he here yet? The lazy genin thought as he frowned at not being able to understand the situation. Well, Genma began. I have to ask for the participants that are not in the first match to please leave the dash. The jounin was silenced when a small twister made out of leaves appeared in the arena. Inside the twister, the figure of Kakashi and Sasuke appeared. The audience gasped when the leaves started to move, but it changed to cheers when the Uchiha appeared. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as he glared at the audience. Sorry we were late. Genma, Kakashi apologized. Sasuke here got lost on the way to the stadium. The silver-haired shinobi said as he pointed at his student. Liar, Sasuke said with a snort. Genma sighed at his comrade's behavior. Anyways, as I was saying, the participants that are not in the first match, please go wait in the stands so that we get this over with. The proctor said as he waited for the genins and Kakashi to move. I'll be in the audience with Sakura and the others. Kakashi informed the raven-haired genin before ruffling his hair, which caused the Uchiha survivor to growl in anger, and leaving towards the spectators' stands while Sasuke followed Shino, Neji, Kankuro, and Gaara to the waiting terrace, leaving Genma, Shikamaru, and Temari in the arena. Shikamaru watched as the Suna Kunoichi got into a fighting stance and Genma prepared to give the start signal. This is such a drag. The Nara muttered since he knew that he needed to drag the fight for as long as his chakra reserves would allow him, to give a certain blonde enigma time to show up. A yawn could be heard through the trees of Konoha's forest as a certain white-haired man tried to sneak a peek in the girl's side of the hot springs. So far, Jiraiya had been unsuccessful of getting a clear image. The brats' match should be coming up pretty soon. The Sannin said to no one in particular. Maybe I should start to make my way towards the stadium. The perverted author wondered as he looked at the sky. A second yawn was heard as the Sannin brought out a sake bottle. Or maybe I should finish this bottle first, Jiraiya said in a more energetic voice as he removed the bottle's cap. Shikamaru sighed as he arrived at terrace. The Nara had ended up giving up the match when his chakra supply had run out. His strategy during the match had not been one of whining, but merely one to stall. Well, it's not like I wanted to win. This way I don't have to compete again, but... The black-haired boy looked at the others in the terrace and sighed once again, this time of disappointment. He still isn't here. The lazy genin looked down at the arena to watch Shino and Kankuro. At least there is one more match before his, and best of all, he wasn't here to see me giving up. Shikamaru muttered to himself, knowing that the blonde would never let him live that one down. The Nara frowned as something from the Suna shinobi caught his attention. Is it me? Or is that guy so nervous that he's shaking? The genin thought. Damn, this is not good. Kankuro thought as he quickly glanced towards the terrace, his gaze directing straight towards Gaara. Temari's match was too long. Gaara is getting anxious. The puppet user could feel his brother's chakra and killer intent rise every second. He won't be able to control it soon. Genma looked at the two genins. Are you two ready? The jounin asked as he prepared himself to start the match. I give up, Kankuro exclaimed, taking the whole audience by surprise and earning a gasp from them. I don't know how long this fight would last, but I bet it'll be longer than Gaara's patience. If he doesn't kill someone soon, we will all be in trouble. The puppet user thought to himself. Very well, Genma started. The winner of this match is Aburame Shino. Kankuro stared to make his way towards the terrace. He could feel the glare of disappointment and anger from behind the bug user's shades, even if the Aburame's face remained stoic. Damn it, Shikamaru cursed under his breath. I thought he had more time. The Nara thought as he watched Kankuro and Shino return to the terrace and Neji descend to the arena. Genma watched as Neji approached the center of the arena. If Uzumaki Naruto does not appear in 5 minutes, he will lose by default, Genma announced to the participants and the audience. Shikamaru could clearly see the frown on Neji's face. I guess he doesn't want to win this way, the Nara thought as he felt the 5 minutes pass like seconds. Well, I guess his time is up. The black-haired genin whispered in resignation. What are you talking about? I'm right here, came a voice from behind the Nara. The voice made 5 out of the 6 genin present turn around in surprise. Naruto was leaning against the wall casually, as though he were unaware that he was about to be disqualified. Shikamaru had frowned the moment he heard the blonde's voice, but his frown soon leaved to make place to smirk. And where the hell have you been? The black-haired genin asked. Around, the blonde answered simply, still no giving any sign of going to the arena for his match. Suddenly, Shikamaru frowned again. How long have you been there? The Nara asked. Naruto looked at the lazy genin in the eyes, and something that resembled a smirk came into his face. I saw you giving up, if that's what you're asking. The blonde responded. The black-haired boy sighed as the blonde stared to walk towards the end of the terrace. I came in halfway during your match. I was watching from the roof. Sorry to make you worry. Naruto apologized as he jumped from the terrace window and landed in the arena. Sasuke frowned at his teammates' behavior. He hadn't acknowledged Sasuke's presence or any of the other genins besides Shikamaru. In fact, after the Forest of Death, the little communication that they had had during his Chunin exam had become almost non-existent. Gunma watched as the blonde walked to the center of the arena where Neji and he were standing. The Jounin made a note of how much the killing intent in the arena had increased due to Naruto and Neji merely looking at each other. I was starting to think that you weren't going to show up, Neji commented as the blonde stood before him. You should have known better. Naruto simply responded. Man, I feel like the temperature of this arena has dropped many degrees, Gunma thought as he looked from one genin to the other. The third match of the finals is about to start. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji, Gunma called up as he raised his hand. Commence. The Jounin shouted as he brought his hand down. A second later, the 2 genins disappeared. Sound. Sound was the only thing that alerted most of the audience that a match was underway. Those who had not trained as a shinobi could only hear the clash of metal that indicated that the 2 boys had taken out weapons. Even some of the nins among the crowd were having problems following the fight. All they saw were blurs from time to time, and an image of the 2 genins when their momentum was broken every time their attacks met. The 2 genins finally stopped in the middle of the arena, kunai against kunai. Each boy tried to push the other. How much strength are they putting in each blow? Kakashi wondered as he watched them from the audience. Their cloths were starting to become ragged from the backlash of their attacks. Just as I expected, Naruto thought as he stood in his ground. We're about the same in armed combat, the blonde concluded as he recalled what has happened during their exchange of blows. He had tried to attack every place where he had seen a shadow of an opening, and he was sure that Neji had done the same. Yet none of their attacks came close as the other's blade was right there to stop the blow. Let's make this interesting. Naruto brought his kunai down, taking Neji by surprise and giving himself an opening. The blonde tried to drive his fist to the side of the Hyuga's face, but was stopped by the black-haired genins. Naruto was able to see a smirk on Neji's face just before the Hyuga moved his hand and sent his kunai towards the blonde's face. Naruto had to step back to prevent the kunai from impaling his chin. As soon as the blonde stepped back, Neji started to gather chakra in the index and middle finger of his left hand and jammed them into his opponent's chest, sending Naruto back. Gunma watched as the Uzumaki kid grunted in pain. That attack was really close to the heart. The Jounin thought as the blonde put his hand on his chest where the blow had landed. These kids aren't playing around, Gunma whispered to himself. Once the pain had resided slightly, Naruto looked up to see Neji smirk and get into a specific stance. The blonde knew what was coming next and, for his sake, he had to stop the Hyuga. Neji started forward as he began his attack. The blonde followed suit and rushed to the Hyuga. Naruto was able to stop Neji's attack by intercepting the black-haired boy's forearm, effectively nullifying Neji's momentum. Naruto grabbed the Hyuga's arm and closed his fist, preparing his retaliation for what the black-haired boy had done earlier. At that moment, Naruto heard the Hyuga mutter the words, Fudo Katen. Something in the blonde's mind told him that he needed to get away. After realizing that it wasn't the fox's doing, but actually his own common sense, Naruto jumped back. Less than a second later, Neji was covered in a chakra dome. Everyone in the audience who was familiar with the Hyuga fighting style gasped. Neji had performed a stable Katen without moving his body, As far as the shinobi that were watching knew, that was impossible. So he brought it out, Hayashi thought as he watched his nephew from the stands. The chakra dome started to disappear, leaving Neji standing unharmed. A ring had been formed around him by the spinning chakra. Kaiten. Naruto's question was answered by Neji's smirk. Even someone like you would see that advantage. Neji started. By not being forced to spin along with the chakra, I'm able to freely retaliate. This technique is my new sword and shield. Naruto snorted as he took out another kunai. There's no sword I can't break or shield I can't pierce. The blonde said before rushing towards the Hyuga. Neji smirked as he started to emanate chakra from his body. As soon as the kunai left Naruto's hand, the black-haired Genin willed that chakra to spin and protect him. After his kunai was deflected, Naruto took out a pair of shuriken and sent them towards the Hyuga prodigy, whose chakra dome merely knocked them upward. Immediately, the blonde started to make hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the Genin said before the two shuriken in the air became 200. The rain of shuriken fell on the chakra dome, but merely bounced off. Useless, Neji muttered as he took out a couple of kunais and threw them at the blonde one by one. Naruto was caught by surprise by the kunais. He had been too preoccupied with figuring out a way past the Kaiten. The blonde had to jump to dodge the kunais. That boy has the Uzumaki kid stuck in a corner, Genma thought as he watched the Genin land at a safe distance from the Hyuga. Maybe if I add more power, Naruto thought as he made 6 Bunshin appear. The clones rushed towards the chakra dome from all sides. The attack caused 4 of them to disappear and knock back the other 2. A pair of kunais from the inside of the dome took care of the remaining clones. Why is Naruto wasting his energy by attacking with clones? Sakura asked her sensei who had come to sit next to her. I mean, it didn't work the first time. Kakashi answered his pink-haired student without taking his eyes off the fight. He's looking for Neji's weakness. At this point, the only way for him to overcome a new technique is by trial and error. Let's just hope that he finds a way around it before he runs out of chakra. The Jounin said. Neji observed with a smirk as the Narutos surrounded him. He merely took out a kunai and waited for the real Naruto to appear above him. That trick was too obvious, the Hyuga said when he saw Naruto appear above with his Byakugan. The black-haired Genin threw the kunai up, impaling the blonde. Soon, Neji's smirk faded as the Naruto became a cloud of smoke. Behind the smoke, the real Naruto smirked as he created one more Bunshin. Using the clone's feet to propel himself down, the blonde gathered chakra in his fist. He was traveling down way too fast for Neji to prevent his fist from connecting with the upper part of the chakra dome. There was some sort of pulse that shook the arena the moment Naruto's fist clashed with Neji's shield. It was followed, half of a second later, by an explosion indicating that the shield had been broken. Neji had managed to jump out of the way to prevent from being caught in the explosion. As the dust settled, it revealed the blonde taking his fist from the hole it had made on the ground. I told you I would pierce through it, Naruto said as he looked at the Hyuga. It was a pretty good defense, I give you that, but it's obvious you haven't mastered it yet. The blonde continued in an almost mocking tone. To release so much chakra from every part of your body, it was just a matter of time before its weakness became obvious. Normally, it would be rather easy to control chakra that's released forward, and you can use the momentum created by it to move that chakra behind you if you get any problems. But to control the chakra above you while maintaining it harmonized with the one that's orbiting you, it's easy for it to become unstable, Naruto explained. Neji gritted his teeth. He was aware of the Kaiten's weakness, but he never thought that it would become a hindrance against Naruto. He had completely underestimated the blonde, and now his exhaustion was telling him that he was paying the price for his mistake. The blonde Genin took note of the Hyuga's weakened state, and the fact that you're panting. It seems that pulling that stunt has taken a toll on you. Naruto teased. I still have enough strength to defeat you, Neji said as he got ready, lowering his body and tilting it forward, and with his right arm stretched back. Naruto could feel Neji's chakra concentrating and prepared himself for the technique that was coming. Hack Rokuji and shoot, Neji said as he rushed forward. 2. The strike were met by Naruto's forearms, but missed their targets. 4. Only one of the strikes hit. The blonde had managed to dodge the other 2. 8. Half of the strikes landed. 16. Neji was getting frustrated when only 6 strikes hit. The Hyuga pushed his body even further. 32. 20 strikes hit, but the rest were stopped by the blonde before they could hit their mark. 64. Neji pushed his body to the limit and landed 50 strikes on Naruto, sending the blonde crashing down against a tree. The audience cheered as they watched the Uzumaki brat being struck down by the Hyuga prodigy. Soon, the cheers started to die out as the blonde struggled to stand up. Naruto walked towards the middle of the arena in silence. He stopped when he was in front of Neji and the audience had completely silenced. Neji could see that something resembling a smile came to the blonde genin's face. Naruto looked up and his gaze fell on the audience. Look at them. Every one of these persons that came to see that fight between Sasuke and Gaara are looking at you right now, Neji, the prodigy, the strongest Hyuga of this generation. You don't know how jealous of you I am right now. All my life, all I wanted was for someone to actually worry that I might lose, not praying for my defeat, the genin said. Above the audience, in the judges' stands, Sarutobi's face saddened as he sensed the pain in the blonde's voice. Naruto snorted before continuing. These past months, I thought I had thrown all those petty feelings away, yet. Naruto looked at Neji before looking down at the ground. You have always been praised for those eyes of yours. Your mastery with them is what sets you aside from the rest and causes others to be proud of your accomplishments. But the same things that makes me unique would only curse my life even more. Neji remained silent and let Naruto continue as he tried to decipher what the blonde was trying to say. Still, without removing his eyes from the ground, the blonde genin continued. But now I've come to realize that, no matter what I do, my whole life will always be cursed, and I don't want to keep hiding who I am now that I know that the happiness I wished for when I was younger is nothing but a fool's hope. Naruto almost shouted. The Sandaime wouldn't have been surprised if he had felt tears running down his cheek. The pain in the boy's voice had turned into an anger that was long since due for its release. Naruto, are you going to use it? Sakura thought as she watched her teammate and recalled what had happened in the Forest of Death. Shikamaru frowned as he watched his friend from the terrace. I knew there was something wrong with Naruto, but I never thought that. All the time, Kakashi had remained silent. The guilt inside him was too much to try to speak. Even Sasuke was completely speechless at what his teammate had said. I didn't know. Now Naruto started again. I'm not going to hide it anymore. Neji could see the gathering of chakra around the blonde's eyes. I want you to take a good look at them, Neji, the genin continued. The eyes, that unlike you, I'm not proud of. Naruto finished as he raised his head and looked at Neji straight in the eye. Neji, along with everyone in the stands, gasped as one word entered all of their minds, Sharingan. Not far from you. Now Naruto started again. I'm not going to hide it anymore. Neji could see the gathering of chakra around the blonde's eyes. I want you to take a good look at them, Neji, the genin continued. The eyes, that unlike you, I'm not proud of. Naruto finished as he raised his head and looked at Neji straight in the eye. Neji, along with everyone in the stands, gasped as one word entered all of their minds, Sharingan. Silence. I don't understand. Those are Uchiha's eyes. Those can't be real. That has to be one of the brat's tricks. Is he really an Uchiha? Is this a trick from the fox? That brat cannot have the Sharingan. I thought that there was only 2 Uchiha left. What's going on here? Uchiha. Demon. Sharingan. Those eyes. The sound of a rock crumbling was heard throughout the stadium. Immediately, the eyes from everyone in the audience shifted from the blonde to the terrace. Sasuke. Sakura whispered. She had feared that something like this would happen. The place where Sasuke's hand was lying was surrounded by dust and pieces of the terrace were falling into the arena. Sakura had to retain a gasp as her eyes focused on the raven-haired boys. Sasuke's Sharingan had been activated. Both eyes were shaking with fierce intensity as they stare at the blonde genin down at the arena. Sasuke did not completely understand. He remembered when his father told him about their bloodline. He remembered the day he had achieved his Sharingan. Those eyes had awakened to save Naruto. Beyond his feeling of confusion, the raven-haired boy felt kind of happy. Maybe, just maybe, he was not alone as he believed. The thought of another Uchiha filled the genin with hope. The feeling of happiness was soon overshadowed by the stronger feeling of confusion. The fact that a new Sharingan had appeared before him had sent the Uchiha into shock. Sasuke had yet to realize that his body was trembling uncontrollably. His fist tightened to a critical point, and his Sharingan eyes fixed on his teammate. Back in the arena, Neji had been able to keep his posture, but his mind was just as confused as the rest of the villagers. Is this some kind of trick? The Hyuga thought as his Byakugan looked directly at the blonde in front of him. This is not a Jinjutsu. I would have been able to notice if he had cast one. The prodigy came to that conclusion. What are you planning? It's really careless of you to let your guard down at this point of the match. Naruto's voice reached Neji's ears. Immediately, the black-haired boy's eyes widened as he realized that the blonde had appeared behind him. Neji managed to jump out of the way less than a second before Naruto had swiped his arm right through where the Hyuga had been standing. Naruto's eyes moved upward as his Sharingan bore into the still airborne genin just as Neji's Byakugan was directed at Naruto. A second later, the blonde appeared right in front the Hyuga, driving his fist right towards the prodigy's face. Neji was obliged to block the punch with his right forearm due to the attack's great speed. Even if the black-haired genin was able to prevent the full impact of the attack from connecting, the punch had been strong enough to send the Hyuga flying towards the wall at the edge of the arena. Naruto's feet touched the ground, his eyes never leaving the black-haired boy. The blonde took a second to examine that crow. Even now, a vast majority of the villagers were still in a state of shock because of his Sharingan. Naruto snapped out of it just in time to move his head and prevent Neji's strike from connecting. At least it seems that he has been able to overcome his confusion, the blonde thought as he kept on dodging the Hyuga's incoming attacks. As the exchange of blows continued, the blonde was able to stop the black-haired boy's assault for a moment. Then, Naruto raised his right leg and directed a kick towards the prodigy. Responding instantaneously, Neji raised his knee to stop the blonde's attack, but the kick was strong enough to send the Hyuga back. Without wasting any time, Naruto dashed towards his opponent, gathering chakra in his fist. Just before the punch reached the black-haired boy, the blonde's attack was stopped by Neji's Fudokaten. The boy could feel his skin burning away as his fist tried to break through the Hyuga's shield. Naruto started to gather chakra in his feet and in his fist until the point that Neji's own chakra was started to be pushed back by Naruto, much like Sasuke's had done back in the forest. The fact that his chakra was been pushed back was not lost to the prodigy. Acting before it was too late, Neji sent a strike towards the blonde, only to be stopped by Naruto's forearm. The blonde made sure that the attack didn't hit his tenketsu. Immediately, the trading of attacks was resumed. What is the meaning of those eyes? Neji asked without breaking the exchange of attacks and blocks. Naruto's voice remained monotonous as he responded. This just is who I really am. The blonde's eyes narrowed slightly. It's just an aspect of myself that I got tired of hiding. Naruto took at risk and tried a frontal attack, swinging his left fist towards the Hyuga. Immediately, Neji registered the opening and prepared a strike directed at the blonde's chest. Right before his attack connected, the black-haired boy became aware of the glint that had appeared in Naruto's eyes, but it was already too late. Suddenly, the left hook that was traveling towards the black-haired boy changed direction and grabbed his arm. That way it prevented the Hyuga's attack from connecting, but also stopped him from retreating. Before Neji could do anything about his current situation, the black-haired boy found himself slammed against the wall at the edge of the arena once again, but this time he could feel a strong hold on his neck. The Hyuga struggled to remove the blonde's hold on his neck, but no matter how much he tried, the grip never loosened. I promised, Naruto's voice reached Neji's ears. The monotonous tone had now become extremely cold. That I was going to make you pay for what you did to Hinata. The strength of the hold increased, and the prodigy was starting to find it hard staying focused. Neji managed to send a glare in Naruto's direction. The Byakugan met the strange Sharingan. Neither had any signs of backing down. Suddenly, the black-haired boy heard the blonde speak once again. If anything, his voice had become even colder. Tsukuyomi. It was the only thing Neji was able to hear before he realized that he wasn't in the arena anymore. He couldn't feel the blonde's grip on his neck anymore. The Hyuga looked around and found himself in a field. Actually, it was more like a wasteland since there was no sign of life as far as he could see. But it wasn't the lack of flora and fauna that caught the black-haired prodigy's attention. The sky was tainted an ominous crimson color, while the land and the dead trees he could see were as black as the darkest night. After analyzing the surrounding field, as far as his line of sight would allow him, Neji tried to move his body, but, to the boy's horror, he found himself bonded and unable to move. How many times? Naruto's voice reached the Hyuga's ears. Immediately, Neji became aware that the blonde was standing right in front of him, and, just like everything else in that weird place, he was nothing more than a black silhouette. Neji tried to force the binding that tied him, but without successful results. What the hell is this? The black-haired boy demanded the blonde in front of him. The Sharingan user did not make any sign of acknowledgement to the Hyuga's question, but merely continued. How many times, after you came to the Hyuga state exhausted from a mission, were the other members of the branch house waiting for your return? Naruto asked quietly. What? The black-haired boy asked, confused by the blonde's questions. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he regarded the prodigy in front of him. All my life, the blonde began. I had to come into an empty apartment, if I was able to make it back at all. Naruto let out something resembling a laugh that could only be described as cold and dry. Also, there were those times when I would come in to find the whole place completely destroyed. Those days I would sleep in the least trashed corner of the apartment, if I was lucky, because most time it didn't exist, and I would sleep outside by the door, while thanking Kami that they at least didn't burn down the place. The Hyuga's glare stayed in place as he looked at the blonde, trying to figure out where he was going with telling him about his past. There was only one person that gave a damn about my well-being, but he had so many responsibilities that there was no way for him to always be there for me. A joyless smile appeared on Naruto's face before he continued. I specifically remember one occasion. I was around 6 years old if I remember correctly, and there was a festival. I was really happy because I had some extra money that day and decided to spend it at the festival. The same cold, dry laugh came from the blonde once again. I found this merchant that had come from the border town to sell his masks at the festival. I remember finding the mask of a fox. I was fascinated with the mask. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world with its orange color and the 3 whiskers on each cheek. All my extra money went into buying that mask. Naruto stopped as though he were lost in his own thoughts. Taking the chance to analyze what was been told to him, Neji couldn't help but feel that there was something terrible at the end of the blonde's story. A slight, ominous chuckle escaped the Sharingan user before he continued. I was walking back to my apartment. I was really happy since it was rare for me to have something cool, but then I came across a group of villagers, and the sight of me wearing that mask infuriated them. They immediately started shouting things like, "Monster," and "He's going to attack," and started to gather wooden clubs, pipes, or anything they could find. Of course I started run. It wasn't much for fear of my safety, but because I didn't want them to take my mask away from me. I ran as fast as I could and took every shortcut I knew to try to get away from them. The smile on Naruto's face became one of sadness. But I was still just a little kid back then. It wasn't long before I couldn't continue to run anymore, and they caught up to me. Neji's eyes widened at the blonde's revelation. The Hyuga didn't need to hear the next part to figure out what happened, but he couldn't believe that something like that would happen in a peaceful village. A mob gathering to beat up a child just for wearing a mask seemed unreal to the black-haired boy, but for some reason, he believed every word of it. The beating was longer than usual because of the festival. Neji became aware that the blonde had started to speak again. I guess that they didn't have to worry about someone coming to stop them with all the celebrations. But really, who would have come for me anyways? Yet another dry laugh escaped the Sharingan user. It's not like it hadn't happened before. But this time I was too far away from my apartment. I didn't know if I had the strength to make it back. And it wasn't long before I started to think that I wouldn't be able to make it out of this one. But that's when Naruto's eyes seemed to be lost in the distance. Flashback. The resonance of his steps could hardly be heard over the festival's music. Even far away from the festivities, the villagers' cheers shrouded his suffering. Naruto felt his body's weight increase with each step he took. Still many blocks away from his sanctuary, the blonde boy was starting to lose hope of making it. It got destroyed. The boy whispered. His thought had drifted once again to the mask he had happily been wearing before the mess had started. Almost as if the planet itself wanted to participate in the kid's punishment, gravity brought down the blonde's body into the floor. Naruto tried his best to stand up, but no matter how much the young boy tried, neither his legs nor his arms were able to support him. Panting, the boy continued on his way by crawling, dragging his body with his weak, broken arms. He hadn't even made it to the end of the alley, but he already felt extremely exhausted. Naruto's eyes had become heavy, and the hard, cold ground was starting to feel pleasantly comfortable. Maybe I'll just sleep for a couple of minutes, the blonde whispered to himself as he started to close his eyes. Right before all light was blocked from his eyes, the boy heard something. It sounded like steps. They were too light to be an adult's, probably some kid that got curious by seeing an orange and red mass on the floor. Using the little strength he had left, Naruto looked up. Sapphire blue eyes met pearly white. She seemed to be about the same age as him. Her skin was almost as white as her eyes. Her short blue hair didn't even reach her shoulders. Except for the two bangs on each side of her face, she was wearing a yellow kimono, and her face radiated with innocence. The girl looked curiously at him, as though he was the first person she'd ever seen. Naruto remained quiet as he stared back at her. His mind had already made its own prediction about what was going to happen next. A little gasp escaped the girl before she turned around and ran off the blonde's sight. It had been just like Naruto had predicted. It had happened every time another kid had found him after a beating. The blonde imagined the girl running towards her parents saying something about a dirty orange thing she had found. Sighing, the boy started to wonder what he should do next. Sleeping right there on the ground still seemed as a good idea. If he was lucky, he would just wake up in the morning, and if he was really lucky, he wouldn't. His train of thought was interrupted by the sound of steps once again, except that this time they seemed rushed. Whoever was approaching had broken into an all-out run. Looking up, Naruto gasped in surprise. The same girl was running towards him. Her innocent face was now a mix of fear and worry, and she was also carrying some sort of bottle in her arms. Surprising the blonde boy once again, the girl knelt down in front of him. The blue-haired girl opened the bottle she was carrying and placed the mouth opening by the boy's lips. Not knowing what to do, Naruto just drank whatever was in the bottle, needing the girl's help to tilt it so he could drink the solution entirely. Naruto felt something almost immediately. Whatever was in the bottle was amazing, because the boy could feel his strength returning and the pain receding. The blonde looked up and gazed directly at the girl's eyes. She simply smiled at him. Naruto was left speechless. Only two persons had bothered to give the blonde a smile before. The boy couldn't help the blush that spread on his face. He tried to say something. He tried to thank the girl for helping him, thank her for coming back for him, thank her for simply smiling at him. "Hinata-sama, where are you?" The call reached the two kids. Immediately the girl gasped and stood up. She turned around, started on her way. Naruto tried to stand up and say something to her, but found himself unable to do so. The girl stopped for a moment and turned around to look at the boy one more time. Her eyes were still showing her worry about the blonde. "Hinata-sama." A second voice was heard, and she looked away from the boy and continued on her way. Naruto could only watch her disappear from his sight as he tried to reach her, as he tried to thank her for caring about him. But as hard as he tried, she was already too far away. In flashback. Later I found out who she was. Naruto continued as another cold smile. Imagine my surprise when I learned that the person that helped me was practically Konoha royalty. Hinata Hyuga, the heiress to the Hyuga clan. For a second, Naruto's eyes were shrouded by a melancholic look. I was heartbroken. I couldn't even get close to her to say thank you. She was already treated badly as it was, and if they found out that she helped me, she would only be treated worse. Neji remained quiet. He was now starting to understand the reason behind the blonde's action back in the preliminaries. One of the only persons that gave a damn about him. The boy thought as he saw the look on Naruto's eyes hardened. The blonde's gaze fell completely on the Hyuga. All sense of sadness had left the Sharingan user and was replaced by a dark, ominous feeling. I did the only thing I could to return my gratitude for her kindness. On that day I promised that I would protect her, I would become her shield, and I would always be there to guard her from the darkness. Naruto's eyes were completely void of emotions now, and the tone on his voice spoke of doom and destruction. That's why something started to materialize between the two genins. I can't forgive you for hurting her. A long, black sword was hovering in midair in front of the two boys. The black-haired boy could only stare at the blade as it inched towards him. And now you have to pay. Naruto's words came as a cold whisper. Neji's eyes widened in terror as the sword shot towards him. It had been less than a second for the crowd in the arena since Neji was pushed against the wall by Naruto. The spectators did not know what was going on as the blonde stepped away from the Hyuga. Kakashi's normal eye narrowed as he watched how Neji's whole body shook. The copy ninja had half a mind to use his Sharingan to understand this battle better. As he struggled to stay up, Neji tried to focus his eyes to look at Naruto. That was only a third of its power. The younger genin stated. At that moment, the Hyuga could have sworn that the look in the eyes of the blonde in front of him had softened. It's not too late for you. Naruto's voice reached the black-haired boy, snapping him out of the trance he had gotten into. The words were so soft that he was sure that not even the other shinobi in the crow could hear them. You have a whole family supporting you, looking out for you, wishing for your well-being. Please. It seemed to the black-haired boy as though the blonde's eyes were pleading. Don't let their wish go to waste. Naruto whispered. Neji did not know how to respond. He wanted to say something, maybe tell the blonde that he knew nothing about his life, but he couldn't. Everything that the younger genin had said was true. Neji had tried his hardest to deny. The Hyuga did not want to feel any connection to anyone else. But, as much as he tried to push them away, the other members of the branch house had always been there, waiting for him at the door to treat any wound, or just to simply ask how he was. Neji's body gave up on him, and he found himself falling forward. The Hyuga was surprised when he didn't meet the floor, but that he had fallen on the blonde's shoulder. Think back. Naruto's voice words reached him once again. How many times, as you returned home, did you saw Hinata sitting by her window, waiting for you? He asked with the same soft voice. Neji's eyes widened as the memory of every homecoming rushed back to him, and in each one, he could see a girl by her window smiling at him. As feelings of regret and guilt overwhelmed him, Neji's world turned into darkness. Naruto caught the falling body, preventing him from hitting the floor. I think this match is over, the blonde said as he looked at Genma. Snapping out of his own trance, the proctor raised his hand. The winner of this battle is Uzumaki Naruto, he exclaimed. The crowd remained quiet. They didn't know what had happened as they watched the medic Nines walk into the arena and take the Hyuga inside. No one dared to say or do anything as Naruto walked back to the participant balcony in a silent stadium. The blonde jumped into the terrace without saying a word, just like that rest of the people present in the stadium. As Naruto started walking towards the back, his Sharingan eyes shifted to the side for a single second and focused on Sasuke. Shock, the initial surprise of the existence of another Sharingan had still yet to leave the raven-haired boy. Anger at himself for letting himself get so weak while his teammate had acquired so much strength. Fear. Sasuke had recognized that jutsu. So many times he had relived his experience with it in his nightmares. It was the same jutsu that his brother had obtained along with the Majinkyo Sharingan. But how could Naruto have it? The genin had already become aware of his shaking, but he was unable to will his body to stop. Naruto walked until he reached the opposite wall. The blonde sighed as he turned around and leaned back against the wall. Just like I expected, the genin thought as his gaze fell down to the floor, the Sora Sharingan leaving his eyes. Drip. The sound of a drop falling on snapped the blonde out of his trance. Naruto looked at his hand, where blood was streaming down from his knuckles. It must have been when I punched Neji's Kaiten, the boy determined as he observed his fist. Suddenly, Naruto heard a tearing sound, and piece of cloth fell on his bleeding hand. Clean up and stop making a mess. Shikaramu's voice reached the blonde. Looking up, the Sharingan user could see the Nara standing in front of him. A piece of his jacket sleeve had been torn. Thanks, the blonde said in a soft voice as he cleaned his fist. Each time I think that I'm beginning to understand you, you come up with something completely unexpected. Shikamaru commented as he crossed his arms and smirked. Sharingan, huh? I can honestly say that I did not see that coming. He added as the blonde returned the smirk. The medical team had finally left the arena. I wonder what surprise this next match will bring. Gama thought. I asked all the participants of the last match, Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaka no Gaara, please come down to the arena. Gama exclaimed. Immediately, sand started to spin around Gaara. The redhead disappeared to later reappear, standing in the middle of arena. Many people in the audience shivered at the insane smile that his face wore. Sasuke was finally able to stop shaking. The black-haired Uchiha looked back at the blonde by the wall. For a fraction of a second, Naruto's blue eyes met Sasuke's Sharingan. Without saying a word, the black-haired Genin jumped into the arena and started to walk towards his opponent. As soon as the Uchiha came into view, many of the spectators found their voice. The talk started right away. Some talk about how a true Konoha elite would show everyone what a real shinobi is all about. A number were wondering how he would defeat the Sannin, but others were thinking what Sasuke's thoughts were about the possibility of not being the last Uchiha in Konoha. Gama waited until Sasuke reached the center. When it became apparent that there would not be any thrash talk between the two Genins, Genma raised his arm. The fourth match of the finals is about to begin. Uchiha Sasuke versus Sabaka no Gaara. The Jounin looked at the two boys beside him. I hope we're ready for this, he thought before he brought his hand down. Commence. In less than a second, a stream of sand shot out of Gaara's gorge straight towards Sasuke. Moving quickly, the Uchiha jumped back out of the way. The sand seemed to bounce back from the ground and chase the black-haired Genin. Sasuke kept moving back and dodging until he reached the sand. The Sharingan users jumped to his right as the stream of sand crushed the place he had been standing. As soon as Sasuke's feet touched the ground, the Uchiha ran towards the redhead. He hadn't gotten halfway through when a wall of sand had already formed in front of him. Gathering chakra in his feet, the black-haired boy jumped out of the sand's reach. The leap was strong enough to land at the same distance he had been from Gaara, but on the other side. The redhead was starting to get irritated. His hands went through a series of signs as he glared at Sasuke. Sabaku aimed, the Sannin said. Immediately, the sand around him shot into the air, just to drop towards the Uchiha at an incredible speed. The raven-haired boys started to move at an incredibly speed to dodge the descending shots of sand. Those moves, Gaara thought. They remind of that other one. Kakashi, you. Guy begun as he looked at his comrade. The Kopinin merely sighed. The only way that he could beat Gaara's defense was to use the move of the one that already had. The gray-haired man stated. Guy's eyes narrowed. And he achieved it in 3 months? The Jounin asked. He was only able to imitate his movie. Kakashi begun to explain, but there was no way that he would be able to duplicate Lee's speed. The answer surprised Guy, but I could have sworn that he just. The eccentric Jounin stopped as he noticed that his rival had lowered his head slightly. Realization hit the black-haired man. Is his body able to endure it? He asked. Down at the arena, Sasuke had been dodging all of the sand shots that were coming violently from above. Now, as he saw an opening, taking out a kunai tied with an exploding tag, the Uchiha threw it towards Gaara. Immediately, the sand stopped the kunai, but it couldn't prevent the explosion created by it. Gaara had been protected by the sand, but the blast had raised a cloud of smoke, preventing the redhead from seeing anything. Unexpectedly, the sand shot forward, startling the Sannin. Did he decide to attack? He wondered. Suddenly, the redhead heard a sound. His head turned slightly and his eyes widened. He could see the leaf nin finishing a set of symbols. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke exclaimed as a blast of fire came from his mouth towards the Sannin. Fortunately for Gaara, the sand had blocked the fire jutsu before it had a chance to connect. The redhead willed the sand to attack the raven-haired boy, driving the Konoha Genin back into the wall. The sand returned to the Sannin. Good, I have him on the defensive, the Uchiha thought. Sasuke was about to move forward when he felt a jolt of intense pain on his leg. Not yet, he whispered to himself as his eyes drifted to look at his teammate in the participants' balcony. Flashback. Sasuke was panting as he struggled to stay up. No matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to achieve the same speed that, according to Kakashi, Lee had used to get past Gaara defense. It seems you can't reach Lee's speed, the gray-haired shinobi said. The raven-haired Uchiha glared at his sensei for stating the obvious. Well, it seems that we would have to use something else, Kakashi said. The look of irritating in Sasuke's face makes seem as thought he were about to attack his teacher. Naruto, the Jounin said without even acknowledging the glare from his student. Immediately, Sasuke's face had a look of confusion. The single mentioning of his teammate's name caused the prodigy to start wondering what had happened to the blonde. Ever since the start of the Chunin exam, Sasuke's mind had not stopped trying to figure out what was going on with Naruto. Without looking at the younger shinobi, Kakashi continued. Remember back during the bell test, and the first time we faced Zabuza? The gray-haired man asked. Kakashi waited for Sasuke to nod before carrying on. For a single moment, during both occasions, Naruto showed a moment of incredible brightness, in which he was actually able to take Zabuza and me by surprise. The copynin said. A frown formed on Sasuke's face. And what does that have to do with everything? The raven-haired boy asked. I'm getting to that, Kakashi said. It seemed to the Uchiha that his sensei was enjoying the fact that he was building suspense. In both of those occasions, nobody expected that from Naruto. We all made assumptions according of what we have observed from him, and were unaware of the potential he had. The gray-haired shinobi explained. And that's how you can get past Gaara's sand defense. The Uchiha recounted his sensei's speech in his mind, but as much as he tried, he was unable to see the connection between Naruto and him bypassing the Gaara's defenses. At the look of confusion in his student's face, Kakashi decided to explain even further. Gaara's sand reacts according to motion. Lee was so fast that the sand was unable to keep up, but since you can't maintain that type of speed, you have to lure the sand and, at the last second, boost your speed for a single moment in order to get past it. Just like in Naruto's cases, Gaara would not expect it. Kakashi stopped for a second to make sure that the younger Nin understood. But I do have to warn you, using this type of strategy would cause a heavy burden on your body, he warned. Sasuke remained silent as he analyzed everything that his teacher had said. Just like Naruto? In flashback, the raven-haired boy dashed towards the sand Nin. The sand moved forward in response, but missed the Sharingan user by less than half an inch. How was he able to dodge it? Gaara thought as Sasuke merely sidestepped the streams of sand. Without halting his run once, Sasuke reached the redhead, driving his fist to the side of the sand Nin's face. The other Genin's punch was strong enough to lift Gaara from the ground and flying back. Due to the attack's force, Gaara's body turned in the air. The redhead could see the sand already coming to catch him. But before that could happen, Sasuke appeared in front of him, hitting him across the face with his forearm and sending the sand Nin crashing face down into the ground. Gaara hit the ground so hard that the impact caused him to bounce back up into the air. Immediately, the redhead felt an extreme jolt of pain from his side as Sasuke kicked him on his side, sending the redhead flying away once more. Now, Sasuke shouted in his mind as he released on of the binding in his left hand. Flashback. Sasuke-kun, at the sound of his female teammate's voice, the Uchiha turned around. Sakura walked timidly towards the raven-haired boy, her gaze fixed on the floor. They were in the hospital. After his collapse during the matches, Sasuke was finally going to be released and be able to start his training with Kakashi. What is it, Sakura? The boy asked, a little colder than he might have intended. The girl did not look up from the floor. It's about Naruto, she said with a low voice. The mentioning of his other teammate immediately caught Sasuke's attention. During the finals, Sakura started again. If you I mean when you get to the second round. If you have go against Naruto. Please, don't fight him, she exclaimed. Sasuke was taken back by what the pink-haired girl and said. She had left him speechless. Please, Sakura said as she tried to keep her voice even. I don't want it to happen again, not like last tea time. Even thought her eyes were directed to the floor. Sasuke could see that she was at the verge of tears. I don't want you two to kill each other. I don't want to see you fight like that day. Something jolted in Sasuke's memory, something that he had dismissed as a nightmare back in the forest of death. He remembered he felt like he was drowning in a dark ocean. At first he enjoyed the blissfully feeling it bestowed upon him, but then he realized that the darkness was overwhelming him. He desperately tried to reach for the surface. As he got close, he noticed someone standing on the dark ocean. When he got even closer, he recognized to be Naruto. The black-haired boy tried to reach his teammate, but when he tried to raise his hand above water, an extremely powerful and cold gust of wind started to push the Uchiha back through the water. For some reason, it seemed to the drowning boy that the wind was originating from the blonde. The raven-haired genin was starting to become desperate. He called for his teammate, but Naruto merely looked down at him for a couple of seconds before he turned around and started to walk away, leaving Sasuke to drown in the ocean of darkness. The boy broke out of his trance. His eyes narrowed as he regarded his pink-haired teammate. "What do you mean by last time, Sakura? What happened in the forest?" Sasuke asked as he took a step forward. Sakura merely shook her head. "And nothing," she said with a breaking voice. "I'm sorry, it's nothing," the kunoichi said as she turned around and started off. "Sakura!" Sasuke shouted as he started after her. "Sakura, wait!" he exclaimed as went through the hospital's exit, but she was already gone. Sasuke's eyes snapped open. He was lying flat on the ground. His whole body ached. "You passed out because of the pain." Kakashi's voice reached him. "I warned you of the burden." Struggling to stand up, the raven-haired boy couldn't force back the memory of his conversation with Sakura a week prior. Even the intense pain his body, especially his legs, felt couldn't detour his mind. "Tell me the truth," the Uchiha started in a low voice as he looked at his teacher. "At our current states, who's stronger, Naruto or me?" Sasuke asked, his eyes fixed on the older Sharingan user. Kakashi regarded his student for a moment. "The truth is," he begun, his words were just above a whisper. "Right now." In flashback, Sasuke's hands flashed through hand signs at Jounin's speed as he gathered his chakra. The crowd gasped as the raven-haired genin's chakra became visible in the form of lighting. "You thought him that," Guy said to his comrade. He disbelieved what he was seeing. "Chidori," Sasuke shouted as he launched himself forward. "Chick, chick, 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 chick." The sound of birds engulfed the stadium. Gaara willed his sand to stop the leaf Nin, but just like before, the raven-haired boy was able to sidestep in the last second possible. As a last act of desperation, the redhead raised 4 walls of sand in front of him. Brining his left arm forward, the Uchiha rammed through the first 2 walls. "It's not you." Kakashi's response drifted back into his mind as he broke through the 3rd wall. "I will win this match, Naruto. Just wait. I will be your opponent for the 2nd round," Sasuke declared as he closed his left hand into a fist and punched the last wall. At the sign of his last defense been taken out, Gaara jumped back, trying to get away from the leaf Nin's chakra-charged fist. Gaara was able to get away when the raven-haired boy's fist was less than an inch from his chest. Sasuke was panting. He mentally cursed himself for not driving his punch a little longer and put an end to the match once and for all. Looking up as his opponent landed away from him, the Uchiha was taken back by the insane smile in the Sand Nin's face. The gourd on Gaara's back fell. The raven-haired genin's attack had cut what attached it to the redhead's back. As soon as the gourd fell to the ground, it dissolved into sand. "Sabakuro," the Sand Nin shouted as he brought his hand together into a sign. Immediately, the sand surrounding him encased his body into a sphere. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he regarded the orb of sand in front of him. "Ha ha!" Gaara's laugh was heard throughout the stadium. Its mere sound sent chill through the spine of many spectators. "Sabaku Kyoken," the redhead shouted from inside the sphere. Sand started to gather in front of the orb, creating the massive figure of a 12 feet tall golem. "Daisen no Mi" was heard next, as an eye formed out of sand and encrusted itself on what would be the golem's face. With a slow movement, the giant raised one of his arms as the limb increased in size. When the arm was almost completely extended in the air, the golem brought it down with a powerful crash. Sasuke had to jump to the side to prevent being crushed by the gigantic arm. As soon as the Uchiha's feet touched the ground again, the raven-haired boy had to jump into the air as the other arm went right through where he had been less than a second ago, hitting the wall at the edge of the arena and leaving a crack behind. Sasuke's started hand went through a series of familiar hand signs. Gakakyu no Jutsu. A fireball shot out of the leaf Nin mouth again. The flames blocked the sand golem from Sasuke's view. The Uchiha was sorry for his plan of action as an enormous sand hand appeared through the fireball and grabbed the raven-haired boy in midair. Watching what was going on through the single eye on the golem, Gaara willed the giant to slam the other genin full force into the ground. The crowd gasped in horror as the prodigy met the ground with a terrible sound. The Uchiha laid inert on the ground as the golem raised its arm once again, its fist increasing in size as it hovered above the leaf shinobi. In the participants' balcony, Naruto tightened his fist to the point that blood started to run down again. Down in the arena, Sasuke was aware of the danger he was in, but the force in which he hit the floor had left his body unresponsive for the time being. The boy could see the monstrous sand fist coming down as his sensei's words drifted back into his mind. The answer of the question he had asked during the training, the reason why he needed to win. It's not you. With another thunderous sound, the golem brought his fist down. Many gasps and screams were heard from the audience. A cloud of dust and sand had filled the arena, preventing the spectators from seeing what had happened to the Konoha prodigy. Suddenly, a black silhouette was seen falling down from the air. When it touched the ground, it dissipated some of the dust, revealing the raven-haired boy standing on the arena. "I refuse to lose," Sasuke whispered as he released another one of the bindings in his left hand. "Watch this, Naruto," the boy thought, his hands going through a new set of signs as the golem started to move towards him. Guy's eyes widened once again. "Those are not the hand signs for Chidori," he said in disbelief as he looked at Kakashi once again. The gray-haired man's face was unreadable. "Sasuke, are you sure you can pull this off?" the Jounin said softly. A huge amount of chakra started to gather in raven-haired boy's hand. "Right now, you might have surpassed me, but know this." The lighting appeared once again, but not only in his palm. This time it kept increasing to the point where it was no longer in his hand, but it completely covered the Uchiha's body. "I'm not far from you." Sasuke's chakra burst and shot into the sky. Crumbling leaf. A huge amount of chakra started to gather in the raven-haired boy's hand. "Right now, you might have surpassed me, but know this." The lightning appeared once again, but not only in his palm. This time it kept increasing to the point where it was no longer in his hand, but it completely covered the Uchiha's body. "I'm not far from you." Sasuke's chakra burst and shot into the sky. The crowd in the stadium gasped at the tower of lightning that had formed out of the raven-haired boy's body. Sasuke brought his arm forward, willing the chakra pillar to twist, forming a spiral. The end of the column started to change. The spectators could discern what seemed to be eyes and fangs as the chakra took the form of a dragon's head. "Raikiri Ryu," the Uchiha shouted as the head at the end of the spiral let out an intimidating roar. "Incredible," Guy thought as he watched in amazement his rival's student. To be able to manipulate chakra like that at such a young age. The Jounin looked to his right, and to his surprise, his gray-haired comrade had an extremely concerned look on his face. "Is it that much of a burden?" the man thought as he went back to watch the arena. By now the dragon had taken form completely. It was several feet long. The head was almost the size of a small horse. Its long body came down in a spiral that ended in the Uchiha's left hand. The serpentine body had remained moving since its creation as the head seemed to be tilting towards the sand golem in from on it. The raven-haired genin tightened his hold on the chakra flow, causing the dragon to roar again. "This." Sasuke's voice came strained as he tried to ignore the building pain in his body, especially his left shoulder. "Is my power," the boy exclaimed as he rapidly lifted his left arm and brought it back down again. Immediately, the chakra dragon shot forward and rammed its head against the sand giant, pushing the golem back. Naruto gritted his teeth. He didn't need his Sharingan to see how Sasuke's body was shaking from all the strain caused by the jutsu. "How far are you planning on going?" the blonde whispered softly. Unknowingly to him, his right hand was cracking the ledge of the balcony out of unconscious concern. The Uchiha refused to lessen the force with which he was pushing the chakra dragon against the golem, though now the sand monstrosity was starting to push back as Gaara's insane laughter was heard once again. "Ha ha ha, this is power? To us, this is nothing," the redhead shouted from inside the sand. The giant grabbed the dragon by its neck and pushed it away from its sand body. "No," Kakashi whispered as his worry increased. "What's happening?" Guy asked, looking at his friend again. The gray-haired man sighed as he closed his eyes. "Think about Sasuke's dragon. the lazy Jounin started. What characteristic of it had you caught on to? Kakashi asked as opened his eyes and looked at his comrade. Guy pondered in thought for a couple of seconds as he went over everything he had seen about the chakra dragon in his head. Suddenly, the eccentric Jounin's eyes widened. It has never stopped moving, the man declared. Kakashi nodded. Though Sasuke is able to manipulate the lightning chakra into taking the form of a dragon, he's unable to maintain it stable. He needs to sustain a constant movement in order to keep the chakra flowing and for the dragon to stay alive. He explained, if Gaara is able to hold down the dragon and keep it from moving, even for a second, then this match would be over. The gray-haired man informed. The sand giant raised the dragon higher as it prepared to slam the lighting incarnation into the ground. Moving his left arm back, Sasuke managed to release the dragon from the golem's grip. Taking a step forwards, the sand golem brought its arms up and a barrage of sand bullets shot at the Uchiha. Sasuke swung his arm over his body, causing the dragon's body to wrap around his body, blocking him from an attack. Though the dragon's body stopped to protect the raven-haired boy, the head never stopped, and it immediately shot towards the giant as soon as the barrage ceased. The force of the collisions was strong enough to push the golem back, but the sand monster soon regained its ground and got a grip on the dragon's body. The Uchiha swung his left arm to the right, freeing the lighting dragon from the giant's hold, before swinging his arm back. The dragon moved to hit the side of the sand giant, only to be caught by the golem's grip once again. Damn it, Sasuke thought. His vision was starting to become hazy. I won't be able to keep this jutsu much longer. I have to make the next attack count. With determination, the raven-haired boy brought his arm back, releasing the lighting creature from its hold. This is my power, Sasuke exclaimed as he brought his arm forward with full force. With a tremendous roar, the dragon shot towards its opponent once again, this time traveling closer to the ground than the previous times. Before the sand golem could react, the dragon shot upward with his fangs baring, grazing a hole of the giant and taking it along as it rose into the air. Immediately, Sasuke jumped, getting higher than the two chakra beings. Using the dragon's body as leverage, the raven-haired boy shot himself towards the sand monster, gathering all the chakra released on the dragon's body into his left hand. With the extra charged Chidori burning in his hand, Sasuke rammed his hand into the sand golem's body, breaking through it and causing the sand to start to disperse. The whole stadium cheered as the giant's body started to break down. Sasuke closed his fist to retain the Chidori in his hand and used the falling blocks of sand to propel himself towards the redhead's dome, driving his Chidori-covered hand into the sand sphere. The crowd immediately turned silent as all waited to see what would happen next. A horrible scream was heard through the arena. Suddenly, Sasuke felt as though something grabbed his arm, pain starting going through the Uchiha's body. Blood, my blood! Gaara's cry sent a chilling feeling down Sasuke's spine as he tried to free himself from the hold on his arm. Finally been able to step away from the sand, the Uchiha jumped back, but, to the boy's horror, a grotesque arm made out of sand was attached to his. The monstrous limb let go of the raven-haired genin and retreated into the dome. Just like the golem, the sand in the sphere started to fall back into the ground, revealing the redhead. Gaara's hand was clenching his left shoulder as blood traveled down his body. The Sannin's eyes were fixed fiercely on the Uchiha. Naruto's eyes, which a moment before had been watching the arena intensively, suddenly widened as he looked around at the stadium. The blonde could see white feather falling throughout the arena as the villagers started to drop down unconscious. Immediately, the genin brought his hands up to dispel the genjutsu. Shinobi all over the stadium jumped in the air. Kakashi and Guy watched as a group of what seemed to be Anbu leaped to intersect some of the Sannins. You're going to make this into a contest, aren't you? The silver-haired man asked as he looked at his comrade. Guy smiled as he caught an incoming Sannin and drove his head into the ground with amazing force. I already started my count, he declared while giving a thumbs up. Kankuro, Temari, and Baki landed beside Gaara. What's wrong? The puppeteer asked as he wondered if it was safe to approach his brother. Fool, Baki exclaimed. What were you thinking trying to transform before the plan started? Temari knelt in front of the redhead. He's experiencing the side effect. He's too unstable to go on now, she declared, looking up at her sensei for guidance. What are we supposed to do now? Kankuro asked, desperation starting to become evident in his voice. Are we supposed to proceed without Gaara? Baki stood silent for a couple of moments as he tried to analyze the situation as fast as he could. Retreat, he whispered to his students. The order was received with bewildered looks from Temari and Kankuro. You guys go and take Gaara with you, the Jounin said before he was interrupted by the Genin's objection. I'll join the fight here, now go, he ordered. The siblings merely nodded. Kankuro placed Gaara's arm over his shoulder before the three of them jumped over the stadium wall. Grr! Sasuke growled as he tried to chase after the Sand Genins, but his body prevented him from moving. Damn, I don't have any more chakra, my body is going numb, the Uchiha thought as he fell on his knee. Suddenly, the raven-haired boy sensed something flying at him, and, out of reflex, Sasuke caught the object with his hand. Looking down at it, the Genin saw it was a soldier pill. If you plan on chasing after those guys, you'll need it, Gamma said casually as he walked past the Uchiha and stood in front of Baki. You're a leaf shinobi after all, make yourself useful. Sasuke sent a small glare at the Tokubetsu Jounin before eating the soldier pill. The boy immediately felt the effects of the pill. His body became lighter as he shot in pursuit of the Sand Genins. Up in the stands, Sakura watched the raven-haired boy jumping the stadium's wall as he chased the three siblings. Acting on instinct, the pink-haired girl stood up. Sakura froze before she was able to follow her teammate. Two Sanins had appeared in front of her. Their hands were already clutching kunais as they traveled in her direction. Sakura could only stare as the blades approached her. Suddenly, what seemed to be a pair of black blurs appeared in front of the girl, knocking down the two Sanins. How distracted were they that they didn't even sense two Genins sneaking up on them? Shikamaru commented as he nudged the fallen shinobi's body with his foot. Are you alright? A monotonous voice asked the pink-haired girl. At first, Sakura thought that Naruto had come to save her, since the voice had as much emotion as the blonde had shown the last few days. For reasons unknown to the girl, a blush appeared on her face. Sakura, the sound of the voice snapped the girl out of her trance. Looking carefully, the kunoichi saw Shino standing next to Shikamaru instead of Naruto. Why yeah, I'm alright, she said as her blush intensified. This time she knew it was out of embarrassment at her confusion. Shikamaru and Shino looked at their former classmate in confusion, but before they could express any of it, the three-leaf genin found themselves surrounded by a group of Suna shinobi. All three of them brought their kunais out to defend themselves out of instinct, but they soon found it unnecessary as all of the Sannin suddenly dropped dead before them. I got more than you did, Kakashi, Guy announced happily as he stepped on one of the bodies. The Jounin had appeared from either side of the group of genin, taking care of the Suna attackers. Do we really have to keep count? Kakashi asked as he sighed. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke-kun has. Sakura stepped forward as she began to talk. Kakashi merely gave her a sign to let him speak first. I know about Sasuke. He's chasing those three Sand Genin, he said calmly. That's why I came for you three, the man added. Shikamaru let a small scoff. And here I was thinking he wanted to save us, the Nara commented as he folded his arms. Kakashi gave the black-haired genin a small glare. You were spending too much time with Asuma, the Jounin say. No, he was already this cynical back at the academy, Shino said in a composed voice, earning a small glare from Shikamaru. Anyways, the lazy shinobi interrupted. I'm here to assign. Wait a minute, where's Naruto? Kakashi asked as he looked around for his other student. Due to the blonde's new personality, the silver-haired man wouldn't have been surprised to see him already fighting the Suna shinobi. Shikamaru shook his head. I don't know. He suddenly disappeared after the genjutsu started, the lazy genin said. A group of Sannin was running through the streets of Konoha. Who would have thought that their defenses would have been so easily broken? One of the nin commented. Yeah, it seems that everyone was only focused on the stupid exam. Another one said. Come on guys, let's go finish this mission, the one Odo shinobi in the front said as he jumped into the air. Suddenly, the nin felt a boot on his face that sent him flying back into the ground. The rest of the sound, Nin immediately looked up to see who was attacking them. So, Otogekure is taking part in this attack as well. Naruto asked as he stood in front of the invading shinobi. One of the Odo Nin growled in anger before he launched himself towards the blonde. Why, you little? It was all he managed to say before he suddenly went quiet and, with a tarrying look on his face, dropped to the ground. The rest stare in shock at the newly arrived Konoha shinobi. Wait, one of them said as he stepped forward. This guy is just a kid, he declared. Yeah, he's probably a mere genin that just got lucky and sucker punched us. Another one declared. Let's get him. The Odo shinobi shouted. His comrades roared in agreement as they prepared to attack. Their eyes widened in terror when they realized that their bodies couldn't move. Suddenly, the surroundings turned black while the sky was tainted with crimson. Before they could completely register their surroundings, their bodies were bound by chains. You guys can't be jounins. The blonde's voice snapped the sound Nin's attention back to him. Their eyes widened even further as they saw the strange colored Sharingan in his eyes. Otherwise, you would have realized that. Numerous blades appeared hovering in mid-air in front of them. You've been in my world all along. The boy's words sounded like a death sentence for the Odo shinobi. Their screams fell on deaf ears. Kakashi could hear the fighting that had broken out all throughout the village. I have an idea where he might be. The jounin though as he glanced at the clouds of smoke that were forming all around the village. Well, you four would have to then, he said as he turned towards the three genins. Wait a second, Kakashi-sensei, did you say four? Sakura asked, looking up at her sensei confused. Without answering, Kakashi started on a set of hand seals which end up creating a cloud of smoke. Let me introduce you to the fourth member and tracker of your team, Pakin. The smoke dissipated, revealing a small brown dog. That it? Shikamaru commented with disappointment as he looked at the canine. This little dog looks like it could be hurt just by looking at a kanai. With surprising swiftness, Pakin jumped on the Nara's head. Who are calling little? Ponytail boy, the dog said with unexpected seriousness. Cough cough. Kakashi's fake cough directed the genins and the dog's attention back to him. You can discuss your dysfunctional unit later on. I'm about to assign you an A-rank mission. At the mentioning of A rank, the group placed their undivided attention on the jounin. Sasuke is in pursuit of those sand genins. I want you to intercept and stop him, the man announced. Why? Shikamaru asked. Kakashi sighed slightly. He had hoped that they wouldn't question him. There's something odd with the redhead. I think that it might be dangerous if he and Sasuke were to resume their fight. That's why you have to stop him before he catches up to them, the silver-haired man said. Even without completely understanding the situation, the genins and the dog nodded. Now go, Kakashi ordered right before the group set off. As soon as the genin disappeared, Kurenai landed beside the silver-haired man. Are you sure about this? She asked with a concerned look. Kakashi merely nodded as he sensed their chakra getting farther away from the stadium. The black-haired woman sighed. Well, there's something I need to do, so I'm going to ask you cover my back, she said, and, before Kakashi had a chance to answer, she was gone. Hey Kakashi, I already have 10 on my count, Guy announced as he slammed his opponent into the ground. 11. Kakashi sighed again as he jumped into the air. Kurenai moved to a different part of the stance. Kai, she said before placing a hand on one of her students. Kiba shook slightly as he awoke. It's too early for school, Henane, the boy murmured as he rubbed his eyes. The kunoichi shook her head in mild disbelief. Kiba, she said with a little force. Immediately, the brown-haired boy immediately straightened. Kurenai-sensei, while what's going dash. The boy didn't need to finish his question, as the answer was right in front of his eyes, leaving him speechless. Standing up, Kurenai picked up the body of her third student. Kiba, I don't need to explain the situation to you, do I? She waited for the Inuzuka to nod. I want you to take Hinata to the Hyuga estate. She's not safe here with her current condition, the woman explained. Kiba stood up. But the blonde begun, but was soon silenced when his sensei brought one of her hands forward to silence him. Once the boy calmed down, Kurenai continued. Kiba, this is a very important mission. Are you telling me you can't handle it? Do I have to ask Shino? The woman said, knowing which buttons to push with the brown-haired genin. Or maybe Naruto. She paused before the last push. Or perhaps Shikamaru would do a better job than you. The Kunoichi's technique had immediate effect. There's no way in hell that lazy Nara can do this mission better than me. Kiba exclaimed. I am the most suited shinobi in this whole village for this mission, he declared as he continued to shout. Kurenai smiled as she walked behind the shouting boy and placed Hinata on his back. Very well, have safe trip, she said before returning to battle. Kiba makes sure that his teammate was secure on his back and Akamaru on his chest before setting off towards the Hugo estate. The group kept on jumping through the trees. How are we doing, Pakin? Sakura asked. The dog shook his head. We're still about the same distance. They are all moving pretty fast, the small canine stated. But on an even grimmer note, we're being followed, Pakin announced calmly. What? Who's following us? Shikamaru asked. Damn, I knew that I should have pretended to been asleep, the Nara thought. Pakin scoffed. Yeah, let's ask the dog what's happening a mile away. The fact that he can't see color is compensated by the fact that he has a super-powered Byakugan. The dog mocked the black-haired boy. Before Shikamaru could make a comeback, Sakura intervened. Guys, stop arguing, she said. We have to think about what we're going to do with the pursuers, she asked, looking at her companions. Someone should stay behind and hold them off, Shino said as he stopped running. Immediately, the others stopped as well and looked back at the Aburame. I'll stay, the black-haired Genin stated with a serious tone. Shikamaru merely shook his head as he jumped to the branch Shino was standing on. No, I'll stay, the Nara said. After all, my abilities are made for stalling, he said. What are you planning? Shino asked silently without looking at his comrade. The Nara merely smirked. Like I said, I'll stall, the boy stated before he set off. Naruto clenched his head as he struggled to stay up. Baka, what were you thinking? The fox raged inside the blonde's head. Using that jinjutsu in all of them at the same time, you know what its backlash causes, Kyubi ranted. The blonde shook his head as he felt the immense strain on his eyes start to subside, and at the same time, trying to ignore the angry Biju screaming inside his head. Suddenly, the Genin's eyes widened and turned to look in direction of the forest. He had sensed when Sasuke started to chase after the Suna Genins, and when Sakura and the others started off after the Uchiha. But now he could sense a new group of chakra signals after them, and the Sharingan user could bet all his ramen that they weren't from Konoha. Shaking the headache off, Naruto started towards the forest. Kiba ran through the deserted streets of Konoha with Hinata on his back. I'm almost at the Hugo estate, just a little longer, the boy thought as he picked up the pace. Suddenly, a kunai landed in front of the Inuzuka, stopping the black-haired Genin on his tracks. Well, what do we have here? A voice directed Kiba's attention to the road ahead, where 3 Odo shinobi appeared. The boy immediately checked to make sure Hinata was secure on his bank, in case the situation turned into a chase. Oh, and it seems he's carrying a girl too, the one in the middle commented. When the group of sound Nin stepped forward, Kiba took off. The only thoughts in the Inuzuka's mind were about keeping Hinata safe. I love a chase, one of the Odo shinobis stated. Kiba kept on running. The brown-haired boy was about to turn the corner when a kick came flying towards the side of his face, sending him flying back. He could barely manage to make sure that Hinata wasn't injured by the fall. You're too slow, kid, the third sound Nin stated. The Inuzuka stood up as he glared at the 3 shinobi in front of him. Taking a moment to briefly wish he had his soldier pills with him, the boy checked his hold on Hinata and got into battle stand. The group of Odo shinobi dashed through the woods. It was easy for them to follow the foot and paw prints left by their prey. Down there, the leader stated as he pointed at a clearing up ahead. The whole group landed and started to look around. There's no one here, one of them stated when they couldn't find their prey. But their tracks lead this way, another one responded, still looking around. The leader shook his head. Well, let's see if we can pick up their trail again, he ordered as he prepared to jump to a branch, just to find his body unable to move. What's going on here? The sound Nin stated as he looked around and saw his comrades in the same situation. The sound of footsteps caused them to look at the edge of the clearing. Never thought it would be so easy to trap you like this, Shikamaru said as he stepped into the clearing. His shadow was connected to the sound Nin's. The boy threw a series of kunais and shurikens he had in his hand. Surprising the genin, the Odo shinobi started laughing as all the blades were deflected by kunais before they reached them. "You're way in over your head, Nara," the leader said. "Did you really expect us to just come down without security measures?" The group continued to laugh. Shikamaru bit his lower lip as he looked in direction from where the kunais had come. "Damn, I didn't account for this," he thought as he looked at his shadow. "The jutsu won't hold on much longer." By now, the sound nin's laugh had been reduced to a chuckle. "Well, what would it be, kid?" The leader begun again. "Should we have our guy kill you now? Or wait until your jutsu ends? After all, it's been a while since we hit the target as a group." The joke caused the sound nins to start laughing again, while Shikamaru could only glare at them. "Face it, kid, the mighty leaf has crumbled down." Kiba hit the ground one again, face first as he moved his body to prevent any harm to come to the girl on his back. "How touching," one of the Odo shinobi said as he cracked his knuckles. "Haven't you realized yet, kid? Once you're dead, she'll be next," he mocked, causing the other two to start laughing. The Inuzuka struggled to stand up. "Damn, if any of the guys see me like this." The boy took off towards the Odo shinobi with his clawed hand ready to attack. The moment the sound nins brought their hands up for defense, Kiba jumped into the air, landing on the other side of the Odo ground, and resumed his running. "Cute, kid," one of the sound nin commented as he turned around and threw a kunai at the boy. The blade hit Kiba in his left leg, causing him to stumble in the ground. "Why don't we finish this? It's already getting boring," another one commented. The other two nodded and took out a kunai each. Kiba watched helplessly as the three of them dashed towards him. All he could do was move his body slightly to protect his teammate. "I failed you, Kurenai-sensei." The brown-haired boy apologized in his mind as he closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Hinata." He could hear the sound of blade closing in on him. "I could just give up now," Shikamaru pondered. "It would save a couple of minutes of agonizing wait," he reasoned. Suddenly, Naruto's image flashed on the Nara's mind. I guess you won't let me give up twice in a day," the boy said softly with a dry laugh. "What are you muttering, kid?" the leader of the sound group asked. One of the others laughed. "I think he finally lost it," he declared. The other Odo nins joined him laughing. A sound above the laughter caught Shikamaru's attention. "I guess you wanted me to hold long enough for this," the boy said softly with a smirk on his face. Even in the distance, he could hear the sound of a hawk flying over the village. The leaf genin started to laugh. The sound nins immediately stopped laughing. "What's so funny?" one of them asked. Shikamaru shook his head. "It's over," the boy said calmly. "It's over for all of us," he announced serenely, looking at the Odo shinobi mockingly. The sound leader growled in anger at the look in the genin's eyes. "Stop talking nonsense," he roared before looking towards his comrade in the tree. "Hey, just take him out now," the Odo nin ordered. Shikamaru's eyes immediately shifted toward where the attack would surely come. The Inuzuka waited for the piercing pain to come, but instead, all he felt was a strong wind blowing past him and heard the sound of one of the Odo shinobi grunting in pain. The boy opened his eyes slightly, but the sight in front of him caused them to open up completely. One of the sound nins was on the floor spitting blood while the other two were in fighting stance. But what surprised the brown-haired boy the most was the sight of Neji standing in front of him, also in a fighting stance as he faced the Odo shinobi. "I'm sorry I'm late," the Hyuga said softly without looking at the Inuzuka. "I'll take care of these guys," the prodigy declared as he finally turned his head to look at the brown-haired boy in the eyes. "And Kiba, thanks for keeping Hinata-sama safe." The clearing remained in silence as the Nara waited for the attack to come. "Hey, what's going on?" the sound leader exclaimed, looking in direction of his comrades. "Oh, you're talking to this guy?" A voice was heard throughout the clearing. The next moment, the body of a sound nin fell to the ground with a kunai impaled into his neck. "Sorry, but the two of us got into a disagreement," Naruto said as he landed next to the body. "Who are you?" one of the Odo shinobi asked. Fear was starting to appear in his eyes. The blonde ignored the question as he walked towards the Nara. "Pretty decent performance. For a second there, I was worried that you would throw the towel before I got here," the boy commented. Shikamaru smirked. "I knew you wouldn't let me hear the end of it if I've done it. It would have been too troublesome having you criticize me every day at my grave. The black-haired boy simply said. A smirk appeared in Blonde's face as well. That's true, he said as he turned to look at the group of Odo shinobi. But you can let go of the jutsu now. The Sora Sharingan appeared on Naruto's eyes. I have them on my sight. Hear my existence. The clearing remained silent as the Nara waited for the attack to come. Hey, what's going on? The sound leader exclaimed, looking in the direction of his comrades. Oh, you're talking to this guy? A voice was heard throughout the clearing. The next moment, the body of a sound nin fell to the ground with a kunai impaled into his neck. Sorry, but the two of us got into a disagreement, Naruto said as he landed next to the body. Who are you? One of the Odo shinobi asked. Fear was starting to appear in his eyes. The blonde ignored the question as he walked towards the Nara. Pretty decent performance. For a second there, I was worried that you would throw the towel before I got here. The boy commented. Shikamaru smirked. I knew you wouldn't let me hear the end of it if I've done it. It would have been too troublesome having you criticize me every day at my grave. The black-haired boy simply said. A smirk appeared in Blonde's face as well. That's true, he said as he turned to look at the group of Odo shinobi. But you can let go of the jutsu now. The Sora Sharingan appeared on Naruto's eyes. I have them in my sight, the boy announced. The Odo nins felt fear overcome them as they saw their reflection on the blonde's Sharingan eyes. One by one, the sound shinobi dropped to the ground unconscious. What did you do to them? Shikamaru asked astonished as he looked at the unmoving bodies all over the clearing. Naruto rubbed his eyes due to the strain caused by his technique. I sent them to hell, the blonde genin simply said. The genin walked towards the leader of the Odo group and searched his pouch. Here, the boy threw a soldier pill towards Shikamaru. The Nara caught the pill and ate it. You said that you were worried that I might have given up, the black-haired boy said. For how long have you been here? He asked, already preparing the glare. The blonde simply shrugged. For a couple of minutes, he stated as he took another soldier pill from the sound nin's pouch and ate it. Long enough to hear it's over speech. A smirk appeared on his face. Nice piece of work. If this whole shinobi deal doesn't work out, you could become a writer. I have some connections. I could get you a publisher. Naruto mocked his friends. Shikamaru glared at Naruto. He had expected something like this already. Well, we should get going, the blonde said as he started. We're in the middle of a chase after all, he said as he jumped on a tree branch. The black-haired boy sighed before jumping on another branch and resuming his pursuit while muttering, troublesome. Naruto turned around to follow the Nara, but looked back before starting on his run. The blonde's eyes regarded the Odo nin's bodies with utter contempt. Amaterasu, the boy said with a whisper right before black flames appeared on the clearing and consumed the sound shinobi's bodies. We won't be ridiculed by a child, one of the Odo nin exclaimed as he charged towards Neji with a kunai in his hand. The young Hyuga merely tilted his body forward, and with a fluid movement of his left arm, he deviated the attack away from him by simply pushing the sound shinobi's forearm. The Odo nin tried to regain his composure by doing a roundhouse kick, but his leg was easily caught by Neji, who delivered a swift juken strike on the Odo nin's chest, sending him flying backwards. Immediately, the third sound shinobi appeared behind the black-haired boy, a kunai traveling in direction of the Hyuga's neck. Right before the blade pierced the Konoha genin's skin, a chakra sphere formed around his body, repelling the Odo nin back. Kiba, take Hinata-sama to the Hyuga household, Neji said without turning around. I'll hold them off. All Kiba could do was nod before making sure Hinata was secured on his back and turned around. Before the Inuzuka started off, the boy looked back to see the three sound nin getting back on their feet and standing in front of the Hyuga. Good luck, Neji. Damn it, he's still following us, Kankuro complained as he jumped between branches with his younger brother's arm over his shoulder. The puppet user could clearly feel the Uchiha's chakra behind them. Temari gave a concerned look to her black-haired brother. If they didn't get out of this village soon enough, Gaara would. Suddenly, Kankuro gasped in surprise as the redhead started to stir. A small and low laugh could be heard from the younger sibling. He's coming too, Gaara said softly, not completely conscious yet. I can feel it, both the Uchiha and him. They're getting closer. Kankuro could feel his brother's demonic chakra leaking from the redhead's body. Him, the puppet user asked as he looked confused at his sister. The blonde girl bit her lower lip. He must be talking about the Uzumaki guy. Why him? Kankuro asked. She was pretty sure that she would soon draw blood from her lip. Didn't you feel it? Temari asked her brother. That thing awoke during that guy's fight. She explained. Her worry and fear was evident in her expression. Something about that Uzumaki guy's chakra affected it. Kankuro frowned. What do you mean affected? The boy asked. Like it called out to it, Temari tried to explain. Don't ask me how or why, but during his fight, Gaara was smiling, and you know what smile I'm talking about. The sand kunoichi looked at her brother again. The puppet user looked down at the boy he was carrying. He knew that smile pretty well, an expression that was closely related with the crimson color of blood. The kunoichi sighed. The two of them are similar. The look that Guy had when he pushed the Hyuga back during the preliminary was one full of hatred, just like Gaara's, and the killer intent he gives off is suffocating, just like Gaara's. The brown-haired boy finished his sister's sentence. He stole another nervous glance at his brother. Suddenly, Temari stopped on his track. The girl looked down at her feet as one of her hands clenched the fan on her back. What are you doing? Kankuro exclaimed as he stopped as well. Temari looked at her brother straight in the eye, determination dawning on her expression. I'll hold back that Uzumaki guy, she simply stated. Immediately, a bewildered look appeared on Kankuro's face as he prepared to argue his older sister's statement. Listen, she started again, preventing the brown-haired boy from speaking. The Uchiha we simply have to outrun, but that guy is affecting it directly. If he keeps getting closer, that thing might just completely wake up. Terror appeared on Kankuro's face with the mere thought of that. You can get Gaara out of here faster. Meanwhile, I'll prevent that guy from getting closer to him, the blonde girl said as she turned around. Kankuro brought his free hand forward, but he desperately wanted to say something that would change his sister's mind. The kunoichi looked back at her brother. Don't worry, she assured him. Just leave everything to Nei-san. Temari said, giving her younger brother a broad smile before starting back the way they came. The sand genin could only stand there and watch his sister disappear among the trees, her smile engraved in his mind. He could not remember the last time they treated each other as siblings. An Odo Nin was thrown back with enough force to break the fence behind him. Neji stood panting in front of his opponent's unmoving body. The Hyuga had little time to recover before he jumped into the air to dodge a barrage of kunai thrown at him. The two remaining sound shinobi immediately appeared next to him, one on each side. Fudokaten, the boy as soon he saw their kunais traveling towards him. The chakra barrier repelled the two attackers. Damn, Neji complained in his mind. It's even harder in midair. The black-haired boy thought as he recalled how his defense had gone from a dome to a sphere due to his previously airborne status. He's getting tired, one of the sound shinobi eagerly announced. The Hyuga prodigy wished he was wrong. He wasn't 100% from his battle with the blonde genin, and the successive US of Fudokaten had taken a toll on his body and chakra supply. The two Odo Nins rushed forwards to attack. Neji was able to dodge their assault and deliver a couple of jukin strikes to their arms. The boy knew that no number of strikes to limbs would help since his opponents were only using taijutsu. Cutting the chakra flow to their extremities would not hinder their physical strength much. The leaf genin needed an opening to strike their vital organs, and he needed it fast. In a gamble, Neji jumped over one of the sound nin's shoulder, landing behind the shinobi. The Hyuga immediately ducked, right before the Odo nin's hand swiped through where he had been with a kunai in hand. Seeing his opening, the black-haired boy gathered chakra in his right palm before driving it into his opponent's chest as the man finished turning around. The jukin strike was strong enough to send the Odo shinobi flying back as blood sputtered out of his mouth. Neji had made sure to add enough chakra in the strike to send the sound nin's heart into shock. Bastard! The remaining Odo shinobi shouted as he tried to kick the boy. Neji moved his body back to dodge the roundhouse kick that was directed his way. The sound nin followed with a forward kick with his left leg, but missed as the black-haired boy ducked under it. Immediately, the Hyuga rose slightly, capturing the Odo nin's leg with his arm and shoulder, and delivering a powerful jukin strike to the back of the man's leg before releasing it and moving back. The sound shinobi dropped to his knees as he grabbed his left leg in pain. The strike had severed several ligaments along the upper part of his leg, rendering him immobile. The man looked up. Immediately his eyes were covered by fear as he found himself staring directly at the Leaf Nin's Byakugan eyes. This, Neji begun as he gathered chakra in his pointer and middle finger. It's the end for you, the boy declared before he drove a swift strike on his opponent's neck. The Odo Nin fell on his back as blood overflowed in his brains. The Hyuga simply turned around, leaving his enemy to drown on his own blood. Panting out of exhaustion, Neji looked towards the end of the street. Kiba should have gotten to the Hyuga household by now, the black-haired boy thought. It was hard for him to think of something. He wanted nothing more than just drop to the ground and let sweet unconsciousness take him. Moving towards the fence, Neji let his back rest against the wood before looking up at the sky and sighing. The boy clenched his chest. Ever since his fight with Uzumaki, his pulse had been erratic, a sign that the side effects of the blonde's jutsu still hadn't worn out. Suddenly, the Hyuga's eyes widened. Looking towards the end of the street, he could see a group of 5 sound shinobi rushing towards him. Forcing his body away from the wall, Neji turned to face the incoming party. "Hinata-sama, I doubt that I will be able to apologize to you in person." The boy thought. He could hardly keep his eyes open now. I was blinded by my hatred for the main house. The Odo group was getting near now. Even if his eyes were tired, the black-haired genin could clearly see the kunais in their hands. I still hate the main house, but now, I wanna. One of the sound Nin's kunais was traveling directly towards the Hyuga, and the boy was too tired to do anything about it. Suddenly, it felt like a gust of wind went tunneling through the street. The Odo shinobi were all blown away by a powerful force before they reached him. "How dare you raise your weapons against my nephew?" Hayashi's voice thundered. Neji's eyes widened again as his uncle appeared in front of him, Byakugan blazing with cold fury. "You did an excellent job, Neji," the man said as he turned around. Instead of using the Byakugan's ability, his voice was surprisingly calm, completely opposite to the killer intent he was giving off. "Just rest now. I'll take care of this vermin," Hayashi declared as he turned around to look at the terror-stricken face of the sound Nins. Neji could only stare at his uncle's back as the man prepared to attack. Knowing that he was done with his part and the rest would be taken care of, the Hyuga boy closed his eyes and let his body fall back. "Hinata-sama." He couldn't hear the fighting anymore. "I want to find something beyond this hatred." With the ghost of a smile on his face, Neji was finally able to rest. That's strange," Pakken commented as he led the 2 genins. "What happened?" Shino asked. The small dog sniffed the air to make sure before answering. "One of the sand Nins changed directions," the canine informed. "What?" Sakura exclaimed. "Which one?" Pakken sniffed the air again. "I believe it's the female," the dog said. "But the weird part is that she's going around us." Pakken concentrated his sense of smell into figuring out the reason why the Sunakunoichi would want to move behind them. "I see," the canine thought as his nose caught a scent of something that was following them. "Should we move to intercept?" Shino wondered. The insects inside of him were getting ready to move out. The dog shook his head. "Our mission is not to engage the sand. We're here to prevent the Uchiha from confronting them," Pakken said with an air of authority. The 2 Konoha genins couldn't do anything besides nod. They were still far away, Naruto realized as he and Shikamaru rushed through the tree branches. "I swear, Shikamaru, I'll leave you behind if you don't hurry up," Naruto shouted at his comrade that was trailing behind. "Take a kunai and shove it. Not all of us have your monstrous amount of stamina," the Nara shouted back, though he still willed his body to move faster. Naruto prepared a retort when something caught his attention. "Look out," the blonde warned as he moved out of the way. Catching the warning, Shikamaru jumped to the side. A second after, a powerful gust of wings swept through where they had been standing. "What was that?" the black-haired genin asked as he hid behind a tree, just in case another attack might be directed their way. "I think she might have a crush on you, Shikamaru." At Naruto's comments, the Nara stepped out of his hiding place, his eyes widening at the sight of the fan-wielding Temari. "I have to say, I'm a little jealous." The blonde looked back at his friend, a small smirk playing on his face. Shikamaru glared at the blonde. "Shut up," he simply said. The Nara's gaze fell on the new arrival. She had a serious expression on her face, a tight grip on her fan, and Shikamaru could have sworn she seemed to be shaking. Shaking his own head, the black-haired Jinin addressed his comrade. "I'll stay behind while you go on," the boy said. Naruto turned around and regarded the Nara for a couple of seconds. "Hell no." Shikamaru was slightly taken back by the Bond boy's response. "I saw what you did during your match with her. You already blew your chance," the Sharingan user said. With a sigh, the Nara had no other option but to give up. "I knew he would hold that over my head," the black-haired Jinin thought. "Just don't mess around, okay?" the boy said as he jumped back into a tree branch. Yeah, just go and get out of my sight," Naruto said as he turned around to look at Temari. Shikamaru dashed past the two blondes. He was surprised that the Suna Kunoichi hadn't even acknowledged his presence. "So your target is Naruto," the boy thought as left them behind. The blonde boy observed his opponent. He had taken notice of her state of nervousness. "So, what does a pretty girl like you want with me?" the Leaf Nin asked. "Besides the obvious," he teased with a small smirk. "Damn, I've spent too much to with Ero-sensei." Without answering or even acknowledging the boy's questions, Temari raised her fan. "Kamaitachi no jutsu," she shouted as she beat her fan, causing another gust of wind to sweep through. Naruto jumped out of the attack's way with ease. The boy's right hand immediately moved towards his tool pouch to take out a kunai. Kamaitachi no jutsu. The second attack came faster than the Leaf Nin had expected. The Bond boy had to jump behind a tree to prevent getting hit. "I have to keep him here," Temari thought. "I can't let him get close to Gaara." The blonde boy frowned behind the tree. That fan could be a problem. Making the familiar hand signs, the Konoha Jinin created a pair of clones who rushed towards the Kunoichi. Just as the boy had predicted, the girl's wind jutsu wiped his bushins out of existence. Immediately, Naruto took out a kunai and moved to attack, but caught his miscalculation a little too late. Kamaitachi no jutsu. The boy hadn't reached the midpoint of his advance when the jutsu hit him, sending him flying back, only stopping when he hit a tree. The Leaf Shinobi had almost no time to get on his feet and jump out of the way as the blonde girl rushed towards him and swung her closed fan. The weapon hit the tree with enough strength to snap its trunk. "That could have been me," Naruto sighed from another branch. With a quick glance at her opponent's new position, Temari opened her fan and swung it on the boy's direction with one fluent movement. The Konoha Shinobi had not choice but to jump and get back into hiding. "I never expected her reaction time to be this good," the boy pondered. Temari was beginning to feel the toll of her efforts. "Kankuro, you better make use of the time I'm giving you," the girl thought. She had never released so many attacks in such rapid succession, and now it was really draining her. The signs of the Kunoichi's exhaustion were not lost to the blonde boy. "I could just keep attacking until she runs out of chakra," the Leaf Shinobi wondered. "But who knows how long that would take? It totally defeats the purpose." Taking a deep breath, the boy created a bushin. Both Leaf Jinins ran out of hiding, each one throwing a pair of kunais towards the Kunoichi. Temari immediately beat her fan, releasing her wind jutsu. Stepping on his clone's shoulder, Naruto jumped out of the range of the attack. Just as he expected, the blonde girl shot another gust of wind towards him. The boy created another bushin and shielded himself behind his body. "Sorry," the Jinin said to his lookalike. The clone merely gave him a smirk before disappearing into a cloud of smoke along with the futon jutsu. Creating one more clone behind him in order to propel back down, Naruto shot himself towards the sand Kunoichi. Once again, the girl's maneuverability surprised the Leaf Nin as his kunai was stopped by the girl's fan. Looking at his opponent's face, the boy received a smirk from the Kunoichi. "Gotcha," she said in a low voice before pushing the Konoha Shinobi back. Kamaitachi no jutsu. Temari released her jutsu, sending her fellow blonde flying back at full force. Naruto hit the ground hard and, once again, lacked the time to lament anything as he had to immediately jump out of the way to evade another gust of wind. "Damn, if I could just stop her for 1 second," the boy complained. Suddenly, the Jinin could hear a familiar, not annoying, laughter inside his head. Ha ha ha. It seems that she has more upper body strength than you, kid. The fox's voice said with the usual mocking tone. Shut up. I don't have time for this. The boy raged in his mind as he tried to catch his breath. Kyuubi's laughter never quivered. Well, it just so happens that I know a way out of this predicament you have gotten yourself into. At the boy's silence, the Biju's laughter grew stronger. Aren't we interested? The fox teased. The boy's patience was running short. Are you going to tell me or not? He exclaimed in his head. A chuckle escaped the fox before continuing. You need to stop thinking about the situation strategically and start thinking logically. Kyuubi waited to savor the boy's confusion before proceeding. Think about it, kid. For what we have seen of her, we can safely assume that she's a proud female warrior. The Jinchuriki nodded. And there's one thing that is almost guaranteed to stop a proud female. He could feel the smirk forming in the Biju's face. Which is? The boy asked. A part of him was slightly scared of what the answer might be. The laughter returned to his head. Hee, what you do is this. The fox could barely control the glee in his voice. Naruto was unable to control the blush that appeared in his face after hearing the Biju's words. What the hell? That's anything but logical. The boy screamed in his mind. By now, Kyuubi was roaring in laughter. If you're man enough, you'll do it. The fox nudged. Come on, kid. Quick and painless. Well, for the most part. Easy for you to say. The Jinnin thought as he tried to gather his courage. I just know I'm going to regret this in the morning. The blonde thought with a sigh. Kagebushin no jutsu. 3 Naruto jumped from their hiding place towards the Suna Kunoichi. Temari swung her fan, directing a gust of wind towards her attackers. She wasn't surprised when all 3 of them disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Immediately, 5 more blondes jumped from the treetop. Without thinking twice, the girl beat her fan once again, wiping the group of Bushin out of existence. Before the cloud of the clones disappeared completely, the girl became aware of 8 more Konoha nins falling from above. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. The powerful blast of wind shot upwards, taking out all 8 attackers. Temari watched the cloud dissipate. Suddenly her eyes widened as her gaze dropped down. Having taken advantage of the distraction caused by his clones, the Leaf Jinnin had made a dash directly towards the girl. Acting on instinct, Temari blocked the incoming attack with her fan. Naruto gulped. He could see the blonde girl's body preparing to push him back again to launch another attack. It was now or never. Putting one hand on the Kunoichi's fan, the blonde brought it down, lowering the girl's head in the process, and leaned the upper part of his body forward as he placed his other hand in her shoulder to direct her towards him. Before Temari knew what had happened, her lips had been caught by his. Time seemed to have stopped. She was aware that her defenses were down, aware that her fan was blocked, and even aware about the boy in front of her. It was the point where their bodies connected that she wasn't too sure of. Suddenly, the Kunoichi felt the hand that had been placed on her shoulder pulled back and placed on the upper part of her abdomen. Gathering chakra in his palm, Naruto pushed the girl in front of him back with a Juken-like strike, focusing more on the impact rather than damaging internal organs. The attack was strong enough to send Temari back against a tree, hitting her head hard in the process. The blonde boy tried to catch his breath. There, Kyuubi's voice sounded in his head. That wasn't so bad now, was it? The fox started laughing. In fact, I'm willing to bet that you enjoyed it. The Biju teased before continuing laughing. Naruto gritted his teeth at the fox's comments, yet his hand had moved unconsciously towards his lips as he couldn't fight off the blush that had spread throughout his face or the thoughts of how soft her lips had been. At least this was better than last time. The blonde admitted before jumping back on the branches and continuing on his way, not before stealing one last glance at the resting Kunoichi he had stolen a kiss from. As he descended into madness, Kankuro kept looking back over his shoulder as he jumped from branch to branch. Please be all right, the boy whispered, hoping that by some way, his sister would hear him. It had already been 20 minutes since she went to try to hold off that blonde boy, and 5 minutes since he was able to feel her chakra at all. The puppet user kept telling himself that it was all because they were now too far apart, and he never bothered to hone his chakra detection skills. It was needless to say that it was failing miserably, and he was getting more and more worried with every minute that passed. The brown-haired boy sighed. At least you're still out, he thought as he looked at the sleeping form of his younger brother, not daring speak it out of fear of jinxing it. Suddenly, Kankaro's eyes shot open. He had been so preoccupied with his sister's status that he had not caught on to a more imminent problem. While he had been musing in his mind, the Uchiha guy had been getting closer and closer, to the point that, if Kankaro dared to look back again, he would now be able to see him approach. Before the Sand Genin could think of something to do, he was unexpectedly pushed aside against a tree. Opening his eyes, the boy froze in his place as he beheld the terrifying sight of his younger brother baring his fangs at someone. Forcing his neck to turn, Kankaro's eyes set on the raven-haired genin that was now foolishly standing just a few branches from Gaara. The redhead observed the Uchiha as he clenched his head in obvious pain, yet as a smile started to form in his face. "Whatever it is you're trying to pull," Sasuke began as he took out a kunai. "It ends here." The Sharingan appeared in the raven-haired genin's eyes. "And?" Gaara asked, his voice coming out strained. "Nothing is going to end." A weird, blue pattern appeared in his right arm as the hold of the redhead's left hand on his head tightened. "Nothing is going to end until Mother is satisfied," the Suna genin exclaimed as the blue pattern spread all the way to the right side of his face, and he dropped to his knees. Sasuke fought the urge to step back. His eyes watched in disbelief as the redhead in front of him started to change. Gaara's right arm had apparently changed into what appeared to be a sand claw, awfully similar to the thing that had grabbed his arm back in the stadium. The Sand Genin's face had become a grotesque sight as his right side resembled that of a monster, all the while a frightening chakra seeped out of his body. The Uchiha's Sharingan eyes widened when he felt the redhead's chakra. Its terrorizing feeling seemed familiar to him. Somehow, someway, the chakra reminded him of Naruto. Snapping out of his trance, Sasuke jumped just before the Suna genin's sand claw came crashing through the tree branch he had been standing on. The Uchiha had little time to contemplate the situation as the sand arm immediately shot up, destroying everything in his path, and leaving the leaf genin no other choice but to jump from tree to tree as the sand monstrosity chased him around. The sand limb retracted back to the redhead. "What's the matter?" Gaara's voice had become raspy and grunt-like. "It's no fun if you just jump all over the place. Mother won't like that at all," the Sand Genin commented as he looked at his opponent. Sasuke took notice at how the redhead's right eye had changed. It had become all black with a yellow pupil. It was the yellow color that got to him. It reminded him of a certain blonde, and the mere memory of his teammate, accompanied with the strange chakra that the Suna genin was giving off, put the Uchiha on edge. Shaking those thoughts off his mind, the raven-haired boy took out a kunai just as the sand claw shot directly towards him. Jumping to meet the attack, Sasuke impaled his kunai right on Claw's palm. There was no reaction or sign of pain from the sand shinobi. Instead, the claw began to close in on the Uchiha. Realizing his mistake, Sasuke used his impaled kunai to propel himself away from the monstrous limb just as the piece of metal sunk into the sand. Gaara merely smiled and proceeded to do a flailing movement with his sand arm. Suddenly, the captured kunai shot straight towards the leaf genin's face. Sasuke was barely able to move his head a few inches, but managed to evade the incoming blade with only a cut on the cheek. Landing on a nearby branch, the boy brought his hand to his cheek and checked his wound. Deeming the cut as nothing to be worried about, he set his attention back on the redhead. "Are you going to get serious?" Gaara asked in a taunting voice. "We were told that the Uchiha were elite shinobi. It seems Mother and me were misinformed," the redhead commented. "Shut up," the raven-haired boy exclaimed as he glared at the Suna genin. "You know nothing about the Uchiha clan," Sasuke declared. Suddenly an image of his blonde teammate and his blue Sharingan appeared in his mind. The raven-haired boy's eyes widened slightly. "It seems you don't know the Uchiha clan as much as you thought either." The voice his mind had chosen to send him this message which had been too familiar to the young Uchiha, causing his body to shake slightly. Merely laughing at the raven-haired boy's outburst, Gaara brought his deformed arm back. "Well then, show me," he exclaimed as he thrust his arm forward. The sand claw increased in size as it flew towards the Uchiha. Sasuke evaded the attack by jumping over the limb, while the claw proceeded on clinching the tree the Konoha genin had just been standing on and break the trunk as though it were a twig. Gaara swiped his sand arm without releasing the tree, leaving the Sharingan user no other choice but to jump from branch to branch as trees were taken down one after the other. Sasuke was taken by surprise when the sand claw hurled the tree towards him, but managed to bring his feet forward to absorb the impact. The boy had less than a second to figure out what to do next as the sand claw came bursting through the tree trunk, finding the monstrous limb less than 2 feet away from his face. The Uchiha's hand automatically went through a familiar series of hand seals. Kakashi no Jutsu. The raven-haired boy shot a fireball towards the claw, successfully blasting the sand arm away. After the fire blast, the sand claw was reduced to nothing but a stump as it started to drop towards the ground. Sighing in relief, Sasuke started to prepare his body for a safe landing. Suddenly, the Uchiha's attention spanned back at the sand limb whose claw had reformed itself and was flying straight towards him at great speed. Being already airborne, there was nothing that the Sharingan user could do to defend himself as the sand claw seized his body and started a violent dive towards the ground. Acting out of desperation, Sasuke's hand started on another set of hand seals. Housenka no Jutsu. Several fireballs shot from the raven-haired boy's mouth and hit the sand arm without any evident result. Shaking off his growing anxiety and trying to focus his mind, Sasuke directed the fireballs in a single point right at the end of the sand hand, successfully detaching the claw from the rest of the limb just in time for the raven-haired boy to grab on a tree branch and prevent his body from meeting the ground. That's it, Sasuke thought as he stood up in the branch, and he glared at the laughing redhead in front of him before shooting his body forward. Haha, that's more like it, Gaara exclaimed. Come on and attack me. The Suna Genin shouted as he thrust his sand claw forward. Sasuke moved towards the redhead at great speed. Looking straight up, he could see the sand genin's claw approaching towards him ready to strike. Jumping to the side just as the arm went crashing through the path he had previously walked, the Uchiha started circling the redhead, moving higher and closer to the evidently deranged boy. Gaara willed his sand arm to chase the Sharingan user among the trees. The branches were no obstacle for the sand monstrosity as it got closer to the raven-haired boy. The Jinchuriki started to smile at the thought of the blood he would soon offer Mother. The smile soon became an all-out laugh. Suddenly, the sun was blocked off for the redhead. Turning his head up, Gaara could see many of the branches that his claw had cut through falling towards him. Immediately, the Genin pulled back his transformed arm and brought it over his head to protect himself from the incoming debris. With his arm taking the role of a shield, Gaara stood defenseless as Sasuke appeared in front of him, a smirk adorning his face, and delivered a hard punch on his face, sending the sand shinobi flying back. As the redhead flew back, too shocked to do anything, he was able to sense the Uchiha appearing behind his still airborne body. Gaara didn't have to look back to know that the smirk was still in the raven-haired boy's face. Flexing his body, Sasuke executed what seemed to be a spinning kick, burying his foot in the Suna Genin's gut and sending him flying down, hitting the ground hard. Taking advantage of his offensive streak, the raven-haired boy immediately started making hand seals. Kakashi no Jutsu, he shouted before shooting another fireball at his opponent, creating a massive explosion. Panting as he waited for the smoke to clear, Sasuke stood on a tree branch, trying to catch any sign of movement among the cloud that his attack had raised. Suddenly, a jolt of pain shot from his left shoulder. As the boy winced in pain, his attention was diverted from the dissipating cloud of smoke for a second, enough time for the sand claw to shot towards him and enclose his left leg. Sasuke was flailed through the air and slammed against the trunk of a tree with tremendous force. When the Uchiha's body started to fall, the sand claw returned, hitting him in the chest and driving the boy through many branches before throwing his body to the ground, leaving him apparently unconscious. The raven-haired boy was brought back to reality by the Suna Genin's laughter. Looking up, he was greeted by what seemed to be a giant fist made out of sand rushing down towards him. The Sharingan user was able to roll over at the last minute, managing to evade the attack. Getting up as quickly as he could, Sasuke was caught by surprise when the sand arm immediately recovered from its missed impact and shot towards him. Out of desperation, Sasuke jumped to a tree as he took out a kunai, and starting to cut down the tree's smaller branches, causing many leaves to fall off and managing to conceal his body. Gaara's laughter boomed through the forest. Haha, come out. This is just getting interesting. The redhead exclaimed as he laughed. You can't be done already. Mother is still expecting more. The deranged boy informed as he looked around. Kankuro closed his fist tightly to try to stop his shaking. This is bad. The puppet user though as he watched his younger brother laugh manically. The brown-haired boy knew what his brother wanted, blood to offer to that thing inside of him. And, at this point, it didn't matter who it was from. So, if he can't find the Uchiha, it would be just a matter of time before Gaara would set his sight towards him. Temari, what should I do? The Genin thought, not knowing if he would feel safer having his sister by his side, or as far from their younger brother as it was possible. Come on, Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara shouted with glee. I'll try to make it as quick as possible, but I can't make any promises. The redhead followed his statement with another fit of maniacal laughter. Giving his surroundings one last quick look, the Sand Genin started to take down random trees with his sand claw in his search for the Uchiha. The Sharingan user pressed his body firmly against the trunk of a tree, trying to make it the least visible possible as he heard the sound of trees being snapped in two like they were pencils. He silently prayed that the redhead wouldn't choose the one he was hiding behind. Another jolt of pain shot from the Uchiha's shoulder, causing the raven-haired boy to bite his lips in order to prevent any yelp of pain from escaping him as he gritted his left arm tightly. Sasuke's eyes wandered to the left side of his body, setting themselves on his left shoulder. The Leaf Genin's eyes widened as he saw most of his shoulder covered by black, flame-like marks. Closing his eyes, the boy tried to concentrate into willing the strange marks into retracting. I'm getting bored, the redhead announced as he took down another tree. You better come out before I. Gaara suddenly stopped his statement as he looked at the direction of they have come from and smiled. It seems that we're going to have company really soon. The Suna Genin informed before starting on another fit of laughter. Behind his hiding spot, Sasuke's eyes shot open at his opponent's revelation. Focusing his senses, the boy was able to sense a pair of familiar chakra signatures approaching. By now, Gaara's laughter had died down into a malicious chuckle. I wonder. The redhead begun as he started giving off an even more terrifying killer intent. If the sight of their blood would excite you the same way it does me. As soon as the words left Gaara's mouth, the whole forest changed while its physical state remained the same. The whole area was filled with the sound of electricity charging as killer intent, strong enough to match the redhead's, was released. Turning around with a smile on his face, Gaara faced his opponent. Sasuke stood just a couple of branches away from the Sand Genin. His eyes glared at the redhead with pure contempt as a Chidori burned in his left hand. You will not touch them, the Raven boy declared as his mind was drowned with images of how all the people that he held dear had been taken away from him in one single night. I'll kill you before you get a chance to harm them. The Uchiha shouted as he shot towards his opponent, not caring about the pain his body was in or about the fact that the flame-like marks had spread all the way to his neck. Gaara's smile widened as he jumped to meet his prey, the sand claw already prepared to strike. That's what I wanted, the boy roared. Chidori, Sasuke screamed as he brought his electric-charged hand forwards, lighting met sand. As he landed on a branch, the Uchiha looked back to find the monstrous claw detached from the redhead and flying through the air. A smile formed in his lips. Being too distracted by his accomplishment, Sasuke didn't realize when his feet touched the tree branch, nor when his legs gave up and he fell on the branch. Forcing his body off the wood and trying to ignore the tremendous pain that was cruising through his body, the raven-haired boy looked at the redhead. Sasuke's eyes widened as he was consumed by terror. A wicked smile had appeared on Gaara's face as his deranged eyes focused on his opponent. The gourd on his back started to disintegrate, turning into a new claw to replace the detached one and a gigantic tail with the same blue pattern as the other sand limb. Haha! The Sand Genin laughed manically as he dashed towards the Uchiha. Brining his claw up, the crazed boy prepared to strike. Sasuke waited for the pain to come when he heard a blow connect, but when the only pain that he felt was the one already running through his body, the Uchiha opened his eyes. Once again, The boy was surprised by the sight that greeted him. "You should be more careful, Sasuke," a monotonous voice said. Shino stood in front of the fallen Uchiha, while in a branch beyond him stood Gaara with a bruise in his left cheek. The raven-haired boy found himself at loss of words as he stared at his former classmate, pushing his sunglasses up. Sasuke-kun. Turning his head around, the Sharingan user could see his pink-haired teammate and what seemed to be a dog wearing a Konoha headband, running towards him. "Are you ALRI-?" Sakura begun to ask as she reached the fallen boy, but stopped when she saw the flame-like patter on the boy's shoulder. "I'm all right," Sasuke murmured, reluctantly taking the pink-haired girl's help to stand up. "Okay, we got the Uchiha. Now let's get out of here before something bad happens," Pakken merely said. "Did that dog just talk?" The raven-haired boy asked, confused as he examined the strange canine. "I'm afraid we can't go anywhere," Shino informed, his eyes set on the deformed Suna shinobi in front of them. "I doubt that he would simply let us walk out," the Aburame said simply. Sakura cringed at the sight of the redhead's current form, but monstrous as it may appear, the thing that surprised her the most was how his chakra felt so similar to Naruto's. Gaara simply let out a laugh as he regarded the group of leaf neens. "Sasuke is my prey, so if you'd please stand aside," the boy said in a mocking tone. Sasuke tried to move his body forward to face his opponent, but was blocked by Shino. "Sasuke is in no shape to fight right now, so I'll be taking his place," the black-haired boy said calmly. "What?" Shino, no dash, the Uchiha tried to convince his former classmate's mind, but the Aburame simply ignored him and jumped a few branches forward. The only reaction at the change of opponents was a gleeful laughter from Gaara. "Why don't I just kill all of you?" the redhead exclaimed as he shot the sand claw forward. The Sharingan user watched what appeared to be a replay of his battle as Shino moved to evade, and the sand limb chased him through the trees, running through any branches and some trunks that were on his way. The raven-haired boy couldn't help but notice that the claw's movements had become faster, leading him to conclude that his comrade had no chance of winning this battle. As a realization of the Uchiha's fears, the sand claw ran through the branch that the Aburame was about to land on, leaving the black-haired boy in a free fall towards the ground. Before Shino's body impacted the ground, the boy was caught by the sand monstrosity. Brining his prey's body up, Gaara smiled maliciously as his sand started to cover the struggling leaf genin's body. Enjoying the look of absolute terror in the eyes of his opponent's comrades, the redhead raised the sand-covered shinobi further, making sure to be in clear view of his friends. "Sabaka so-so," the deranged genin shouted as the sand coffin contracted to crush his victim as the redhead laughed gleefully. Sasuke immediately forced his body to move, positioning it in front of Sakura in order to block their friend's tragic fate from her view. Roaring laughter celebrated the forest's new crimson taint. As the sand genin looked around to examine his artwork, Gaara's eyes widened in surprise and anger. In his fit of laughter, the boy's mind had visualized the glorious rain of blood, while he hadn't realized that the forest had remained as green as before. Dispersing the sand immediately, the redhead boy was surprised to find only a horde of insects instead of the black-haired boy. "No one has fallen for that one since Kiba," a monotonous voice said from behind Gaara. Turning around, all that Gaara's widened left eye could see was the Konoha genin's fist traveling straight towards him. The force of the punch was strong enough to send the Suna shinobi into a nearby tree. "I may lack a Sharingan, but please don't underestimate me," Shino simply said as he pushed his sunglasses up and regarded the redhead. A sigh of relief escaped Sasuke when his former classmate reappeared. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing?" Sakura's words came up barely above a whisper, catching the Uchiha attention. The blush that appeared on the normally brooding boy's face was only matched by the one in the pink-haired girl's. In his attempt of preventing his teammate from witnessing their friend's imminent death, he had positioned his body in front of her. She was in a kneeling position while his chest hovered a couple of inches away from her face, while his right hand had a firm, yet soft, hold on her left shoulder. "Sorry," the Uchiha said, his voice managing to come out even lower than Sakura's as he mentally cursed his awakening teenage hormones. Gaara growled as he glared at the black-haired boy. "You're going to pay for that one," the Sand Genin declared as he swung his deformed arm forwards, sending the sand claw straight towards the Aburame. Kankuro stood dumbfounded. He had only heard about the Aburame clan once in his village from two elder shinobi discussing, as they put it, unorthodox ninja techniques, but to think that one of them could have fooled the person he feared the most so easily. The puppet user watched as the boy with sunglasses evaded his younger brother's attack with apparent ease, causing the redhead to growl and grunt in annoyance and frustration. Suddenly, Shino stopped moving. He simply stood on a branch with his hand in his pockets and waited as the sand claw approached him at a blinding speed. Sakura tried to scream. Sasuke tightened his fist. Kankuro gritted his teeth, and Gaara smiled wickedly as his claw was about to strike the black-haired boy. Just as the claw was about to close in, the monstrosity came to an abrupt stop in front of the Leaf Genin's face. Shino merely pushed his sunglasses up again, observing the sand limb as it begun to break down and chunks of sand fell to the ground. "What's going on?" Gaara exclaimed as he watched in terror as his sand, ignored his will and fell lifelessly. Shino brought one of his hands out of his pocket and pointed at the redhead. "You haven't realized yet?" the boy asked. Looking down, the Sand Genin's eyes widened as he found numerous black bugs crawling around his body. "Kikai mushi," Shino simply stated as many more bugs appeared crawling around his whole body. "They have the ability to eat chakra, rendering techniques like yours." If Sasuke didn't know any better, he would have sworn that behind the collar of his shirt, the black-haired boy was smiling. "Useless," the boy added before starting off towards the redhead. Gaara brought his crumbling sand arm up in order to defend himself. Shino merely closed his hand into a fist and drove it straight through the sand arm. The sand crumbled away like it was nothing, and the Aburame's fist sunk into the right side of the Sand Genin's face, sending him flying back. The redhead was able to use his tail before it broke down to get back on his feet, but the boy had not time to regard the situation as his opponent suddenly appeared in front of him and delivered a strong uppercut on his chin, causing the redhead's feet to leave the ground again. The black-haired boy followed with a kick on the Suna Genin's stomach that sent him flying into a tree trunk. With the destruction bugs still on his body and his sand falling slowly to the ground, Gaara struggled to stand up as everyone present remained quiet. "Haha!" The silence in the forest was broken by the redhead's crazed laughter. "You really think?" The boy begun as what remained of his gourd turned into sand and what had fallen to the ground returned. "That you could just separate mother from me that easily?" Everyone watched in shock and horror as every part of Gaara's body from the knees up was covered in sand and took a bestial form with the tail swinging lively in the back. Both eyes had become black with a strange yellow pupil, while the boy's teeth became sharpened, resembling an animal's. A smile spread on the redhead's face as he regarded the people present in the forest. His sand body stirred slightly before he brought his closed fist forward. Unclenching his hands slowly, the deformed boy let the Kikai mushi fall to the ground as his smile widened. While his sunglasses and collar hid Shino's expression from everyone else, nothing prevented the others from seeing the Aburame's fist tightening in anger as he watched his dead destruction bugs being discarded. Gaara merely laughed before he tilted his body upwards and several mouths appeared on his monstrous body and begun to inhale air. "Mugen Sajin de Tapa," the Sand Genin shouted before blasting a powerful gust of wind and sand. The force of the blast of air was strong enough to blow the Aburame away. Smiling once again, the redhead shot both of his arms forward towards the Leaf Nin. Seeing the two sand limbs coming towards him, Shino tried to shift his body to dodge them, but due to his current airborne condition, one of them caught him by his right arm. Before the black-haired boy could react, Gaara willed his sand to contract and break the boy's arm, just like he had done to the green-wearing one during the preliminaries. Delighted at the Aburame's screams, the redhead smiled as he used his arm to pull the body towards him and slamming his body into a nearby branch. With a victorious smile on his face, Gaara launched his body forward to deliver the final blow. Landing on the Konoha Genin's branch, the boy raised his disfigured claw. Once again, the finishing strike never connected as the Suna Nin found his body unable to move just a few inches away from the Aburame. "You people are just too troublesome to deal with sometimes." a somewhat bored voice said from below the two Genins. Shikamaru hung upside down from the branch that held his former classmate and the deranged Sand Genin, his shadow connected to the former, restricting his movement. Shino, if you please get out of the way, this position is not as comfortable as it may appear, the Nara said sarcastically. Nodding, the Aburame lifted his body off the branch and moved away just as the redhead next to him willed the sand in his body to attack the hanging shinobi below them. The Nara immediately disconnected his shadow from Gaara's and jumped to another branch before the sand could reach him. So, you're going to fight me next? The Suna Genin asked. His voice was a strange mix of both amusement at the sight of another prey and frustration at the lack of bloodshed. Shikamaru simply gave the redhead a confused look. Fight? Me? He asked, pointing at himself. Sorry, you must have me confused with someone who likes jumping around and go back and forth in fist fights. The black-haired boy said with a shrug of his shoulder. Besides, my abilities are meant for stalling, not fighting. Gaara let out a frustrated growl. Then get out of my sight, the boy exclaimed as he thrust his arms forward. The Leaf Genin dodged the incoming attacks by jumping into a higher branch, now standing at eye level with the redhead. Sorry, no can do, the black-haired boy simply stated. Otherwise he won't let me hear the end of it, the boy informed as he got into a meditation stance. Letting out another growl, the deformed shinobi jumped towards the Nara. The moment Gaara stepped on the branch, he found his body unable to move again, caught in the same technique as before. Stop that, the boy demanded as he willed his sand to attack, but by that time the Konoha Genin had already dispelled his jutsu and jumped to another branch. Simple yet extremely amusing to watch, Shikamaru commented as they stood over his unofficial opponent. Gra! Gaara screamed in frustration before swinging one of his arms, cutting through the tree where the Nara was standing and the ones around. Jumping as far as he could, Shikamaru barely managed to hang onto a branch on one of the trees that survived the Suna Genin's assault. The black-haired boy only had time to take out a kunai and a pair of shuriken before his right leg was pulled down by Gaara's sand claw. Thinking quickly, Shikamaru threw the three blades upward, cutting off several leaves and branches, and used their shadows to connect his with the redhead's, successfully stopping the boy's movement long enough to set himself free from his hold and jump to another branch. Shikamaru had no time to assess the situation. Before he could even react, a gigantic sand fist connected with his body, blasting him back against a tree, impacting the trunk hard. The Nara's body felt numbly on branch in a sitting position. All of your attempts have been futile, Gaara exclaimed, victorious and gleeful. A half-smile appeared on the black-haired boy as he lifted his head up. I told you already, my abilities are meant for stalling, he said as his smile turned into a smirk and his eyes mockingly regarded the redhead. I was only buying him enough time, Shikamaru commented as his eyes set on something beyond Gaara. A soft thud as he landed on a branch announced his arrival. Seriously, Shikamaru, I leave you alone for 5 minutes and you get yourself into trouble again, Naruto merely said, not paying attention at the situation. Naruto, Sakura whispered the blonde's name. Her emerald eyes caught his dark sapphire ones for a second. The boy gave her a simple nod, and, for some reason unknown to her, she felt much safer. You, Gaara exclaimed as his face twisted into a sick form of happiness at the sight of the fellow Jinchuriki. You finally got here, the one that has been calling mother out, the deranged redhead stated as he observed the new arrival with glee. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he finally set his eyes on the transformed Sand Genin. I take it that by the form he has, it's a chibi, Naruto stated in his mind. In the boy's mind, the fox grunted. That stupid raccoon always tended to pick a human and become extremely attached to him or her. That's how he ended up trapped in that kettle in the first place, Kyubi informed. But to come off as the boy's mother and eat his sanity away like that, I think Shikaku has been losing it over the years, the Bayou commented, his tone carrying a hint of annoyance towards the tailed beast inside the redhead. Feeling a nudge from his mother, Gaara took advantage of the fact that the blonde had become distracted with something. Suna shuriken, the crazed boy shouted as hurled a barrage of sand disc at his opponent. By the time Naruto became aware of the attack, it was already too late, and every single disc hit his body, packing enough force to lift his body off. Sasuke was surprised by what happened after the attack, but what really surprised was that Naruto had been hit by it. The wounded, airborne blonde simply disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Before Gaara could start his search for his opponent, the redhead felt as several kicks connected to his upper back and shoulder, sending him crashing down to the ground. Standing out, the Suna Jinchuriki looked up to find 5 Naruto about to launch their kunais at him. Mugen Sajin de Tapa. The Sand Genin released his attack immediately, effectively blowing all the blondes into clouds of smoke, though not before they released their kunais. None of the blades hit the redhead, instead landing around him. Something about the kunais caught Gaara's attention. Looking down, the boy found the 5 blades with explosive tags wrapped on them. Preparing to jump away from the blast zone, the Sand Genin was surprised when he found his feet unable to move again. Looking back down, the redhead saw 2 pairs of hands sprouted from the ground, holding his head in place. Gaara was helpless as the 5 tags explode into a huge blast. "Damn you!" the redhead let out as he struggled to lift his body upright. His head moved upward and set on the blonde standing in front of him. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face. "Are you still enjoying yourself?" The Genin mocked the other Jinchuriki. Gaara merely grunted before the smile returned to his face. "Of course I am," the redhead informed, his face twisting and appearing even more insane. "This fight proves that I exist," the boy declared. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Is this pity? What I'm feeling for you?" The blonde wondered, causing the Sand Genin to look at him confused. "Or do I envy you?" He continued. "All my life I wondered if my life had any meaning. At least you believe yours had one. But something as sad as that." Naruto's eyes appeared as though they softened. "I guess us beggars can't be choosers," he added with a dry laugh. Sakura felt like her heart ached at her teammates' words. Whatever sympathy was there in the blonde's eyes was gone in the next moment as his eyes scornfully set on Gaara. "But you endangered my friends, and I can't look away from that," Naruto stated as his blue Sharingan appeared in his eyes. "All I have." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Is this pity? What I'm feeling for you?" The blonde wondered, causing the Sand Genin to look at him confused. "Or do I envy you?" He continued. "All my life, I wondered if my life had any meaning. At least you believe yours had one. But something as sad as that." Naruto's eyes appeared as though they softened. "I guess us beggars can't be choosers," he added with a dry laugh. Sakura felt like her heart ached at her teammates' words. Whatever sympathy was there in the blonde's eyes was gone in the next moment as his eyes scornfully set on Gaara. "But you endangered my friends, and I can't look away from that," Naruto stated as his blue Sharingan appeared in his eyes. If the redhead had been intimidated by the strange Sharingan, he was able to hide it perfectly. The deranged Suna Genin let out a malicious laugh as he stared right back at the Leaf Genin's glare. "That look in your eyes is perfect," Gaara commented as he smiled in glee. "I want you to look at me like that until the very moment when I'll spill your blood for mother." The Jinchuriki exclaimed as he thrust but arms forward in the direction of the blonde. Naruto jumped upwards, but instead of landing on a higher branch, the Konoha Genin used it to propel his body forward, creating enough force to speed past the incoming sand limbs. The blonde Jinchuriki closed his hand as he approached the redhead. The punch failed as the Suna shinobi jumped to a different branch before it could connect. Gaara wasted no time to attack. Not giving his opponent a chance to even turn around, the Sand Genin shot his body forward, his claws ready to strike his prey. The blonde jumped back the moment he sensed the incoming attack. Doing a backflip in mid-air to dodge his opponent's attack, the Leaf Genin sunk his feet in Gaara's back as he completed the 360-degree spin, sending the boy down towards the ground. Taking the offensive, Naruto stopped the redhead's trip downward by grazing one of his ankles and swinging the Genin's body towards a tree, breaking the trunk as he flew through. The Suna shinobi stretched his sand claws in order to stop his flight. Landing on a nearby branch, the monstrous Genin glared at the blonde. "It's that best you have," the boy exclaimed. "Mother and I waited for you after hearing your call. But is this all you have to show for it?" Naruto met the redhead's glare with his own. "I guess I'm putting quite a below-average performance," the Konoha Nin admitted. "I guess it'll be okay if I went a little wild." The moment the words left his mouth, the blonde disappeared from Gaara's sight, just to reappear hovering over the sand Jinin the next second and drive his knee into the deranged boy's stomach. Even through the sand protection, Gaara could still feel the force from the blow his stomach received. His breath escaped his lungs, and the Sunanin's head was brought forwards as his body recoiled due to the pain. Blinded because of the strike, the redhead could not see the fist traveling straight towards his face. The punch's sound was heard throughout the forest as the sand genin was thrown flying backwards by its force. Moving at blinding speed, Naruto seemed to disappear again and reappear at the branch Gaara was traveling to. The blonde swung his leg forward, driving his kick into the redhead's back, stopping the deranged boy's flying trip and causing him to release a scream of pain. The leaf genin spun his body around and driving his heel into the sand shinobi's gut, in a similar fashion to what Sasuke had done before, and sending his fellow Jinchuriki flying down towards the ground. The Sharingan user did not waste any time. The boy's hands immediately started on the already familiar set on hand seals. Kakashi no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed before shooting a sizable fireball down to chase the redhead. The explosion signaled the impact. Before the dust and flames could dissipate, a pair of sand claws shot from the cloud of wreckage with the blonde Jinchuriki as their target. Jumping to higher branches, Naruto took out a kunai and slashed the pair of monstrous limbs as they approached him. The two arms seemingly started to fall before they suddenly came back to life and reformed themselves before returning to their pursuit of the Konoha shinobi. Naruto continued to dodge the two transformed limbs until they finally retreated and grabbed a nearby branch in order to pull Gaara back up. Hee-hey, haha. The redhead started to snicker, but it soon turned into an all-out laugh. That's more like it, he declared. Mother is starting to enjoy this fight. The bloodlust in the sand nin's eyes was evident as he looked at the blonde. Let's together make mother happy, the deranged boy shouted as he threw a piece of his sand body into the air. Tsukuyomi. The barrage of sand lumps immediately started to fall down on the blonde. The Sharingan user was put on the defensive once again as all his movements were strictly to evade the flurry of strikes raining down on him. Branches and trunks were reduced to splinters as the onslaught of sand pierced through the trees as it sought the leaf shinobi. Damn it, Naruto cursed. He never expected that he'd be forced to use it so soon into the battle. Amaterasu. The teenaged boy gazed at the sphere of sand above the trees where all the projectiles originated with his Sharingan eyes. The piece of sand was immediately overwhelmed by black flames that consumed it in a matter of moments, leaving nothing behind to prove that it existed. Gaara looked up with a horror-stricken face as his sand was reduced to nothing by the black flames. A piece of his mother that had always protected him simply disappeared in front of the redhead's eyes as though it was never even there. Bastard. The words left the boy's lips like a ghostly whisper. You bastard. The Jinchuriki's eyes set on the blonde in front of him, yellow eyes blazing in fury as they burned into the leaf genin. The spiky-haired boy hadn't felt such a strong killer intent since Itachi. Shifting his body slightly to the side, Naruto was able to hide the shaking in his hand. How dare you try to take mother away from me? The transformed Suna shinobi shouted as his killer intent kept on rising. Mother is the only one important to me in this world. The only one that never deserted me and always remained by my side. The words roared through the forest, making some of the people present cringe at the fury they held. Mother is all I have, Gaara declared. Naruto remained silent for a couple of moments as his gaze regarded the redhead in front of him. All you have, the blonde simply repeated. Suddenly, a matching killer intent emanated from the Konoha nin as his eyes narrowed, forming a glare directed to the other Jinchuriki. In less than a second, Naruto had moved in front of Gaara and drove his fist into the sand genin's cheek, sending him flying back once again. Two spiky-haired clones appeared ready to receive the airborne boy. Using his Sharingan, Sasuke could follow as the three identical leaf genins trashed the deranged redhead around trees and branches. What surprised the raven-haired boy the most was not his teammates' impressive physical strength, nor the blinding speed of his movements, but the look that the once smiling face held. As much as Gaara's look carried dementia less than 5 minutes ago, Naruto's was now pure anger and disdain. Something that the Suna shinobi had said had made the former loudmouth snapped, sending the boy into a raging frenzy. A powerful kick sent the transformed teenager flying through numerous tree trunks, finally stopping several feet away. That thing is not all you have. The blonde's words were full of contempt. You have siblings, you have a family. You were probably even able to meet your father. Naruto closed his fist to try to stop the furious shaking. So don't come here and tell me that that thing inside you is all you have when you have pushed away everything else around you. His teeth were gritting now, and his voice was coming out strained due to the anger. You had so much, yet you still chose to become like this. You chose to be feared over than loved. The Jinchuriki's voice started to die out. It's because of you. It's because of people like you that I had. The teenage boy never finished the sentence as his hands suddenly went through the required hand seals, and another fireball was released in direction of the redhead. The swiftness of the attack caught the redhead by surprise. Gaara could only bring his arms forward to protect himself as the flames engulfed his body. The impact of the fire jutsu was enough to send the sand genin flying a few branches back. I really hate people like you, Naruto declared as he glared at the deformed boy in front of him, trying to stand back up. People that thrive of the knowledge of being feared. You claim being alone in this world, but the truth is that you view yourself above all other. Things that the blonde thought he had under control were running wild now. Locking yourself inside a barrier of sand and trying to sound like a victim. You don't know what real pain is, what it feels like to be betrayed by the few things you thought you had. Shut up, the redhead boy interrupted. His eyes set on the blonde, holding a mixture of anger and sorrow. You don't know anything about me. The Suna shinobi shot back. You don't know all I had to go through and how, at the very end, Mother was the only one that remained by my side. The Jinchuriki's voice came out strained as memories plague his mind. This is it. Please die. Suddenly, Gaara's killer intent returned full force. Betrayal? His strange yellow eyes glared at the blonde. Don't you dare speak to me about betrayal. Anger flooded out of the transformed boy as his breath started to come out strained. I'll never let anyone else betray me. The sand nin exclaimed before he thrust his arms forward. Monstrous limbs shot towards the spiky-haired boy, forcing him to jump from branch to branch in order to avoid their devastating rampage. The hatred that had been harbored in the blonde's eyes had now transferred to the redhead's as he continued to tear through trees and branches. I'll push everyone away. I won't allow them to get a chance to betray me again, he declared before retreating. His sand claws and the mouths appeared on his body again. Mugen Sajin de Tapa. The powerful gust of wind and sand erupted from the Jinchuriki's mouths. Naruto immediately jumped behind a thick tree in order to escape the savage burst of dust that swept through the forest. A sand claw went through the trunk that the blonde was hiding behind, causing the leaf nin to jump to another branch to escape the monstrous limb that followed him. I'll destroy everyone in my path. I'll offer all of their blood to Mother and prove that I exist in this world, Gaara announced in his crazed rage. To prove that I was betrayed and that I will take my revenge on the world, he exclaimed as his transformed arms continued to chase his opponent. Without stopping his movements, the Konoha genin was able to set in eyes on the other Jinchuriki. I really can't forgive people like you, he stated as he jumped to a new branch seconds before the one he had been standing on was destroyed by the pursuing claw. Letting the rage and bloodlust consume you and turning into the demons they fear us to be, the teenage boy added. Shut up, the redhead shouted. You don't know anything about me. The speed of the sand claw suddenly increased, managing to grab a hold of the Sharingan user and slamming his body against a tree. Less than a second afterwards, the sand was already starting to cover his body. I'll kill you. I'll kill you for the disrespect you have shown Mother and me, Gaara declared as his eyes glared at the blonde. Despite his seemingly imminent death, the spiky-haired boy merely continued to observe the sand genin. I met a guy just a few months ago, Naruto started. He showed me a hell that now haunts my nightmare. But I tried, and I'm still trying, to look past all the things I saw in that place. The leaf shinobi revealed as his eyes narrowed. And now I meet someone like you. who has given up and thrown himself into the depths of madness with foolish thoughts of retribution. A dark blue chakra started to emanate from the blonde's body. It irks me to know and knowing that you have given up on the world so easily. With the boy's outburst, the Navy chakra burst, freeing the Sharingan user from the sand. I really can't forgive you right now, he said as he set his eyes on the redhead in front of him. The two Jinchurikis glared at each other before dashing off forward. Blows were exchanged in midair. Flashback. You know, you really didn't have to accompany me shopping. A small, black-haired boy looked up at the young woman next to him before answering. Oka-san is worried about you since you have been going out so much lately, so I offered to come with you. 4-year-old Itachi simply stated. Uchiha Kagome sighed as she looked at her cousin's oldest child. You do know that I'm a jounin, right? If anyone is doing any babysitting, it's me looking after you. She tried to explain. Rank doesn't really matter. A well-trained Chunin could sneak up on even a Kage if the target's unaware and alone. Itachi merely said as he continued to walk. Do you expect me to be attacked by a group Chunin in the middle of the village? She asked. The boy's eyes didn't even shift from the path ahead. Please don't put words in my mouth, Kagome Nizan. Itachi shot back. I said a Chunin, not a group. Besides, I've seen you sparing. If you're distracted enough, you won't even see a Jinin coming. To say the least, the young woman was bewildered by 4-year-old's statement. Hey, I already told you that there was a specific reason why I did so poorly in that sparring match. She tried to defend herself. Then what is it? I told you. I can't tell you right now. You're too young. For a leaf kunoichi, you sure make a lot of excuses. It's not fitting. The black-haired boy commented. Another sigh escaped Kagome. She should have known better than to get into an argument the Uchiha clan's resident genius. Uchiha Itachi will make a great shinobi someday. She was sure of it. But for now, he was nothing more than a know-it-all kid that could go against experienced adults in a myriad variety of discussions and still come out making them look silly. She had grown really close to the boy, especially after Obito's tragedy. But that terrible weapon of destruction he called his mind did put a strain in their relationship. Well, fancy meeting you here. Both Uchiha turned to look at the sudden interruption. Casually walking towards the two black-haired relatives was one Namikaze Minato with what had become a trademark for the blonde man, a grin adorning his face. Minato-san, Kagome called out. A/N, see the ending note for explanation. Itachi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sudden excitement in his cousin's voice at the sight of the already legendary jounin. How are you on this fine day, Kagome-san? The young man asked as he gave the black-haired woman a small, courteous bow. The giggle that escaped the young woman almost made Itachi kick her in the shin and make a run for it. One thing that the 4-year-old boy really didn't want to see at the moment was his cousin acting all girly. Minato's gaze lowered to set on younger Uchiha. And what about you, Itachi-kun? Your name is coming up again and again as of lately. Fugaka-san and Mikoto-san must be really proud. The blonde man commented as he ruffled the boy's hair. Itachi's glare immediately set on the man in front of him. It was certain that the 4-year-old Uchiha was incredibly mature for his age. He was well aware that most people were both amazed and annoyed by his intellect. He could deal with anything or anyone without losing his composure, anyone except Namikaze Minato. Something about the Konoha yellow flash always managed to get on the boy's nerves. Swiping his hand, the black-haired kid pushed the man's hand away. Well, it seems that we still have the attitude problems to deal with, Minato commented, unfazed by the young boy's actions. I guess it's just normal for you to be jealous. After all, I'm already a renowned shinobi, while you're still a little kid with a kunai playset, he said as he straightened his body and stood proudly. A snort escaped the 4-year-old. Yeah, like I'm supposed to be envious of you. I've already heard about the incident between your Hiraishin and the waterfall. The boy shook his head to add to the insult. Seriously, it's just a matter of time before you find yourself falling in a volcano or something. Hey, watch it, you brat. That only happened while Hiraishin no Jutsu was still on its development stages. And stop gossiping with Jiraiya-sensei. Minato shot back, already falling into the boy's game. Oh, touched a sore spot, didn't we? And what was that about you blowing up the bull's corral while practicing that spiral sphere of yours? Itachi asked, his voice fully tainted by a mocking tone. The blonde man gave a small grunt. Like I have to explain my genius to you. Only a sorry shinobi would have such a sorry excuse. The black-haired boy commented. Do you have something to say, you little punk? As a matter of fact, yes. I want you to remain in that little throne of yours until I become a shinobi and beat you up myself. The blonde man and the black-haired boy glared at each other intensively. I accept that challenge. Hurry up. I don't want to wait too long for the day that I can finally kick your ass dash. Namikaze Minato. Kagome suddenly interrupted the argument. Are you really engaging in such childish fights against a 4-year-old? And losing too. Itachi added. The young woman gave her cousin a warning look before her eyes set back on the yellow flash whose face had turned red out of embarrassment and his eyes looked at everything but Kagome. He started it. Was all that the man could say. Kagome sighed in exasperation. You've got to be kidding me. Itachi watched in curiosity as Minato tried to explain himself to his cousin. For some reason, it was while talking to the blonde jounin that Kagome seemed the happiest she had appeared ever since Abitos. What was it about Namikaze Minato that could possibly bring such a smile to Uchiha Kagome's face? In flashback, a pair of onyx eyes opened to look at the rain falling into the ground. Uchiha Itachi stood in one of the entrances to the Akatsuki base pondering on his sudden remembrance. Why am I remembering something like that now? The young man thought. As of late, Itachi's head had been plagued by his blonde target and the events of the night of their meeting. The image of the blue Sharingan seared into black-haired man's mind. The Akatsuki member had tried a basic meditation exercise to try to clear his head when the old memory found its way into the surface. Suddenly, realization hit him. Could it be? His train of thought was unfortunately cut off by the sound of approaching steps. Looking up, Itachi could see his blue-skinned companion walking towards him. There you are, he said once he reached the black-haired man. I've been looking everywhere for you. The others told me that you got our new orders. Kisame commented. The Sharingan user nodded. Yes, he answered. We are to go to Konoha once again. The Uchiha added before simply walking into the ring. The former Kirinin followed his black-haired companion. Goody, I finally get chance to meet the kid that kicked your ass a couple of months ago, he said. Itachi remained silent at the swordsman's words. I really don't know if I should capture him or thank him, Kisame remarked, adding a chuckle for effect. The Uchiha was able to keep himself in check as he continued to walk. I mean, the great Itachi being defeated, no humiliated, by a genin brat. When I heard about it, I thought it was my birthday. The shark-like man commented before starting to laugh. Haha, I really wish I could have been there to see your face. He managed to add between his laughter. The Sharingan user didn't even stop, nor did his voice carry any sign of frustration. Keep it up, he started. And when you fall asleep, I'll just take you down the pier and trade you for 10 boxes of Pocky again. Itachi warned, earning a glare from the former mist shinobi. A tree came crashing down as the redhead's transformed body went through its trunk. Naruto stood panting on a branch as the sand nin's body was completely engulfed by dust. Scattered wood, burn marks, and craters laid throughout the forest as evidence of the fight between the two Jinchuriki. What's going on? At the sound of a new voice at the scene, Kankuro turned around to see Temari landing on the branch he had been standing. A sigh of relief escaped the puppet user at the sight of the blonde girl. Well, as you can see, the scenario is getting worse by the second. Something about that guy is just irking Gaara further and further, he said before looking at his older sister skeptically. How come it took you so long to get here? The brown-haired boy asked. Surprising Kankuro, a blush appeared on the Suna Kunoichi. None of your business, she declared, looking away from her brother. Shrugging his sister reaction off, the boy set his eyes back on the fight between the two apparent monsters. Just like the blonde had expected it, a sand claw appeared flying towards him. After jumping into a higher branch, the leaf genin started to move in the direction of the deranged boy. Gaara looked up to see his opponent's foot about to connect with his face. Once again, the sand coat had been virtually useless in trying to block the pain. Before the kick could send the redhead's body flying back, Naruto grabbed one of the transformed arms and swung the monstrous body, slamming the Suna Genin into a tree. The spiky-haired boy followed by delivering a devastating uppercut under Gaara's chin, causing his body to lift off from the ground. Catching the rising body but the ankle, the Konoha shinobi slammed the redhead back into the ground before jumping into the air and starting on a set of hand seals. Entenkawa no Jutsu. He called out before a blast of heat shot towards Gaara's transformed body. An explosion followed. The new cloud of dust and rubble was big enough to engulf some of the trees. Jumping to one of the highest branches, Naruto waited once more. Suna Shuriken. The barrage of sand projectiles appeared through the cloud of dust, destroying several trees on their way out. The blonde Genin jumped higher up as his hands went through the necessary seals. Houskin no Jutsu. A barrage of small fireballs met with the sand shuriken, canceling each other out. As Naruto's feet were about to touch a branch, one of Redhead's transformed arms came crashing through, forcing the spiky-haired boy to create a clone to change his direction in midair. The moment when the Leaf Shinobi was finally able to land, the pain that had been bothering him for the last few months suddenly shot through his body, paralyzing the boy just as the second claw approached. Standing helplessly on a branch, the boy could do nothing to defend himself as the monstrous limb grabbed him by the arm and forcibly pulled him towards the source. Naruto found himself looking directly at Gaara's eyes. In his desperation, the Konoha nin didn't think twice. Tsukuyomi. Immediately, all the sand left the redhead's body. The Suna Genin tried to move as terror invaded his face just to find himself unable to move. What's going on? The Jinchuriki exclaimed. He was no longer in the Konoha forest, but in some sort of dark wasteland. What have you done with Mother? Standing a couple of feet away, the blonde simply glared at the redhead. Your mother won't be able to manifest in here, the Genin stated. This is a place where all of your sins come back to pass judgment. A katana appeared between the two Jinchuriki. This is my world. Naruto took a hold of the sword. This is my hell, he said before thrusting the blade forward. Blue Sharingan eyes widened when the sword was stopped less than an inch from the Suna shinobi by the sand that had supposed to have disappeared. A wicked smile appeared on Gaara's face as his body was covered by the sand once more, returning to the raccoon-like form. I told you. The redhead's voice carried an ominous, yet mocking tone. Mother will never desert me. Suddenly, Naruto was violently pushed back by an unseeing force as he found himself out of the Tsukuyomi mindscape. Finally stopping by hitting a tree, the blonde felt a new pain coursing through his body, this time originating from his eyes. Damn it! The scroll warned that this would happen if Tsukuyomi was rejected. The boy whispered to himself as he clenched his head. It must have been the One Tail's doing, he commented, still trying to shake off the Jinjutsu's recoil. Ha ha ha! Gaara's demented laugh sounded through the forest. Was that your hell? The redhead asked as his chakra started to spike. Then allow me to bring mine out here. The blonde could only watch dumbfounded as sand suddenly skyrocketed from the Suna Genin's body and took the form of a giant raccoon. The enormous monstrosity roared, causing several of the trees in the surrounding area to shake. And massive claws started to move towards the still thunderstruck boy. Naruto! Sakura screamed as she saw that her teammate wasn't about to move. At the sound of her voice, the monstrous creature shifted its eyes towards the girl. A piece of sand unexpectedly shot towards the pink-haired kunoichi, catching her by surprise and slamming her body against a tree. Sakura, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino shouted at the same time. The three boys immediately jumped towards the now unconscious girl. Reaching his former classmate first, Shino tried to get rid of the sand that was currently choking her by using his bugs. To the Genin's dismay, the Kikai Mushi could not digest the chakra in the sand. Can you get her out? Shikamaru asked as he arrived. Shino was about to answer his friend when suddenly the sand came back to life and trapped the two black-haired boys. Guys! Sasuke exclaimed as his body got closer to his trapped comrades. Managing to free one of his legs, Shikamaru kicked the incoming Uchiha away, saving the raven-haired from being trapped by the sand. Naruto realized that his body was now shaking, though not out of pain nor shock, but of pure anger and rage. Damn you, he said as he looked up at the enormous raccoon. This fight is between the two of us. You didn't need to get them involved. The blonde shouted. The monster's only reaction was to laugh at the Konoha nin's words before starting to reach for the boy again. You'll pay. The leaf genin couldn't hold back his rage anymore as the sand claw was almost over him. I'm going to make you pay. The navy blue chakra engulfed his body once more. I'm going to make you pay for hurting them, Naruto exclaimed as his hand automatically started on a set of hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A giant cloud of smoke went off in the forest. Naruto, you better have a damn good reason for summoning me, Gamabunta commented as the smoke around his body started to dissipate. I'm sorry, Gamabunta-sama. The blonde apologized as he stood on top of the toad boss head, the dark blue chakra still emanating throughout his body. But this guy just really got on my nerves. The genin's voice had become low and quiet, yet it still held something powerful, and I just feel like knocking some sense into him. The toad looked at the monstrous raccoon standing in front of him. I see. Gamabunta sighed as he put his pipe away. But you owe me one, he added as he unsheathed his sword and pointed its blade at the sand creature. The monster brought its arm forward. Both claws immediately shot towards the enormous toad. Jumping high in the sky, Gamabunta prepared to strike the sand creature down with his sword. Looking up at the toad boss, the raccoon shoot a barrage of what appeared to be wind blasts. Teppadama no Jutsu. The brownish amphibious countered, releasing several water bullets to intercept the incoming attack. Wind and water meet in midair. The toad's technique managed to stop all the blasts but one. Naruto. Hearing his cue, the blonde prepared his own attack. Gokakyu no Jutsu. The last wind projectile was taken care of by the genin's fireball. Landing on the other side of the raccoon, Gamabunta immediately shot forward with his sword ready. At the last second, the monster turned around and brought one of its arm up to block the blade strike. The toad boss immediately took the chance and moved his head up, giving the boy that summoned him an opening. Entenkawa no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, releasing another powerful blast of heat towards the raccoon's head. Unfortunately for the team of Toad and Boy, the sand monster managed to bring its other arm up to shield himself at the cost of the limb. Ha ha ha. A deformed version of Gaara's laughter was heard coming from the gigantic creature. It's this how you were going to make me pay, Naruto-kun? The redhead's voice mocked. Rinkutten, the Jinchuriki exclaimed before releasing another set of air bullets. Gamabunta immediately jumped back to evade the wind-based attack. I'm not really sure you're worth all the trouble, Naruto. The amphibious commented as he brought his sword forward, just in case the sand creature launched a sudden attack. Please, Gamabunta-sama, just give me one more opening, the blonde requested. The toad boss gave an exasperated sigh, but still charged forward. Laughter was the deformed genin's first response. That's it. Come on. Mother and I can't wait to spill all of you blood, the boy exclaimed from somewhere inside the enormous creature. Just like before, the sand monster blocked the incoming sword strike with its good arm, but this time, as the Jinchuriki started to raise his other limb for the second strike, Gamabunta opted to turn his head towards the wounded arm. Teppadama, he said before releasing a barrage of water balls, hardening sand that formed the extremity and causing it to break up before he left the stage to the Konoha shinobi. Set on taking full advantage of his second chance, the spiky-haired boy wasted no time in forming the necessary hand seals for another attack. Entenkawa no Jutsu. Acting on instinct, the monstrous creature stretched his body in order for his head to escape the blast. The Katon Jutsu instead created a hole through the Jinchuriki's chest. Gaara screamed in pain from the attack. Immediately, the monster's tail moved on its own and went around its body to strike the toad. Seeing the attack coming, the amphibious jumped back in the air. Once airborne, Gamabunta set his eyes down on the sand creature. To say the least, the toad boss was getting tried of the demented Jinchuriki. Naruto, I'm going to take the initiative for a bit, he informed before releasing a stream of oil on the raccoon, successfully distracting the creature and allowing the brownish toad to strike down with his sword, severing the remaining monstrous arm. The victory was short-lived. When Gamabunta looked up at his opponent, His eyes widened in surprise as the Jinchuriki's deformed body suddenly opened and lunged forward to swallow the toad boss. Thinking quickly, the amphibious shook his head back, throwing the blonde out of Hammer's way as he continued to fight off the sand that was trying to engulf him. Gamabunta-sama. Naruto shouted as he created a shadow clone in order to break his fall and jump towards the mass of sand that was currently Gaara. Before the leaf genin could even take a kunai out, a new sand claw suddenly sprout from the mass and shot toward the blonde, catching the boy in midair and driving him straight into the ground. Sapphire eyes slowly opened as Naruto found his body in the forests, or what was left of it, ground while the sand engulfed his body. Look! The redhead's voice came out, excited. Gazing around, the blonde's eyes soon set on what the Sunanin was referring to. The sight of the unconscious Sakura and the barely conscious Shikamaru and Shino being crushed by the sand that encased them, while a weakened Sasuke tried to use Houskin to free them, but failing due to the lack of chakra. They're all going to die soon, Gaara announced. And you can't do a thing about it. The glee was evident in the sand genin's voice. I'm going to take them away from you and offer them to Mother. The sand was now covering most of the blonde's body by now. Naruto's eyes pleadingly gazed at his comrades, hoping for a miracle to happen and save them. I'm not strong enough to save them. The sand was already starting to cover Genin's neck. It's just like that fox mask. I am unable to protect the things that I. The sand was now reaching his face. I want to keep them safe. I won't want to protect them because... Images of the few pleasant memories that the boy had flooded into his mind. With sudden gasp, the Jinchuriki realized how much most of those memories he had shared with his comrades. No, with his friends mean. I won't let you hurt them. Gaara, Naruto declared. By now most of his face was already covered by sand. Because they are all I have. The Sora Sharingan returned to the blonde's last visible eyes and set on the abomination over him. Amaterasu. Taking most of the boy's remaining chakra, the black flames engulfed the gigantic mass of sand. Gaara screamed as the flames spread through his deformed body. Mother! Mother! The monstrous creature backed away from the toad as the dark fire continued to consume his body. Naruto, are you okay? Gamabunta asked as he looked down at the boy that was struggling to get up. Take easy, it's over now. The toad boss stated, knowing quite well the effects of the Amaterasu flames and what would be the Sand Jinchuriki's ultimate fate. The blonde shook his head. No, I have one more. The Konoha Genin stated as he began to pull up his right sleeve and revealing a bandaged forearm. Gamabunta's eyes widened at realization. Are you sure you can pull it off? The amphibious asked with concern. Nodding, Naruto looked up at the enormous toad. Yeah, but I'm going to need a lift. At the boy's words, the toad boss sighed and lowered one of his hands. Okay, get on. The leaf nin proceeded to jump on the toad's palm. After stretching his arm back, Gamabunta shot the young Jinchuriki towards the burning raccoon with all his strength. I only have one shot at this, Naruto thought as he tore the bandages in his arm to give view to his summoning tattoo. Smearing the mark with blood from one of his wounds and gathering his remaining chakra, the blonde pre-formed the necessary hand seals. Namake's Kuchios no Jutsu. Just as Naruto was about to reach Gaara, both Jinchuriki were swallowed up by a blinding light.